Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? Good to see everyone in on the chat early. Good, good. It's an important day today. We've got some important things to cover. So make sure we like the stream on YouTube for viral purposes, so we can try and ride the algorithmic wave of covering something that is poignant. See if we can grab some new viewers and go semi-viral by covering this live. Which luckily I can do because I've got a day off work. Good. Yeah, I'm certainly doing that, Alexander Boris Johnson. Very true. I'm definitely doing better than Al Murray, who seems to have been making an ass of himself this morning. It almost certainly will be late, Emma. Yeah, I wouldn't expect so. I made a roast chicken sandwich, and that does sound good. I made homemade scones, and I've got this one with Marmite and cheese, and then melted the cheese in the fryer. Although they're a bit stodgy. I ate one. I don't think I can eat a second. That one will have to get safer later. Yeah, reheat it in the air fryer. We are definitely fishing for the Liberals today. True. So everyone make sure we get loads of subscribers on YouTube so that it does the communist I'm literally a communist alert when people start coming in. It's definitely worth doing whilst we get the normies filtering into the chat. Yeah, make sure we're getting the chat going fast on YouTube. This is the one time I would rather people watch on YouTube rather than on Twitch. Whilst we're waiting, what's Al Murray done now? Oh, Al Murray's losing his mind on Twitter. Let me show everybody. So worth trying to do like a mini segment
Fucking
on this.
Neoliberalism.
Hey, Tartines Milos with the subscription on Twitch. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome back to the No Justice stream. I hope you are doing well, staying safe. So this is a comedian called Alfie Brown, and what he did was he chased a Jewish woman off Twitter for heckling one of his shows, for claiming that Jeremy Corbyn was anti-Semitic. Who's done this massive long thread talking about justifications for it, about saying that there's provable and persistent anti-Semitism from Jeremy Corbyn. And he's been getting absolutely dumpstered by leftoids on Twitter, which is good. It's good fun. Love it. Yeah, and then of course, and it turns out this guy, he's the son of Jan Ravens from Dead Ringers, who's already a nepo baby who went to private school as well. And he's being defended by Al Murray in the replies, who has subsequently lost his mind. Because turns out Al Murray also went to private school. He also went to private school and went to Oxford. And his shtick is pretending to be working class and then making racist comments. Love it. That's what we love to see from our public school educated people. And he's being dumpstered again by all the leftoids, which I find quite funny. Where's the long thread that he got himself lost in? This is the one I think it is. So, it turns out his grandfather ran the BBC and was like a pro-colonial general in the army. So he's sitting in some incredibly privileged stock here. And I don't think he quite realizes just the kind of privileged position that he's in. I only know him as the voice of the silent majority in an earlier mock of the week, which seems it is satirical. Yeah, it is. His shtick is pretending to be working class when he's not, when he's literally the one incredibly privileged and quite posh as well. He puts on the accent. And now he's trying to tell us that these are the same arguments that you get from UKIP supporters in 2015, questioning his class background. The irony is that he's got the best education money can buy. So the best education money can buy, and he still can't realize that maybe there is some kind of reason as to why people of working class backgrounds get shitty with him, whether it's from the left or the right. But he also why he can't tell the difference between rightoids criticizing because they think he's hypocritical for being anti-Nigel Farage, despite the fact that both of them are upper class. I can't tell the difference between that and leftwards criticise him for being upper class in the first place. But it's interesting how liberals, again, it's this thing where liberals just fundamentally believe they have they have a supremacist ideology, and they feel like it can never ever be challenged. But there's no reason for ever challenging their hegemonic positions on these things, and even bothering to criticize them is seen as an affront to their intellectual superiority and ideological superiority. Yeah, he's having a very bad no good day in the trenches of Twitter, in the replies with all of the leftoids. Literally has his family has a coat of arms. When you're going through hell, keep posting. Well, I literally posted the "it's time to stop posting" thing. And literally, his years at school cost like £25,000 or some shit. That's how expensive his private school was. And he was also in the Oxford Review, which is like an Oxford, like a famous Oxford comedy troupe or whatever it is. And I'm just like, yeah, no, this guy never had any privileges growing up. Not only does he have like the economic fallback of having an incredibly wealthy family, he also has the fact that he also gets huge amounts of additional benefits for, you know, all of the connections and the nepotism that he gets from going to a very privileged school and then a very privileged university from a very privileged family. Yeah, £25,000 a year for the school that he went to. But it really is fucking the horseshoe theory, like brain poison in a nutshell. What's going on here? But he really has lost his mind. And it's just weird. It's I think someone on Twitter who calls himself Pariah Carey, which, my god, is an excellent Twitter name. Fucking hell. I really wish I could find a better Twitter name for myself. But Pariah Carey is. You know about Britain's crop of loose. Oh, we absolutely fucking are. All closing ranks around each other from the little nepotism shells. Um. Oh shit! Apparently, Al Murray works with Alfie Brown's dad as well, which I think is quite funny. And also, turns out this Alfie Brown person did a stand-up skit where he said that he would have sex with a 14-year-old girl and also shouted the N-word multiple times. Defending the guy whose comedy bit is reading out a list of slurs. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we'd love to see it. We'd love to see it. No, just common liberal, right? They think that their liberal values are sacrosanct and cannot ever be challenged. Because I'm definitely anti-racist. That's why I must therefore have to hate Jeremy Corbyn without any kind of scrutiny whatsoever. You're right, IS, how you doing? But this tweet was really good from this account. It's always interesting to see class solidarity in action. Despite Brown's creative history seemingly outs him as a racist and having repugnant interest in underage girls, fellow ex-public school boys will still come out swinging for him. And then it's been similarly interesting to see a conspiratorial mindset from people making excuses for anti-Semitism on the left. And this is where, like, liberal ideology it's just dumb. These people are just idiots. These people are just fucking morons. They go, oh, how you trying to claim that different groups of people from different backgrounds have my similar material interest? That sounds like a conspiracy to me. And it's just, yeah. I remember, it's very similar to a Christian No Mates tweet where he sent out earlier today for a tweet, last week, sorry, quote tweeting George Monbiot critiquing Russell Brand's shift to the right. Like, oh, they've shifted from my conspiratorial nonsense to their conspiratorial nonsense, as if there's some kind of similarity between right wingers who say that the World Economic Forum are a cabal of global evil people who want control for no reason, and leftists go, yes, these are people who are driven by the profit motive, acting in the method with which the profit motive dictates, as if these are the same thing. The Alfie Brown person absolutely could not land a joke about Corbyn in the way he described, because he's clearly so mad that he's been made to look right wing. Yeah, exactly. These people, they fundamentally feel like that they are they are the apex of ideology, and that they are beyond reproach and beyond challenge. The vast majority, when you see left-wing anti-Semitism, it usually comes from a lack of material analysis. They understand that capitalism creates an in-group, out-group, and instead of properly analysing the material interests that would make you a part of the in-group or the out-group, instead say, well, the in-group therefore must be a cabal. The in-group must be the Rothschilds or whatever. That's where you usually get left-wing anti-Semitism from. That, or when the criticism of Israel spills over into anti-Semitism. That's where I see it most of the time. But the idea that this was somehow endemic to the Labour Party or specific to Jeremy Corbyn is nonsense, complete nonsense. Well, the thing I see leftoids do a lot, which they really need to stop doing, is whenever they have a conversation with any random Jewish person, they'll say, "Oh, what's your opinion on Israel?" I'm like, what prompted this? Just because they're Jewish doesn't mean they can have some massive prescriptive um claim about the actions of the state of Israel. They probably don't care. But luckily, that's few and far between what I've seen that. And again, when you look at the statistics, we all know, we've all seen the statistics that show that members of the Conservative Party are more anti-Semitic on average than members of the Labour Party. On Richard Herring's podcast, Murray literally blamed Labour's 2015 election loss on Brand telling people not to vote. Yeah, fucking, you genuinely have to be fucking, like, potato brain to think that shit. Yeah, well, I can't believe that the pro-austerity, anti-immigration, identical political platform to the Conservatives that Ed Miliband was putting forward didn't inspire people to get out to the polls. Crazy, I know. What a turnout for the books. Exactly, it's ridiculous. These people, they just genuinely think they also think that them as individual, like, kind of cultural figures have some kind of massive sway over the voter base, rather than people's genuine material interests. That's why these people cannot explain 2017. They can't explain 2017. The Tories put up a statue of Nancy Astor. Exactly.
Neoliberalism.
SK the Crusader with the Prime subscription. Thank you. Welcome to the Justice Stream. I'm much appreciated for the support and for directing more of Jeff Bezos' money to me, because yeah, exactly. It's redistribution. It really does. It goes down smooth as fuck. Anyway, away from Twitter discourse, there is the Privileges Committee released partygate evidence before the hearings that we have today. So we're gonna catch up on what they've been saying about the Boris Johnson incident, and then we're gonna watch the hearings live. Okay? Let me go over here.
We have got it now.
Okay.
It's 110 pages. This is the bundle that's been submitted, that's been published by the committee, Boris Johnson's team have seen. So far, I can see that it contains a lot of evidence about what the rules were at the time of each of the gatherings that Boris Johnson attended. So they'll be looking through a fine-tooth comb about what the rules were that he'd announced, so should have known about. And we are getting into his messages with number 10 officials. So I'll look at those very carefully and come back to you.
Okay, so one of the other defences of the Prime Minister is that he has the heavy burden of leadership at the time, and he had no time to worry about what was happening with gatherings in Downing Street. He also says that he was challenged by the architecture of the building. He didn't actually say that, but that's shorthand for what he was suggesting. It's a townhouse. Number 10 Downing Street is a Georgian building. It's quite narrow. It's a terraced building. And he's saying because it's so small and hundreds of people were working there at the time, of course he would walk through rooms where people were gathered. He thought working, he would stop. He would have a moment to chat to them. But the burden of leadership meant that he didn't have time to ask whether they were having a party. And when he was told by his team, they would say, no, 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 it's not a party, Prime Minister. We're just going to crack on, and we're trying to make sure that people are kept safe during lockdowns and this period over 18 months or so with COVID and the pandemic. So I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that from the Prime Minister as he gives that 4 hours plus of evidence later on today. The question that will have to be answered.
Do I think Rishi will put a 3-line whip on the Windsor Framework vote? No, I don't think so. I think there'll be a I think it'll be more of an open vote. I'm pretty sure he knows that it's going to be passed with support from the Labour Party. I don't think he has to worry. Which, I mean, it's been like I'm not sure whether it's correct for the Labour Party to vote it through. I mean, would it be better for the Labour Party to just let the Tories continue having an internal fight amongst each other rather than putting the interests of the country first? I mean, it wouldn't be. Hardly would be. It's hardly outside of the Labour Party's remit to put the party before the country at this point, quite frankly. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with the Windsor Framework vote. It's interesting because it's all of the rightoids are trying to say that it compromises the union, when what actually compromises the union is not having the Windsor Framework. So
it is.
Maybe the Windsor Framework should get voted down because we're one step closer to United Ireland. I'm expecting Boris Johnson to reveal himself as a Sacha Baron Cohen character.
Did the Prime Minister know what he said at the dispatch box at the time in December of 2021, the 1st and the 8th of December 2021? Did he know at the time what he said was untrue? Or
didn't Boris defend someone he knew had something to do with sexual assault? Yes, not just defended, promoted on multiple occasions. A guy who was literally, he had a nickname about how much of a sexual assaulter he was. He was called Chris Pincher, and his nickname was Pincher by name, Pincher by nature. Everybody knew this guy was a sex pest, and Boris Johnson still promoted him to a very senior position in the party.
Ought he to have known at the time when he made those statements that what he was saying was willfully misleading Parliament? Let's have a look at the document, should we? Here we go. This is a document tomorrow that has been released within the last few moments, and this is based on, it's a lot of pages, I know you
and this it is the document, and this is based.
Told me, I've forgotten, 100 pages or so.
Yes.
Yeah. This is based on what the Prime Minister and his legal team, just remember, £250,000 is what it's cost the taxpayers so far. And then, of course, there's the cost on the other side as well. So I'm guessing we're pushing £500,000 or thereabouts. And this is sort of, I suppose, a synopsis of what we might see later on today.
Absolutely. So this is evidence that the...
You're right, Kev, how you doing?
My microphone was muted because I am a fucking prick. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Not too bad at all.
Awesome. Yes, what are you showing me here? What are you watching?
This is the Privilege Committee releasing the partygate evidence earlier this morning. So we've got full information about what the discussions will or won't be when 2 p.m. rolls around.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, so we've got...
and Boris...
Oh, I was just going to say, we got the Partygate shit coming up at 2. Did you watch any of PMQs?
No, I've not watched any of PMQs. Gonna watch it later.
Yeah, no, it was dickheads talking shit, wasting everyone's fucking time, as always.
Love it.
Yeah.
Did Keir call us the sick man of Europe again?
He didn't, actually. He didn't do too badly. He brought up the Met Police report about how they're all racist, sexist scumfucks.
Yeah, it would be a little bit better if he hadn't continually defended Cressida Dick when she was under fire, and also as director of public prosecutions neglected to bother prosecuting the people who killed Stephen Lawrence or Ian Tomlinson.
True. Also, he did do because they were all sucking off the late great PC Keith Palmer, of course, with it being the 6th anniversary of him getting murderized. And so they were sucking him off. And so Starmer started his questioning, which, like I say, was okay, with the somewhat weird approach of saying the police are being let down by the fact that the police are racist.
Crazy.
because he's a massive cock.
Yeah, he is indeed. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like it's almost like it might be endemic problem with policing as an institution, and nothing to do with specifically the Met or specifically whichever person's in charge of it at any one time.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, let's have a look at the evidence for the thing that's obvious.
Yeah.
Johnson will rely on. So in the first 30 pages that I've looked through, they are talking about what the rule, remember how the rules just constantly were updated and changed, and there was guidance as well, and what it was at the time. And they're relying a lot on what Boris Johnson himself said to Parliament. For example, in May 2020, he's asked about workplaces and said it's essential that people observe the rules on social distancing as well as on masks and everything else that was enforced at that time.
Although he did say ensnared by architecture at number 10 meant that there was some challenges.
So they're looking at, when he was asked in the Commons about workplaces, exactly how
nothing will ever be
he was.
Nothing will ever be he was ambushed by cake.
I know,
ever.
right? Incredible.
It's the greatest excuse that's ever been given. Fucking ninja cake got him.
Did you watch it? Did you follow any of his defense document?
Yes, I read through it. Yeah. It's a weird flex for a guy who still wants to be prime minister to basically put together a document which is so poorly worded and spelled and stuff that you would imagine a child had done it. But also his main argument is I wasn't lying. I'm just very, 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 very stupid.
literally. I yeah, exactly. I just didn't know how my own rules worked. I'm sorry. I can't help being a fucking moron.
Yeah, like that's like I say, it's a strong line of argumentation. We'll see how it works out for him.
Yeah, quite.
Has he tried? Well, what he should do. This is what I would go with if I were him. Has he tried blaming the small boats?
True. Yeah, exactly.
It wouldn't make any fucking sense, but it wouldn't make any less sense than the actual government's immigration policy.
He was just so fraught with the thought of what might happen if theoretically in future there was a small boat crisis at the time. That he just couldn't help having the cake.
True.
After being ambushed with it, he was like, "Oh my god, no, a small boat. I guess I'll eat the cake to make myself feel better."
Yeah, the cake or the booze or the blowjob or whatever. Yeah, all of those things. Yeah.
Workplaces must observe those rules on social distancing. Boris Johnson relying in his defence yesterday on the fact that he thought that...
Look, that's not a party. Who said that's a party? That's clearly...
Well, bottles of wine on literally like the BYOB on the middle of the table.
Yeah, but that's just like any workplace in the world. Who doesn't have loads of wine bottles and people being sick up the walls?
Literally.
That's just not every workaday atmosphere, yeah.
I remember my last day at the call centre, we all had booze. We're all thrown up on the monitors.
Yeah, exactly. So relatable, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This is just how any workplace works. I mean, it's telling. It really is telling that Boris has never had a real job ever in his life, right? How these people who've born into huge amounts of wealth and privilege and the lap of luxury have never ever worked a normal job in their life. So much so that they could think they could claim that this is what a normal workplace might look like.
True, and what I especially love is he's never had a real job in his life, but even all of the fake jobs he's had, he's been fired from for being a corrupt piece of shit.
True. I've also considered that the Privilege Committee might be woke. Might be the reason why it was still happening.
Oh yeah, and he also. Oh yeah, sorry, Kira reminds me. He's official. He says because he's a visual photographer, took photos. Therefore, it was clearly a work event. Genius.
He's so pathetic.
It's embarrassing.
It really is embarrassing.
Also, did you see in the opening argument thing from that document how many times he mentioned Sue Gray? Like, what the? I mean, obviously that's the reason that Keir Starmer employing her was a dumb thing to do because it gives him shit to throw at the wall. But like, Keir Starmer employed her so she could travel back in time. and find you guilty, as well as somehow using her mind control to make the police find you guilty too.
Quite, yeah, absolutely. Because, considering that Sue Gray is most known for being the person who makes documents disappear, right? Like, the opposite of her usual remit in that case would be to have all of the documents on hand that incriminates you.
Yeah, bro.
pictures that we have seen before, actually, at the start of this month, of some of those gatherings. They give quite a different impression to the photos.
Not a party, though, as far as he was concerned.
Well, this was a leaving do. He was not fined over this one. He was only fined over one, which was the birthday party.
But he says it wasn't a party. Just to, can we clarify this as far as our viewers are concerned this morning, because you're the font of all knowledge here tomorrow. He accepted a police fine. He could have challenged that in the courts. He didn't. He accepted his guilt at the time.
So he paid the fine, and it's been pointed out that these are summary fines, and lots of other people who got these fines were not able to challenge them, and often were fined large amounts of money. And interestingly, in the messages that we saw yesterday with his number 10 staff, he actually refers at one point to a party, and he says that was a shorthand because that's what was being used in the media. But they certainly, between themselves, refer to some of these gatherings as parties.
Even when he literally uses the word party, he's still going to try and lie and say it's not a party.
I mean, we literally have we should have Allegra Stratton on camera laughing about it not being definitely being a work event. He's banged to rights. He's fucking OJ. He's guilty as fuck.
He is OJ, and he's going to.
Oh well, that's what
if I did have a party?
Well, that's what his document is. That's literally what the document they released was. It's if I partied during lockdown.
I love the fact that they have to specify he didn't get fined for this one because apparently number 10 is like fucking Mardi Gras. They're having parties every week. I thought it was a serious place of work, but apparently not. Apparently they're just getting pissed all the time. Fucking hell! Even they party more than I would expect them to party there when there wasn't restrictions. Whatever. It's just all bullshit.
Love it. By the way, people in Twitch chat, can you make sure you clip as much of this as possible so I can upload shorts to TikTok as it happens live? Because that'd be sick if we could. Any good bits, please clip.
So
the bit where it gets his cock out.
Definitely worth it getting my account banned on TikTok for. No, and no word of a lie. No word of a fucking lie. It would instantly go viral.
Well, I did. I got a 2-week ban from Twitch because do you remember the Madison Cawthorn, the American guy, and he got caught kind of fucking his cousin, and one of those videos involved him with his ass out. Now you couldn't see anything, there was no hole on display or anything. It was a side cheek, and I played that. It'd been played on CNN, on the BBC. It'd been played on everything. I put it on my stream, banned for nudity.
Love it.
The news story. Who's wanking over that? What were you talking about?
Rules and what Boris Johnson was saying at every stage. I think we get this.
Just to clarify again, sorry, Tamara, but we're looking at all of this stuff on screen as we're talking to you. What is this actually telling us? Will the committee with Boris Johnson and
like
his
a 7-year-old
next to him, they'll be going through this by point
what
by
do these
point,
symbols on the paper mean?
So they.
What is this weird code that's the black ink on the white paper? Explain that to me.
Reminds me of there's a funny Charlie Brooker joke about Daniel Hannan where he said Britons were outraged to find out that Daniel Hannan had been on Fox News in the United States and slagging off the NHS. When he realised that Americans didn't know what that was when he said NHS, he had to explain that he was using letters of the alphabet.
Nice.
They've got all this already. This was evidence that the committee has spoken to a number of former and current number 10 staff, some of whose names are published and some of whom are kept anonymous, and they have gathered lots of evidence about who said what to Boris Johnson, not just in advance of the gatherings, as in was anyone warning him, not sure about this one, but also in the run-up to his appearances in Parliament when he said, I was assured all the guidance was followed.
Well, no,
was there any suggestion?
Sorry, it shouldn't even need to go as far in the story as this, because just him saying there were no parties and then subsequently admitting that there were parties because there were photos.
Did he say there were no parties specifically in the Commons, or did he say that on the media?
I remember specifically him saying there were no parties, and then the next week he'd come around and say there were parties, but I wasn't there. Either of those lies is enough. That's it. Yeah. That's clearly and provably, obviously not true. Not you were given bad guidance. You said there weren't
Mm.
parties, and then you said you weren't there. When I mean, I can see you on screen, Boris. You were there, my man.
Yeah, it's obvious, isn't it?
So you don't even need to go to advice he was given because he's at the parties. That's enough. He misled Parliament knowingly.
Yeah, exactly. Literally on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
The sad part is, it sounds like they're not going to do a 10-day suspension. They're probably going to specifically do it less than 10 days because they know the implications of a 10-day suspension.
Well, we'll wait and see. I mean, Parliament, ultimately, it will just be more grist to the mill for the argument that Parliament and British democracy is a joke.
Yep.
Because if you're this guilty and you still get away with it, there's no rules then, are there?
Because
no longer
Parliament have to majority vote to be able to implement the sanction, even if the sanction is decided by the committee.
Yeah.
I know Richie Sunnak's given the Tories a free vote, but why the fuck would they vote to implement the punishment? That's possibly why the Privilege Committee will recommend less than 10 days to incentivise the Commons to vote upon it, knowing that they can freely vote yes, knowing that he can't lose his seat.
Well, perhaps, but he'll lose his seat at the election anyway, so who cares?
I mean, that's true. That's true. The people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip will finally elect somebody who is just as neoliberal but slightly less bigoted and stupid.
He'll be a neoliberal prick, but he won't have weird hair.
Which is, quite frankly, all that matters in British electoral politics.
True. Except if you're Michael Fabricant.
That he was
True.
warned it hadn't been. So these are all the evidence that they've gathered is in some, well, not all of it. Boris Johnson's team say there is some that isn't in here, but they a lot of these raw messages and pages of the guidance at every stage are being published here, and they're both going to rely on the evidence here. Boris Johnson's
Work with me
team,
here tomorrow. Page 61, Martin Reynolds. We're winging this as we go, trying to update you. This is written evidence. There you go. It's on the screen for you now. Tomorrow.
Oh, well,
I do
this
recall
Martin
asking
Reynolds
the then
guy.
Prime Minister about the proposal.
I'd never heard of this prick before, but anyway, I think his banger in all of this, I saw briefly reading through it, was he was corresponding with another person whose name has been redacted for some fucking reason. And he says they're discussing the approach that Johnson should take in Parliament. And he literally says, we should be as forceful as possible and let him bang on for ages because then they'll get bored. Literally. And that was correct. It was a good strategy from a comms department perspective.
Yeah.
But that's the British Parliament they're talking about. And they were right. They did get bored and move on.
Yep.
What the fuck?
No word of a lie.
A mad shit.
I think actually Edward Sexby in YouTube chat is correct. I think if we're going to blame anybody for this, we should be blaming Jeremy Corbyn.
True. Absolutely.
Secretly the Jam Man's fault, all of this.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for Jeremy Corbyn being a massive Hitler lover, this would have been
Wanting to
different.
reopen Auschwitz.
True. Oh.
Live PMQs.
Yeah.
This is very interesting.
This is the day
Martin
before PMQs,
Reynolds,
yeah.
referred to in the media as Party Marty, organised the Garden Party, the controversial Garden Party in May.
Party
for which Boris
Marty.
Johnson wasn't fined, but we understand other people were. He says, in giving evidence to the inquiry in February, a month ago, I do recall asking the then Prime Minister about the line...
And my favourite thing about all of this is Boris Johnson's claim that Dominic Cummings isn't a credible witness, essentially. I think that's one of the things that he claimed, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's true, but like you employed him, Boris. Like you gave him that position in the first place.
I mean, but for somebody who was so... I mean, is his potential defence that since they broke up, that he's trying to claim that Dominic Cummings is making shit up out of spite?
Which is almost certainly true, but he doesn't need to on this occasion.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. It's true. It's true. And it seems Dominic Cummings just wants Keir Starmer to win off the back of being anti-trans, because Dominic Cummings was the person who suggested to Boris Johnson that they should specifically go for the anti-trans shit to try and win over voters.
Well, to be fair, he knows how to pander to a bigot, given his Brexit referendum shit. Like he knows his audience, I guess. But
True.
it's also horrific and shameful. But it is British politics,
which is always horrific and shameful every time, without fail. Glimmer of hope. No, instant. No, back into the real world.
True.
For PMQs on the 7th of December. It was the day before he said.
Oh, no. I accidentally fucking did the volume control thing. Fuck. Oh, we're just gonna. I think we've got enough done. We're just gonna wait for the Commons Committee stuff to start.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Let's actually move this one on a bit.
The proceeding will start
Are
shortly.
are you centered now? No, because you were zoomed into the thing. Anyway, yes. Oh God. So you were talking about Al Murray before. I
The proceeding will
What's going on
start
with him?
shortly.
Oh, let me mute that. Yeah, Al Murray's been losing his mind on Twitter. Basically, a comedian said that Jeremy Corbyn was anti-Semite, and then a Jewish woman in the audience said that it was being stupid. And then he found this woman on Twitter and then bullied her off Twitter. This Jewish woman who was a supporter of Jeremy Corbyn, because the Jews only count if they are anti-Corbyn, right? At this point,
True. Well, I've said this anti-Corbynism. Corbynism is anti-Semitism. Those two things are the same.
So you've by supporting Corbyn, you're now a bad Jew. That's how that works.
Yes.
So it's exactly what happened to Naomi Wimborne of Drizzy when she got booted off the NEC and then booted out of the Labour Party, having been democratically elected to the NEC from JVL. And this comedian then got dogpiled on Twitter for bullying this Jewish woman off of Twitter by leftoids because, of course, leftoids on Twitter do that. And this turns out this comic called Alfie Brown. He was the son of Jan Ravens from Dead Ringers.
Oh, okay.
And so he went to private school. And there's loads of other privately schooled comedians defending him in the quote tweets and in the replies, including one Mr. Al Murray, who is now losing his mind replying to random anonymous accounts, trying to pretend that he got zero privilege out of going to private school and then going to Oxford to then have a career as a comedian where he makes a crude facsimile of working class culture his comedic shtick.
Yes. Yeah. Are you suggesting that his portrayal of a drunken, slovenly, working class idiot is informed by the fact that he attended private school and then went to St Edmund's College, Oxford? Are you saying those two things are linked?
I couldn't possibly comment.
Outrageous accusation.
Yep.
But obviously also true. He's a fucking hack. Anyway, never mind.
Yeah, sure. Well, the thing that got me as well was how he said that all the Corbynistas are now like UKIP because they're both making fun of me for my class background. I'm like, if you're so dumb after getting the best education money can buy, if you're too dumb to understand the difference between someone mocking your hypocrisy for being an upper class person who hates Nigel Farage, who's also upper class, then the criticism of you being upper class in the first place, then clearly that you should have get a refund for your education, mate.
True, but we're about to watch the guy who's given the most expensive education money can buy, whose literal defense is going to be, I am that stupid.
True.
Which just goes to show you, why you waste your money on private school? It doesn't make your kids smart.
What it does is give you connections.
True, I guess that is also correct.
And when you're in the comedy world, connections is everything because that's where you get your viewer base stems from. I mean, when he was in Oxford, he was part of the Oxford Revue, which is like a comedy troupe in Oxford. I'm like, yeah, of course. I've been in this very famous comedy troupe in the most famous university in the fucking world. Yeah, and I definitely didn't get any kind of additional kind of nepotistic career boost from that. Like, to not think that you do is literally fucking delusional. Completely delusional.
Are you saying there was some sort of helping hand given to him by the fact that he went to the same college as people like
Boris Johnson,
Stuart Lee and Richard Herring? Maybe might have helped him in his comedy career on TV and stuff. Maybe.
Did you see that apparently on Richard Herring's podcast, he said that he blamed Ed Miliband losing in 2015 on Russell Brand saying that he wasn't going to vote. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What fucking world do these people inhabit?
A world where material analysis does not exist.
Jesus
Turns
Christ.
out crazy. It turns out huge swathes of the working class were not in any way energized to vote by continuity, neoliberal austerity, immigration mugs.
Well, you say that, but I think actually we can blame the guy who wrote my bookie book.
My bookie.
Definitely his fault. Look,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, Russell Brand, total prick, but he's not to blame for any of that. Look,
No, exactly.
he's a fucking asshole, but that's it.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
here we go.
Oh, hang on. Let's go. Are you sharing or am I sharing?
I'm sharing.
Okay.
Oh, present a tab. Privileges Committee.
There we go. Nicely done. And they're just getting ready, so that's why it's silent. And we'll see Boris Johnson come in with his expensively funded, publicly funded defence team.
Love it.
Why is it that the poorest people, when they need some money, it means tested to fuck? But this
Yeah.
multimillionaire fucking griftoid piece of shit gets his defence paid for by us?
Yep.
If you're in court on a criminal charge, you're going to find it fucking hard going to get a public defender. And this prick's going to have like 3 lawyers with him or something.
Yeah.
It's a
Three
fair
very
system.
expensive lawyers.
Very fair system, totally normal, very normal place.
Have you considered maybe though that Boris Johnson is just better than us? Because of his class
I mean,
position, he's just innately superior to us.
well, that is obviously correct. There can be no other reason. It's not that the system is ludicrously, farcically corrupt. It can't possibly be that.
Nah. What are you talking about? What are you chatting about, fam?
Fam, love
What are you
it.
chatting about? What are you chatting about, fam? Everyone watching on YouTube, like the stream, share the stream. I don't know. Do algorithmic things. Just type in chat, send random comments. Well, I should be. I've no money. Otherwise, I'd gift a bunch of members to my only chat. Somebody in YouTube chat, gift a bunch of memberships. They're only 99p each to gift. Throw things up in the algorithm for me.
Just destroy the state. Well, that's a different thing. Oh.
There are only 1,700 people watching it on the UK Parliament channel. I guess those people watching it elsewhere because the Guardian, the Independent, Telegraph, LBC.
Yeah.
Oh, we get ours signed though.
Oh, fuck yes. Go on, signing, lad. I was wondering why all that grey stuff around the edge was there.
Yeah, it's just that Boris Johnson is a wanker.
Yeah.
Order. This is a public evidence session of the House of Commons Committee of Privileges. The Privileges Committee's purpose in this inquiry is to decide whether or not Mr. Johnson misled the House of Commons, whether or not he committed a contempt of the House, and whether or not this was in any way intentional or reckless. This is what the House of Commons has required us to do by referring this matter to us in the motion which was carried without a vote against in April last year. Misleading the House might sound like a technical issue,
go home,
but it is a
opposed
matter
to
of
what
great
you're doing.
importance.
Mick Wright with the raid of 27. Welcome to the stream, viewers. I didn't realise Mick Wright was even following me on Twitch. Much appreciated. I love you on Twitter and I love your content on Twitch. Thank you.
Because I'm literally a communist.
And for the follows as well. Cheers.
Yes.
Our democracy is based on Parliament scrutinising
Also, I'm
legislation
here.
and
Hello.
holding the government to account.
Oh,
for its
yeah,
actions.
Kevin Logan's here too.
I am.
Because I'm
We
literally
proceed
a
on the
communist.
basis that what we are told by ministers is accurate. Parliament expects proactive candour and transparency. If what ministers tell us is not the truth, we can't do our job. Our
I'm
democracy
literally
depends
a
upon
communist.
trust that what ministers tell MPs in the House of Commons is the truth. And without that trust, our entire parliamentary democracy is undermined. Everyone makes mistakes, and when
Because I'm
ministers do, they're
literally a
expected to correct it
communist.
at the earliest opportunity, and that is what happens routinely. Inadvertent misleading, which is promptly corrected, is not an issue. The House understands if ministers decline to answer, for example, on matters which
Because I'm
relate to national
literally a
security
communist.
or market sensitivity. But misleading intentionally or recklessly, or refusing to answer, or failing to correct, impedes or frustrates the functioning of the House and is contempt.
Because
During the
I'm
COVID
literally a
pandemic, the
communist.
government and Parliament imposed extensive restrictions on our freedom in the interests of protecting public health. In this inquiry, we are not looking at the rights or wrongs of those COVID rules or guidance, or repeating the partygate inquiry into the conduct of individual ministers and officials in number 10. What the House has mandated us to look at is whether Mr Johnson told the truth to Parliament to the best of his knowledge about number 10's compliance with those COVID rules and guidance. It is about the truth, and that is why this inquiry goes to the heart of the trust on which our system of accountability depends. This committee is comprised of members of Parliament who have been appointed to this role by the House of Commons. The political
Are Trump and Johnson going to get done on the same day? No, Joe. The findings of the committee is going to be published in the summer at some point, so it'll be quite a while until we get the actual results of the committee inquiry
Also,
Balance
Trump's
in
probably
this
going to get arrested next week if that does happen.
next week. So we've still got some time to wait. Still got some time
Yeah.
to wait.
Basically, he
Affects
was
the
lying.
political
He was never
balance
going to
in the
get
House, which-
arrested. Yesterday, he was just trying to put pressure on the DA ahead of next week.
I think I was trying to see how much support he'd get, and turns out it was like 8 people who turned up to support him.
True. Also, I've just realised I look quite ableist because I've got the signing guy behind my chat, so you can just see like the left hand.
which is why the committee comprises 4 Conservatives and 3
neoliberalism.
opposition MPs, including 2 from Labour and 1 from the SNP.
Thank you for
Having
the
said
membership,
that,
Kate. Cheers.
we leave our party interests at the door of the committee room and conduct our work in the interests of the House. That is what we're doing in this inquiry and what we will continue to do. We are examining what Mr Johnson said to the House about gatherings in number 10, whether what he said to the House was correct or not, whether, and if so, how quickly and comprehensively any misleading statement was corrected. If a statement was misleading, we will then consider whether that was a genuine error or if it was reckless or intentional, and whether the record was corrected in good time. We have already considered evidence supplied by the government, including emails, WhatsApp messages, and photos taken at the time, and written statements taken under oath from witnesses present at the relevant times, to inform us of what Mr Johnson would have known at the time of his statements to the House. There has been much comment about whether the committee is relying on the Sue Gray report material. We are not relying on any such material, and nor will we. Last November, we decided to collect direct, first-hand evidence from all the witnesses under oath, and this has all been disclosed to Mr Johnson. Sue Gray is not a witness. We have followed the standing orders of the House and the precedents as advised by our clerks, by Speaker's Counsel, and by Sir Ernest Ryder, a former Lord Justice of Appeal. We have not changed the rules or the procedure. That is not within our remit. They are laid down by the House, we are bound to follow them, and that is what we've done. In our report of the 3rd of March, we set out the main issues which we will be asking Mr Johnson about today. We'll be talking about rules and guidance, since Mr Johnson told the House number 10 complied with both.
If I did drink, David, I would definitely love to do a drinking game on this. My God, actually getting drunk on stream to the Privileges Committee vote. The British Committee investigation would be absolutely hilarious. I would definitely do that. But unfortunately, I do not drink, so I'm not doing that.
When we refer to rules, we mean regulations laid down by the House, which have the force of law, and under which fixed penalty notices were issued. Guidance is guidance issued by the government. For example, when Mr Johnson was talking about hands, face, space, he was referring to the guidance on social distancing when he said space. On the basis of information that is in the public domain and evidence the committee has received, and in the context of what Mr Johnson said to the House of Commons, we will be establishing what rules and guidance relating to COVID were in force at the relevant time, Mr Johnson's knowledge of those rules and guidance, Mr Johnson's attendance at or knowledge of gatherings that were not socially distanced and those for which fixed penalty notices were issued. Mr Johnson spoke about the question of COVID compliance in number 10 in the House of Commons more than 30 times, most particularly on the 1st of December 2021, the 8th of December 2021, and the 25th of May 2022. I'd like us all to have a reminder now of some of what Mr Johnson said in Parliament in answer to questions, starting, if we may, with a question from the Leader of the Opposition on the 1st of December.
As millions of people were locked down last year, there was a Christmas party thrown in Downing Street for dozens of people on December the 18th.
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, what I can tell the right honourable gentleman is that all guidance was followed completely during number 10. But I repeat, Mr Speaker, that I have been repeatedly assured since these allegations emerged that there was no party and that no COVID rules were broken, and that is what I have been repeatedly assured. I apologise for the impression that has been given that staff in Downing Street take this less than seriously. I'm sickened myself and furious about that.
Sickened and furious.
I have said to him that I've been repeatedly assured that the rules were not broken.
The Prime Minister has been caught red-handed. Why doesn't he end the investigation right now by just admitting it?
Because, Mr Speaker, I've been repeatedly assured that no rules were broken.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will the Prime Minister tell the House
Kev,
whether...
is it possible that you can turn your microphone down, by the way, a little bit?
Turn my microphone? Yeah, I can do.
Yeah, it's a bit. Apparently, we're both a bit louder than the stream. I'm not sure if that's okay. I have pumped up the volume on my end on Chrome using my extension, but that increases your volume as well. So,
Okay, I'll turn me down.
if that's possible.
there was a party in Downing Street on the 13th of November?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, no, but I'm sure that whatever happened, the guidance was followed and the rules were followed at all times. And I'm happy to set on the record now that when I came to this House and said in all sincerity that the rules and guidance would be followed at all times, it was what I believed to be true. It was certainly the case when I was present at gatherings to wish staff farewell, and the House will note that my attendance at these moments, brief as it was, has not been found to be outside the rules. But clearly this was not the case for some of those gatherings after I had left, and at other gatherings when I was not even in the building.
Thank you. We need to understand why Mr Johnson said to Parliament that no rules or guidance were broken in number 10, when we have evidence that he knew what the rules and guidance were, and that he was present at gatherings where those rules and guidance were breached. We have yet to reach our conclusions in this inquiry, and we will not do so until we have heard and considered Mr Johnson's evidence today. The evidence that we have already raises clear questions, and this is Mr Johnson's opportunity to give us his answers. Will the clerk to the committee please administer the oath?
I love this. He's going to swear on the Bible.
I pledge allegiance to the band of Mr. Schneebly.
Well, not just that, but like he's already broken every religious oath he's ever given in all of his marriages.
True.
Like I don't think he gives a fuck about putting his hand on a Bible.
It's a pretty empty promise, isn't it?
Yeah.
And read out the terms of the oath.
Yes, I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I swear to love, honour, and obey this committee.
Mr Johnson, you provided
Till
a committee
death
with written
do me
submission,
part.
which the committee has published. Do you confirm that the contents of that statement are true?
I do.
Thank you. Mr Johnson, please make your opening statement.
Thank you. Chair, if I can, before I begin, I'm conscious that we're all expected to vote in a few minutes, I think at 2:21. I hope you don't mind if I resume. I mean, it will break up what I'm about to say.
Well, we're a parliamentary committee and Parliament is continuing. If there is a vote called, which we do expect, I will suspend the sitting to enable members to vote and we can pick up from where we left off. But thanks for reminding everybody that that's
Thank you, Chair. Well, as you've just said, there were a number of days over a period of 20 months when gatherings took place in Downing Street that went past the point where they could be said to be necessary for work purposes. That was wrong. I bitterly regret it. I understand public anger and I continue to apologise for what happened on my watch, and I take full responsibility. But as you've just said, Chair, the purpose of this inquiry is not to reopen so-called partygate. It is to discover whether or not I lied to Parliament, wittingly misled colleagues and the country about what I knew and believed about those gatherings when I said that the rules and the guidance had been followed at number 10. I'm here to say to you, hand on heart, that I did not lie to the House. When those statements were made, they were made in good faith and on the basis of what I honestly knew and believed at the time. When this inquiry was set up, I was completely confident that you would find nothing to show I knew or believed anything else, as indeed you have not. I was confident, not because there's been some kind of cover-up. I was confident because I knew that is what I believed, and that is why I said it. To understand why I believed it, you have to go back to a time before the Sue Gray report, before the police investigation, back to a time where, as the evidence before the committee shows, there was a near universal belief at number 10 that the rules and guidance were being complied with. That is the general belief that has been uncovered by your evidence. And it was that belief that governed what I said in the House. And as soon as it was clear that I was wrong, and as soon as the Sue Gray investigation and the Metropolitan Police investigation had concluded, I came to the House of Commons and I corrected the record as I promised I would. I clearly could not have anticipated the outcome by coming earlier because I genuinely did not know what the outcome would be and was deeply shocked when fines were issued, not least since I had been told on a couple of occasions at least by Sue Gray that she did not think the threshold of criminality had been reached. I believe that the committee's work...
Fortunately, Sue Gray doesn't get to decide that, right?
Yeah.
Sue Gray is not the grand arbiter of what does or does not constitute criminality based upon laws that you fucking drafted, Boris. I don't know why you need to seek out advice from a civil servant to interpret the laws that you were the one who signed in, all the rules, I guess, that you were the arbiter of, and at least the highest arbiter of which, because you're the fucking Prime Minister.
True. Also, I like that he's now saying, well, Sue Gray said it wasn't criminal, when they're all saying, well, Sue Gray's a partisan Labour hack. Well,
Yeah,
clearly
Sue Gray,
not.
it's a stitch-up. It was a specific stitch-up to get him. I'm like, well, if it was a pretty bad stitch-up if she was the one... I mean, maybe she was deliberately trying to tell him that it shouldn't have breached criminality because she's trying to get his hopes up. She's a double agent.
Yeah, she's doing it for the lulz. And you know
True,
what?
true.
Absolutely pwned. Wrecked, Boris.
True. Hey, got. Imagine being got by someone who's a fan of Keir Starmer. Fucking
Oh, God.
embarrassing. So embarrassing.
I couldn't show my face in public again.
No, me neither. Yeah, exactly. Let alone at a parliamentary privileges committee.
To explain why I was so shocked. You've been investigating this for more than 10 months, and I thank you for what you have done. You have had access to a vast body of evidence. You have collected and reviewed hundreds of pages of transcripts of Sue Gray's interviews, and you have analysed many thousands of contemporary emails and WhatsApp messages and other material. You found nothing to show that I was warned in advance that events in number 10 were illegal. In fact, nothing to show that anyone raised anxieties with me about any event, whether before or after it had taken place. If there had been such anxiety about a rule-breaking event at number 10, it would unquestionably have been escalated to me. We all knew how vital it was to maintain public confidence in the fight against COVID, that we should do what we were asking the public to do. There's only one exception, of course, and that's the testimony of Dominic Cummings, which is unsupported by any documentary evidence and which plainly cannot be relied upon. He has every motive to lie. Not only has nothing incriminating, it has gathered a huge amount.
Yeah, like what possible motive could Boris Johnson have to lie other than trying to protect his political career? That up until this point, he's basically engaged in every single possible unscrupulous behaviour one might want to do to preserve your political career, such as like backing Brexit, even though he didn't support it in the first place because he thought it'd be politically viable to do so, stabbing his party in the back continually, conspiring to have journalists beaten up. Like, this man has done everything in the book you could possibly do.
And not just that,
Yeah.
But he literally, before he started, he said, "Oh, there's going to be a vote that we might want to go to." That's another example of him literally doing the thing you've just described, because it's the vote on Rishi Sunak's European Northern Ireland deal, which has literally said he's going to vote against. So he's just trying to stab the current Tory Prime Minister in the back.
Yeah, I don't even think he necessarily disagrees with the Windsor framework. It's just not his deal. So he's throwing his toys out the pram.
Yeah, exactly. It's not his
illegally
deal.
proroguing Parliament. I can't believe I forgot proroguing Parliament. Exactly.
Yeah, sending old fucking Jacob Rees-Mogg to lie to the late Queen of England.
Literally lying to the fucking Queen. And you were saying, what you think he's above lying about a party that he thinks is never going to be, exposed with new photographic evidence. And not just that, but he's one of the lines in his document thing that he put out was him saying that you've interviewed 15 members of the number 10 staff, and they've all denied it as well. Like, motherfucker, yes. They've obviously got all the issue in the world to do that because they're implicated in this crime that you all committed. So, do all criminals just admit to doing the crime, Boris? Or maybe they're all thick as thieves, you know? Exactly. The thing is, and they have even less to protect than he does.
Yep.
Of evidence which demonstrates very clearly that those working in number 10 shared my belief that the rules and the guidance were being followed, and that I received assurances that there was no rule breaking at number 10. The best and fairest course now would be for the committee to publish all the evidence it has assembled, so that Parliament and public can judge for themselves. Despite my repeated requests, the committee has refused to do this. As investigator, prosecutor, judge and jury, it has elected only to publish the evidence which it considers incriminating, and not the evidence which I rely on and which answers the charges.
Oh, boo-hoo.
And despite assurances that we would be permitted to add material that we rely on into the core bundle published today, late last night we were told that the committee was not willing to publish a large number of extracts which I rely upon in my defence. That is manifestly unfair. Instead, and in the absence of any evidence that I deliberately misled Parliament, the committee is trying to mount an argument that I must have known that the guidance was not being followed, and that I buried in my...
literally the only other explanation is that you are literally fucking fridge temperature IQ, which, likely, the likely scenario in this case.
But again, if that's your defence, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, so we've put you in this corner, right, where the only answers are you deliberately knew the rules and didn't follow them, or you are too dumb to understand the rules that you literally made yourself. You literally wrote the fucking rules.
My head, as we were fighting COVID, was an unarticulated belief that even if we were following the rules, we were somehow failing to follow the guidance. And you have in your fourth report suggested that it must have been obvious to me because you have the photographs. So let me deal with this point head on, because it is nonsense. These photos have now been churned through the media for more than a year, and it seems to be the view of the committee, and sadly many members of the public, that they show me attending rule-breaking parties when no one was social distancing. They show nothing of the kind. They show me giving a few words of thanks at a work event for a departing colleague. They show me with my red box passing on the way to another meeting.
Yeah, it was a party. Like, literally no other workplace in the fucking country could have done what they did and still be within the rules framework. It's really not difficult. It's really not difficult. Like, if I was still working in my call center up until like April time, I think it was, when I started working from home. If we'd had drinks in the call center, we would have been breaching the regulations. It's simple as that.
Maybe all those people who couldn't see dying relatives, they should have just taken a bottle.
Yeah, exactly. Literally.
Would have been fine then. Started doing some exercises. That'd have been fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine to have a party and a couple of drinks to say goodbye to a departing colleague. Yet it's not okay to go to the bedside of your dying relatives in hospital to say goodbye to them literally fucking forever.
Yeah. Correct.
Someone clip that. Oh, that's definitely a clip.
Or heading back into my flat to carry on working often late into the night. They show a few people standing together as permitted by the guidance where full social distancing is not possible and where mitigating measures are taken.
No, hang on. No.
Events
time out. Where it wasn't possible. You could have just not had the party.
Yeah, literally, you don't have to. You literally didn't have to have the party. And B, so where reasonable measures were taking. I don't see a single fucking mask in that photo. We were clearly under the guidance that masks should be worn indoors at that point as well. No masks whatsoever. No masks
sure
on the floor or around or anywhere. So, they're drinking at the time. Then why are there no masks anywhere in the shot?
Yeah. Also, I'm sure they probably didn't take pictures of it, but these dickheads are so dense they probably were licking each other's hands as well. Fuck it, why not?
You could have had like a goodbye thing on Zoom, like for example. No, it had to be in person. There had to be drinks. We couldn't social distance, and we couldn't just not do it. That's it's such a ridiculous defense.
Yep.
You say that, but a lot of workplaces would have had leaving dues around that time, but they were called funerals.
Oh.
I mean, no word of a lie, JDM.
True.
Was never fined for attending. I know the public will have had the impression that these were covert photos with their sinister pixelations that have been obtained by the media. The vast majority were in fact taken by the official number 10 photographer. To say that we would have held illicit events in number 10.
Yes, just because we are so like foolhardy enough to think that we can just be a cavalier to just take as many photos as we want in our official capacity and think that we just won't get caught.
Yeah, right. We weren't even trying to hide the crimes we were doing. Checkmate.
Allowing these events to be immortalised by an official photographer is staggeringly implausible. There are a couple of photos where the event is captured on Zoom as well as by the official photographer, which only reinforces the point. If we had an event that we believed was illicit or unauthorised, why would we have it on Zoom when you never quite know who is on the other side? Most important of all, if it was obvious to me that these events were...
He's trying to say that theoretically someone might have hacked the Zoom, and that's why they would have been fine with... What is this nonsense? Absolute nonsensical.
Yeah.
To the guidance and the rules, then it must have been equally obvious to dozens of others, including the most senior officials in the country, all of them, like me, responsible for drawing up the rules. And it must have been obvious.
Yes, we literally are saying all of you are complicit. All of you are scumbags. All of you belong to the upper echelons of society who genuinely believe that the rules apply differently to different groups of people depending on which class they belong to. Yes, we are literally all saying that. Everyone is saying that. The entire narrative of the whole debacle from start to finish has been there is an in-group of people who are surrounding the Prime Minister and the press office and the old boys club in-group that is, the Westminster political bubble, and we all believe that this group of people think that they're above the rules and above what the actual proles have to do. Yes, we fundamentally do believe that, Boris. Well done. You've caught up with the programme.
In the building, including the current Prime Minister.
Oh, there we go.
We will now suspend the sitting whilst the House of Commons votes, and we will reconvene in 15 minutes.
Yeah, Boris is going to go and stab Rishi in the back. Now, don't get me wrong, their deal is also dog shit, but, it's bad.
I think Windsor Framework is fine. I think it's fine. It's a reasonable compromise. The bit I was saying, I did a segment about this yesterday, is that a load of the Reform UK people and a bunch of the ERG people are saying that this threatens the United Kingdom, and I'm like, no. What threatens the United Kingdom is the continual desire to not properly protect the Good Friday Agreement and risk the Troubles Part 3, right? What you're doing by making the hard border on the island of Ireland rather than across the Irish Sea is threatening the Good Friday Agreement, right? The only thing really, right, the Northern Ireland voted overwhelmingly to stay in the European Union. I think it was 10 points to stay in the EU. So giving them access to both the European market and the UK market, giving them the best of both worlds, the most interesting economic area in the world, as Rishi so delightfully called it when he was having these discussions, is the one thing that would keep the Northern Ireland in the UK. By giving them access to both. Otherwise, by extricating them from the European single market and ruining their economy, that would make them more likely to leave and join the Republic of Ireland so they could stay in the EU.
No, what definitely wouldn't threaten the United Kingdom would be a return to civil war.
Yeah,
let's do that.
True. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck it.
What the British public really want is bombs going off in our cities again. Let's do that. Like what? Like, and they say these dumb things like
literally a
there are
communist.
things we can do. We could have checkpoints and blah blah blah. You know, there used to be checkpoints, and you know they used to get blown up and shot at all the fucking time. Like, like I was quite young when all of this was still happening, right? But I remember it, and these motherfuckers are older than me. You should be able to remember bombs going off, people getting kneecapped on the regular. Like this was just an everyday occurrence. Why do you want to go back to this?
It's unreal scenes that these people, again, people who genuinely believe that they're untouchable, that they can do whatever they want without any kind of fucking consequence. They don't have to bother actually thinking about the externalities of the shit that they're proposing, and they can just get away with it without having to bother going to any proper negotiations or properly thinking through the consequences of their actions. Is fucking unreal amount of kind of cavalier behaviour that we get from all of these people. The thing is, because the real reason why all these people oppose the Windsor Framework, obviously Boris himself opposes it because it rides roughshod over the deal that he managed to negotiate, because he tarnishes his legacy, if you can imagine such a thing. But the real reason why the ERG and the DUP hate it is it's going to, because currently at the moment the Northern Irish economy is performing better than the English economy because they have access to the single market.
Yes.
So by having the Windsor Framework and continuing with some kind of mishmash of the two markets together in Northern Ireland, it's showing the remainder of the UK that Brexit is bad.
Yeah.
Right, for the economy at the very least, right? People can make cases for nationalisation, right? I'm no EU stan, whatever. Whatever. That's an open discussion to have at a later date, right? But if we're just talking about the current economy in the UK now, given the positions that we have, and the economic policies that we have, and the access to markets we have, given our trade deficit, Northern Ireland is just performing better economically. So by that continuing through the Windsor Framework and their unique economic area that they are in, performing better economically than the rest of the country, it shows up the ERG and the DUP and all of the parties that supported leaving the European single market to be the charlatans who don't give a shit about normal people and will crash the economy for their ideological projects. And that's why they oppose the Windsor Framework.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And you could tell that from, firstly, Johnson and now Sunak, with their two vying deals, who have both described their deals as being great deals for the people of Northern Ireland. They get the best of both worlds, which means the other people, the 95+% of people in the country who live on the mainland, are getting fucked. Yep. We don't get the best of both worlds. We get the worst deal.
Yeah.
Why can't we have the deal they've got? Yep. If their deal's better, why can't we have that?
Yep, literally. Whilst Rishi Sunak was extolling the virtues of being able to have access to European and UK markets, I was like, okay, so access to the EU markets is good then? That we're telling us right now.
Yeah, that'd be good. Or when Johnson said that Ukraine should join the EU, like, is that not selling their sovereignty, Mr. Johnson? Or is that only sovereignty when it's our country or something?
Yeah, true.
Okay, cool. He's against you, Brexit.
And Don Brexit.
True.
Crime exit.
Crime exit. No, he's very pro. Did I just see a rogue? What's his fucking name? No, although he might have been there too, but no.
He is, yeah. He's across the screen.
Oh, did I? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, Michael.
No, there we go. Fabricant. That was it. Yeah, it was
all of the haircuts are here today.
Oh my god, this is the haircut singularity.
It really is. Only needs Rachel Reeves.
True. Yes. Oh, but Chris Bryant, lovely work. Is he on the committee or is he just there?
I don't know. I know the committee is 4 Tory, 2 Labour, 1 SNP, right?
Yeah, and Johnson was saying that it was a biased committee.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, babe. Like, don't get me wrong, it's supposed to be done that way because they've got a majority, so they get the majority on the committee. Fair enough, whatever. But like, you can't say when it's 4 Tories that it's fucking, you know.
It's great because not only do they have the Privileges Committee, a majority of people get to decide what happens, gets to recommend the punishment. It's also the majority of MPs that are Tory in the Houses of Parliament, in the Commons, they get to decide whether that punishment even gets meted out in the first place, which I find very funny. It's like the time when I complained to some bar who barred me entry because I was transgender. Yeah, literally that shit happened.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was a weird, a whole ass situation. And when I complained to them,
Jesus.
they said, well, "Actually, we've reviewed the CCTV and we've decided that we've done nothing wrong. We've investigated ourselves and we are completely innocent of this."
Oh, wow. It's like the quote-unquote Independent Police Complaints Commission. Good. Yeah.
I mean, literally the very same. The very same.
Yeah. Awesome. See, I do like being my own judge and jury. It's a lot easier.
Quite. My judge jury, but not an executioner. I have my own like patter on the back that I have. Well done, No Justice, for finding yourself innocent of all crimes. Well done, aren't you?
Exactly. 741st in a row. You are the unbreakable, unbeatable streak you've got going on. You're like the Roger Federer of winning your own court cases for yourself. Yeah.
And they tried to remember. I think the bit on LBC, the debate between the editor of Conservative Home and
Sangeeta Maisky, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and she was like, "This is a kangaroo court, a kangaroo court of Tory MPs." What?
Well, yeah, it's a kangaroo court in there. They're all hopping mad. Heyo.
Heyo.
Fucking hell. Yeah, kangaroo court. Jesus Christ, it's a parliamentary committee. It's not actually even a court. Like,
order. We will now resume this evidence session. Mr. Johnson, would you like to resume your opening statement?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And the committee will remember I just made the point about the photographs, and I'd asked why on earth we would have held illicit or unauthorised gatherings in the presence of an official photographer. Then I went on to say, most important of all, if it was obvious to me that these events were contrary to the guidance and the rules, then it must have been equally obvious to dozens of others, including the most senior officials in the country, all of them, most of them like me, responsible for drawing up the rules, and it must have been obvious to others in the building, including the current Prime Minister. On the contrary, the overwhelming evidence which you have assembled is that
also
these
just throwing Rishi under the bus there as well.
The rules and the guidance.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, the current guy, he's a prick as well, so checkmate.
Yep. So it went to all the same pies.
Were being complied with.
He did get fined, yeah.
And what is so telling is the number of officials who say the same thing and the total silence of the written or electronic record about concerns that anyone wanted to raise with me. It would be one thing if the committee had come here today and said, look, here are the emails or here are the WhatsApps that show that you were warned about rule breaking before you made your statements to the House. You haven't got any such evidence because that never happened. But if you now say instead that it must have been obvious that we were going against the rules and the guidance, then let's be clear about what you are saying. You're not only accusing me of lying, you're accusing all those civil servants, advisors, MPs, of lying about what they believed at the time to be going on.
Yep.
And as far as I know, you're not giving any of them the chance to explain themselves with their own oral evidence. I don't think you seriously mean to accuse those individuals of lying. I don't think you can seriously mean to accuse me of lying.
I fucking do.
Now, everyone knows that there are some features of this proceeding that are extremely peculiar. I have the utmost respect for you, the chair.
Yeah, Michael Fabricant being there.
You've said some things about this matter before reading the evidence, which are plainly and wrongly prejudicial or prejudge the very issue on which you are adjudicating. I'm going to put your earlier remarks down to the general cut and thrust of politics and trust in what you have stressed at the outset, the impartiality that the committee insists upon and insists upon in your report. The committee is in fact supposed to be inquiring strictly into what I said about rule breaking rather than non-statutory guidance, so much of this interrogation is theoretically irrelevant, but I'm going to take that in my stride because I agree with what you said at the outset. It is your job, in which I want to help you, to understand why I said what I said to Parliament and whether I deliberately set out to deceive. And I emphatically did not. Your first concern is that I may have knowingly or recklessly deceived Parliament on the 1st and 8th December.
Recklessly.
When I said that the rules had not been broken and the guidance had been followed completely in number 10. When I said those words, I was not trying to cover up or conceal anything. I said what I said in good faith, based on what I honestly knew and reasonably believed at the time. That belief, what was in my head, was based on my understanding of the rules and the guidance. That did not mean that I believed that social distancing was complied with perfectly. That is because I and others in the building did not believe it was necessary or possible to have a 2 metre or 1 metre after June the 24th, 2020, electrified force field around every human.
Don't have the leaving drinks. Don't go to. Just don't have the party. If you can't, if you the thing is, the guidance that was there was specifically is that you only have to not social distance if you are going to do something that is necessary, right?
Yeah.
Is that if you something that's mandatory and then you also have to go to it and you cannot social distance, then that is the only situation when that's fine.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, your mates leaving drinks are not a necessary fucking occasion.
No, exactly. If they were at a meeting about, I don't know, the coup in Bolivia or something, that's a thing that, is perfectly reasonable that they would have in a small room in Downing Street. Fine. You're not going to be able to social distance. It's not a fucking football stadium. But you don't need to do drinks. You just don't. That's not essential. That's not necessary. That's not even really the function of that building.
Yeah. What's interesting as well is going back to the point you made earlier about saying, well, this means that you're trying to implicate every single civil servant and MP who was present at all of these parties through the course of lockdown. And we're saying yes. And I'm like, well, actually, we have even more evidence that they were even worse than you. Like with the Allegra Stratton footage and the Suge report outlining a culture of these parties where people were getting sick and drunk and all the time. This was happening on multiple occasions over and over and over again, more often than when Boris was actually a minority of these events. The majority of it was just civil service staff and other MPs and hangers-on moving in and out of the Commons area. And at number 10. So we know that that is no defence for him because those people were even worse than he was. Even worse.
Yeah. Okay, they've just had the vote on the Stormont Break part of the Windsor Framework, which won by 400 votes. But clearly that's not the one. Yeah, that's right. Okay. We'll wait and see on the next one then, I guess.
Well, Labour have whipped to support, so that means both of them will go through then.
Yeah.
Indeed, that is emphatically not what the guidance prescribes. It specifically says that social distancing should be maintained where possible, having regard to the work environment, and it is clear that in number 10 we had real difficulties in both working efficiently and at speed and in maintaining perfect social distancing. It's a cramped, narrow 18th century townhouse. We had no choice but to meet day in, day out, 7 days a week in an unrelenting battle against COVID. I had to call many meetings.
Yeah, you had to meet for your job, yes. To meet for drinks and throwing up on the walls, no. Unfortunately not. You did indeed have a choice about whether or not you had drinks and cake and you vomit on the walls. You did have a choice and you chose to do that when you didn't need to.
Yeah, I was about to say, you seem to have relented in your fight against COVID during the drinks that weren't socially distanced.
Quite.
On the spot and to call make a great many high-speed decisions. Yes, we certainly did have social distancing. We avoided physical contact. We gave way to each other in the corridors and on the stairs. We gave each other as wide a berth as we could. But it would have been impossible to have a drill sergeant measuring the distance between us all hours of the day and
didn't mention masks there, did I?
As guidance prescribes, we had mitigations. When I spoke about the guidance being followed, I was thinking of all the things we did to stop the spread of COVID, given where we were working. We had large numbers of people working from home. We had many meetings, at least partly on Zoom. We had limits on the numbers per room. We had sanitizer dispensers everywhere. We had signs on the walls telling you which way to walk. We kept windows open and we worked outside as much as possible. Because of the particular difficulties.
Okay, so you didn't have the drinks outside then? You couldn't have found a picnic table to have the leaving drinks at then, could you?
No. Well, it was the middle of June in lovely weather. Why would they do that?
Yeah, exactly. I know. I have to have them drinks indoors.
By the working environment, we had regular testing, and a whole testing system was set up, I believe, on the 3rd floor that went way beyond what was required in the guidance. So if you say, how could I stand up in Parliament and be so categorical about following the guidance? What was I thinking of? That is what I was thinking of. And I know you will, as you've just done, point to the photos and then to the guidance and what I said. And you will say it must have been obvious that the guidance was being breached. But that is simply not true. My beliefs and my remarks to Parliament were indeed based on my knowledge of those events. But you have to understand how I saw them and what I saw during the period I was there. The vast majority of the events relied upon by the committee are events I attended for 10 or 15 minutes, perhaps a maximum of 25 in one case, to say farewell to a departing colleague. I know that people around the country will look at those events and think they look like the very kind of events that we, or I, were forbidding to everyone else.
Because they were?
Till the day I die, that it was my job to thank staff for what they had done, especially during a crisis like COVID, which kept coming back, which seemed to have no end, and when people's morale did, I'm afraid...
absolute fucking hyper cope, right? Like, we deserved a party for all the stuff. Oh, look, we looked after you proles by running the country in your stead, right? We looked after you, and then now you're expecting us not to break the rules, to have a party and celebrate how amazing that we are, considering the amount of work that we put in. How ungrateful are you proles for not thinking that we should be able to reward ourselves with rule breaking, despite the fact that people couldn't go and visit their dying relatives in hospital? What fucking cheek! The absolute barefaced fucking cheek of this ballet.
It is. That's pretty gross. Yeah. We were fighting to try and make sure that slightly fewer people couldn't go and see their families die. So we deserve a party for doing the job that we voluntarily decided to do by getting elected and running for Prime Minister. Yeah, motherfucker, you don't get special thanks for that. Fuck you.
Yeah, literally. I mean, the one time where, you know, the pizza party is oh god. Oh well. Anyway.
Begin to sink. But never mind what I think. The more important point is that the police agreed. They did not find that my attendance at any of these farewell gatherings was against the rules. I obviously did not know at the time that any of these events later escalated beyond what was lawful after I left. There is, of course, one event for which I and the current Prime Minister received fixed penalty notices.
It's fucking Richard as well.
It never occurred to me, or I think the current Prime Minister at the time, that the event was not in compliance with the rules and the guidance. At about 2:22 p.m. on the 19th of June 2020, I went into the cabinet room where I worked after getting back from a long external visit. I stood at my desk briefly before...
We're at the cake ambush story now.
Let's go, ninja cake.
Way!
The COVID meeting began and had a kind of salad. A number of officials came in to wish me a happy birthday. No one sang. The famous Union Jack cake remained in its Tupperware box, unnoticed by me, and was later discovered and eaten by my private secretaries. We talked, as you would expect, about COVID and what we were doing to beat the pandemic. It is a measure of how innocent we thought this meeting was that an slightly exaggerated version was briefed to the Times with singing and cake eating, and yet nothing untoward was apparently detected either by the reporter or by millions of eagle-eyed readers. So when I spoke to the Commons, it did not for 1 second on the 1st or the 8th of December, or at any time, it did not 1 second occur to me that this event, the one event for which I was fined, would later be found to be somehow against the rules. And the same goes for all the events I attended. My belief was that we were following the rules and the guidance to the best of our ability, given the circumstances. And that was what the guidance required. You may now say that I was being obtuse or oblivious and that we should have enforced social distancing more ruthlessly. And we can argue that back and forth. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. We're talking about what I believed at the time. As for the event of the 18th of December 2020 in the press room, I was not there, but my honest belief that it was within the rules was based on what I was told by senior advisors.
Is this 1.25 speed?
That this was my honest belief.
Yeah, because we keep pausing it. We're like a couple of
that's fair enough. Someone just asked.
Yeah, there's subtitles at least for you, and if you know BSL, there's that as well.
Is supported by the fact that so many other people honestly believed that we were doing nothing wrong, and it's abundantly clear from the evidence produced by the committee that everyone was operating with the same understanding of the rules and the guidance. If you want further evidence of what was going on in my head, look at the WhatsApp to Jack Doyle, where I positively urge him to get the truth out to the public, the truth out about that December the 18th event. It seems so unfair to me, based on what I had been told, that the event was being presented as a purely social gathering on what I knew to be a monumentally busy day for the media department. when they were coping both with the emergence that day of the Kent variant of COVID and what some saw as the risk of a no-deal Brexit. That was why I was inclined to believe that this event must be in line with the rules and the guidance. And that's why I said what I said on December the 1st. As for my statements on December the 8th, the committee is concerned that I may have misled the House when I said that I was repeatedly assured that the event was in accordance with the rules. I don't understand this point. You can see from the evidence that I received these assurances more than once and from more than one person. My statement was entirely accurate. The committee criticises the fact that I had not received assurances in relation to the guidance, but I never said that I had. I said what I said about the guidance based on my own experience and belief. The committee is critical of the fact that I did not receive assurances in respect of any event other than the December the 18th event, but I never said that I had. The committee seems at times to be saying in your fourth report that I should not be relying on the advice of political advisers or even officials. This is ridiculous. I was the Prime Minister of the UK. I was trying to run the country during a pandemic. On the evening in question, 30th of November 2021, I was dealing with the emergence of the Omicron variant and the growing clamour for restrictions on another Christmas. I could not drop what I was doing, get up and go and institute a personal investigation into what sounded like a Daily Mirror try-on about an event that was now almost a year old. I had to rely on, and was fully entitled to rely on, what I was told by my senior trusted advisers. Government would be paralysed if ministers were not able to do so. Finally, the committee criticises the manner in which I corrected the record. I corrected the record on the day of Sue Gray's final report and 6 days after the completion of the police investigation. If the committee's view is that I should have come to the House and provided an inevitably incomplete account while a government or a police investigation was going on, including into events I hadn't even attended, I fundamentally disagree. At all times, I was entirely transparent with the House. I made it clear that I did not intend to comment on any of the factual matters until the investigation had been concluded. I kept the House regularly updated, and as soon as the investigations were complete, I provided a full correction of my honest but inadvertently misleading statements.
If this is the case, right? If this is the case that he genuinely believes the whole time that this was what he thought, why didn't he say before now?
Yeah.
Why
exactly.
Why is it taking going to a privileges committee for him to explain these basic case here that he said? Why is it taken up until now for this to be publicly available information from him?
It might be because he's a massive liar.
Yeah, it might be. It might be he's a massive liar. But since actually JDM pointing out in chat, it sounds like lawyer speak, and it really, yeah, absolutely, yeah, it's big KC vibes.
Yeah.
I apologise. I apologise for inadvertently misleading this House. But to say that I did it recklessly or deliberately is completely untrue, as the evidence
I'm actually
shows.
just very stupid.
Whatever we got wrong,
just an idiot.
I believe that officials in Number 10 and the Cabinet Office, and indeed all Whitehall departments, should be immensely proud of their efforts to protect this country from a loathsome disease.
No, they
When I
shouldn't.
point out
It
to
was
the committee
shit.
that this disease almost killed me, it's only to stress how seriously
Sadly,
I took the measures we needed to stop
Again,
it spreading.
the idea that this guy thinks that he should be winning praise for doing his fucking job, like.
And not just that. I mean, it's a different point to this committee, but he didn't even do a good job. He did a fucking dreadful job.
Did a garbage job, didn't he? Exactly.
And pissed away billions on PPE and test and trace that never worked.
Exactly. Mr. Herd immunity, Mr. Let the bodies pile high, Mr. No more fucking lockdowns, like.
Yeah, exactly. He just said there, this is a disease that nearly killed me. Yeah, it missed, didn't it?
Exactly. Pathetic.
As I believe everyone did in Number 10 in Downing Street. It was those officials who organised and took the country through the lockdowns, which, whatever people may say about them now, were essential for public health. It was those officials who procured the vaccines that made sure this was
I'm glad you managed to decide that they were relevant for public health. Like a month after we should have been instituting them, right? Whilst people were having to people in like Lombardy in Italy were having to share houses with the dead corpses of their relatives because there weren't enough morticians to be able to deal with the dead people, right? You were out shouting about herd immunity, and it took you a month to actually institute the first lockdowns in the first place. Yeah, brilliant job, well done, great, love it.
But look, as someone in my chat rightly points out, to quote the great philosopher, you've got to fight for your right to party.
True. I mean, the Beastie Boys fought and then possibly died for my right to party. So
Lovely bit of peep show. Good stuff.
Absolutely.
Country in the world to put an approved and effective vaccine in the arm of a patient, and it was those officials who helped mastermind the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe. It was thanks to those officials that we were able to come out of lockdown faster than any other European.
Oh Jesus, he's just doing his spiel.
And economic benefits that entailed, and still to have lower excess mortality rate than many other comparable countries.
Not true.
I'm proud to have known.
He says many other. He won't tell us exactly how many. I'm sure he means Sweden, because they didn't have any lockdowns at all, or any kind of guidance around the pandemic or whatever.
Or America, America, because they were also shit. Yeah.
exactly. Interesting. You just want to compare us to another island, say New Zealand.
Well, clearly not, because that's just commie land.
True. Our famous communist Jacinda Ardern.
And worked with those officials during one of the most difficult times we can remember. I'm proud to have given them leadership, and that is what I believe I was doing at every one of the events in question. And I trust that the committee will be fair to them, fair to me, fair to the evidence about what we and I knew and believed, and conclude that I did not wittingly mislead the House of Commons or recklessly mislead the House of Commons, and that no contempt has been committed.
Thank you.
He should honestly just try and style it out.
Questions. There's one issue that you raised.
He should just try and style it out and just say, "Yeah, I can't really remember what was going on because I was really pissed. Like I was off my fucking tits that night. So I'll see you later, guys," and then just walk out. Fuck it.
Which your lawyers wrote to me about on Monday, and which I've replied to you this morning about. You raised the issue of the importance of the committee being fair to officials, and we would very much agree with you about that. And that is why we're not content with putting into evidence interview notes that officials gave to Sue Gray until such time as those officials had a chance to check those interview notes and to agree whether they're accurate. And then they can be supported by a statement of truth, which is like an oath, and then they can be put into evidence to us. If you would like to identify some officials and some aspects of the Sue Gray interview notes that you would like to then get under statements of truth and submit to this inquiry, the inquiry doesn't finish with this oral evidence session. You are perfectly at liberty to do that, and I would invite you to do that, and we can consider it.
Thank you. I will do that. I think there are about 16 points that we wish to elucidate, and it would be helpful to do that.
Okay, thank you. And we're putting now in the public domain your lawyer's letter to me and also my reply to you this morning so that people can be clear about that. We'll now begin our questions, starting with those which cover the 6 gatherings that the committee thinks are the most relevant to our inquiry. When asked in the House of Commons about gatherings in number 10 from December 2021 onwards, you told the House that COVID rules and guidance were followed completely and at all times. Following the publication in May 2022 of the report which you'd commissioned into gatherings on government premises, you continued to maintain that it was certainly the case that the rules and guidance were followed at gatherings you had attended to wish farewell to staff who were leaving number 10. We will put to you what the COVID rules and guidance were on those 6 dates, what you knew about the gatherings that took place on each of those dates and their compliance with the rules and guidance then in force. We'll start by looking at 2 leaving gatherings that you attended in November 2020. We'll primarily be focusing on these gatherings' compliance with the COVID workplace guidance in place at the time. These gatherings took place during a national lockdown in England. The legal rules in force to prevent the spread of COVID included restrictions on indoor gatherings of 2 or more people. The workplace guidance in force at that time stated that there should be social distancing of 2 meters in the workplace wherever possible, and that only absolutely necessary participants should physically attend meetings. I will now invite Sir Bernard Jenkin to ask the first question. Sir Bernard.
Thank you, Chair. So as the Chair described, we will first consider what knowledge you had of the rules and guidance in place at the time of each of the events you attended or of which you had knowledge. by reminding ourselves of what you were telling the country about the rules and guidance, and then we will ask about those gatherings. Now, you were aware of the importance of following the guidance the government had issued to keep workplaces safe. Indeed, you previously told the House of Commons on the 2nd of September 2020, and I quote, "It's very important that we get people back into the workplace in a COVID-secure way," unquote. And then on the 9th of November 2020, less than a week before the first of the gatherings that I will ask you about, you said at a COVID press conference, and I quote, "Neither mass testing nor progress on vaccines are at the present time a substitute for the national restrictions, for social distancing and all the rest. So it is all the more important to follow the rules," unquote. And at the press conferences over this period, you regularly repeated the phrase, hands, face, space, while standing at podiums bearing this phrase. So there can be no doubt that you understood what the guidance and rules meant and were intended to achieve.
But when they said space,
yes, thank you.
They didn't mean like literal space between people. They meant outer space. He's just a big astronomy fan. Okay.
Very true.
On the 13th of November 2020, which we saw Catherine West just asking about on the film earlier, there was an impromptu leaving gathering for your then Director of Communications, Lee Kane. This was held in the vestibule outside the press office in number 10. Between 15 and 20 people were present and you gave a speech. And the evidence for this is at page 9 of the evidence bundle. Do you accept that these facts are correct?
Yes.
We will now show the pictures, which you have made your comments about, but nevertheless we will ask you about them. The unpixelated photos are on page 540 and 580 in the bundle of the total evidence pack. The pictures show you with at least 6 to 8 other people standing in close proximity. I want to ask first about this gathering's compliance with the guidance. You told the House of Commons as recently as the 25th of May 2022, which was the day of the publication of the Sucre report, that it was, and I quote, "certainly the case," strong words, that guidance had been followed at gatherings you attended to wish staff farewell, at least while you were there. At least while you were there. But the photographs show a lack of social distancing of 2 metres, which was required by the workplace guidance at the time.
It was 1 metre we were together.
So do you accept that you were present at this gathering and that people were not socially distanced while you were there?
Thank you very much, Sir Bernard. I don't accept that people were not making an effort to distance themselves socially from each other, and that happened the whole time in number 10. Actually, I think that the guidance by November 2020 stipulated that you should maintain 1 metre social distancing where possible, with mitigation where 2 metres is not viable.
Okay, but you still weren't even doing that.
Stages,
Yeah, they weren't even doing that. And also, again, that was for workplace. That was workplace regulations, right? That wasn't leaving drinks regulations.
No, that wasn't BOYB or whatever.
Exactly.
BYOB. Yeah.
The guidance was intended to be implemented where possible. And that is absolutely clear from the guidance. As I said in my introduction, it was always the case that we understood that the confines of number 10 were going to make it impossible the whole time to enforce total social distancing, as it were, with an electric force field around every individual. Now, this meeting happened on an impromptu basis. It had to happen. It happened because on November the 13th, 2 senior members of and people will ask, why was this happening? Why was it necessary? It was necessary because 2 senior members of staff, the effective chief of staff and the director of communications, had both left the building or were about to leave the building in pretty acrimonious circumstances, or what were potentially acrimonious circumstances. It was important.
So you having drinks for your body who's leaving is necessary. Me going to visit Mima in the hospice for the last time before she dies, that is just, it's self-indulgent, selfish behaviour. You are killing people, you monster.
This is even worse than the "I'm too dumb" defence. This is his literal defence here is, we should be allowed to party because we're special.
Yeah, because we deserve it more than you deserve to see your family.
Literally,
or do anything productive.
Yeah, that's literally what he's saying. This is crazy. Again, the thoughts of somebody who genuinely believes that they are better than everybody else. It's
Yeah.
the superiority complex is fucking mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing.
Because I'm literally
for me
a
to be
communist.
there and to give reassurance. And the salient point I would venture to make is that following that gathering, no fine was issued to me. My presence there was felt by the Met to be not to be unlawful. They agreed that it was a work-related event, and I believe it was absolutely essential for work purposes.
Well, I'm asking
Genuinely,
about
the
the guidance.
the thoughts.
Yes, and I'm telling you that I believe the guidance was so. What you've got to understand, when I looked at that group, it did not for one second occur to me that we were in breach.
10 gifted memberships from Iron Mage. Thank you. Welcome everybody to the stream. Make sure everyone turns on membership gifting. You can click on where Iron Mage is gifted in the YouTube chat, and you should be able to click on the burger menu there to be able to turn on membership gifting so that you can accept the gifted membership.
Neoliberalism.
Thank you.
You can also give me money.
Of the
Yes, and you
If
can also, if
that's
you're
a
watching
thing.
on Kev's stream, you can subscribe to Kev on Twitch for $3.99 or for free by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account.
See, she's just better at this than me. Straight off. Had the patter down. Boom. Love it.
There we go. There we go. Yep. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you very much, Iron Mage.
guidance, given the logistical difficulties we faced in number 10 and the need
There
to
are
have
6 free memberships in Yit Chat. You have to turn on receiving gifts in chat settings to get MO7.
urgent meetings such as this.
You said, you didn't quite answer my question to begin with, because you suggested that the picture doesn't show that people weren't making an effort to comply with the guidance. I'm just asking whether the evidence is that the guidance was being complied with, and I think by suggesting
I believe that the guidance is being complied with.
Right. Okay. Because I'll come to that. Because it must have occurred to you that, given that they weren't social distancing at 2 metres, that they might have been in breach of the social distancing guidance, either while you were at the gathering or indeed, as you reflected on this afterwards, as the storm broke around your head, you must have been thinking, well, I wonder whether that was really complying with the guidance. That must have occurred.
So, Bernard, forgive me, but I've got to correct you on a point of a technical point. After June 24th, 2020, the guidance was changed so that the objective was to maintain social distancing at 1 metre with mitigations where 2 metres were not viable.
I'll come to that. But I think the first point is that it's fair to say that you didn't say that
neoliberalism.
We did every effort to comply with the guidance of the House of Commons, and you didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that we followed the guidance completely, because you can't. We'll come to this in a minute.
Okay.
But you can't expect human beings in an environment like number 10 to have, as it were, a
Thanks for the Prime sub, Dark Shadow.
invisible electrified fence around them. They will occasionally drift into each other's orbit. When I saw that,
neoliberalism.
it did not mean to me that we had breached the guidance. It meant that we were following the guidance to the best of our ability, which was what the guidance provided for.
Well, your
The guidance
ability is
provides
dog shit
for,
then.
freedoms within.
Yeah, literally, literally.
Yeah, so it's not just I'm stupid, I'm fucking incompetent.
I mean,
that's his defence now.
Yeah, literally his defence. I mean, we all knew this already, but I'm glad to get it confirmed by the man himself, straight from the horse's mouth. I am an idiot who is also incompetent and also just unscrupulous.
Yes.
In the practical framework of the operation or the business to decide how you're going to implement the guidance. The measures that you referred to at the outset are things that need usually to be complied with. Businesses are entitled and asked to decide what practical considerations they wish to give to implementing the guidance, and that is what we did. Can I just say, so people understand why I believed, because this is the crucial thing, if I may say so, why I believed when I stood up on December the 1st that the guidance was followed completely at all times in number 10. What picture I had in my head, and why that doesn't conflict with that picture.
There's a monkey playing the
answer
cymbal.
is that I knew from my direct personal experience that we were doing a huge amount to stop the spread of COVID within the building. We had sanitizers, we had windows were kept open, we had people working outdoors wherever they could, we had Zoom meetings, we had restrictions on number of people
Yet you
in
didn't
rooms.
think that you didn't fucking think to have the parties and the drinks either over Zoom or outside. No.
Yeah.
Apparently this is too much for you to be able to do. Clearly this was way outside of your remit.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Very much so. Look, he was just the Prime Minister. What do you expect?
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like he wrote the rules or anything.
No.
Oh, no.
We had perspex screens between desks, and above all, as I said, we had testing, regular testing, which went way beyond what the guidance prescribed, and which, in my view, helped mitigate the difficulties we had in maintaining perfect social distancing.
I'm bound to say that if you'd said all that at the time to the House of Commons, we probably wouldn't be sitting here. And the question
That's quite
is
nice.
The question is about.
That's a
what the
Tory
Government
MP
actually
as
said.
well. Like, he's not trying to hurt him, I don't think.
Taking a little
I mean, it's crazy. Like it's funny that there is this. Even amongst Conservative MPs, there are some Conservative MPs that are just like not just evil, but also corrupt and incompetent. Right? There's like a handful of Tory MPs that, again, the kind of ones that Liberals would describe as good Tories, right? Who like have principles but are also evil, and then there's like the rest of them that are just evil with zero principles whatsoever. And because our public discourse in this country has deteriorated so fucking far in the last however many years, Liberals are so, politically illiterate that they are happy to get impressed by fucking Anna Soubry and Rory Stewart and David Gork and Dominic Grieve and Charles Walker, all that lot, right? They're like, the good Tories have good Tories today. And I'm like, no. Did they vote for austerity? Yes, right? Like, did they vote to bomb Syria? Yes. Like, these people are not good people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just because they happen to have enough integrity to think that the Prime Minister breaking his own laws is bad does not mean that they get a free pass to ignore all the horrendous shit they voted for.
Look, if you can't kill all disabled people and start a war on transgenderisms, but do it with a nice smile and don't lie and break the law, what's the point?
It's quite.
When you think about it.
Yeah, really and truly, what is the point?
Advice at that point on the question of the guidance. Can I just read to you, it's on page 6 of the bundle, what the guidance actually says. You must maintain social distancing in the workplace wherever possible. Where the social distancing guidelines cannot be followed in full in relation to a particular activity, the businesses should consider whether that activity be redesigned to maintain a 2 metre social distance or 1 metre with risk mitigations where 2 metres is not viable. And the mitigating actions include using screens or barriers to separate people.
Yeah, the mitigation was we were bladdered.
The picture is thus of the screens or barriers.
There were screens or barriers in the, I believe, in the adjacent press room from memory.
Yeah, we were so drunk, COVID wouldn't bother with us.
That's the problem, right? Is that he's saying there were plexiglass screens between people's workspaces. That's good. We're not. The whole point of this criticism isn't that you are going to work in number 10 during the lockdowns. That's not our criticism. The criticism is that after working in your socially distanced, plexiglass protected workspaces, you then all went into the same room and had fucking drinks with no social distancing. That's the issue here. What's in your workspace is completely relevant to all of this conversation. It's very clear, like, the deliberate obfuscation that he's doing here.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, they killed all the disabled people, but at least they did it by abiding by the procedure.
Exactly.
That's all Liberals really genuinely care about, and that is procedure.
An impromptu gathering at which I'm thanking staff, at least one member of staff, for his contribution during COVID. I believe it was an important part of my job to do that. That was the best place to do it. I accept that perfect social distancing, Sir Bernard, is not being observed, but that does not mean that what we were doing, in my view, is incompatible with the guidance. The guidance specifically allows for workplace freedoms to decide how to implement it, and the operative conditional is where possible. Now, do not for one moment believe that people in number 10 did not operate social distancing, because they did, and they made great efforts, in my view, to my memory, to stay apart from each other. But that didn't mean that they were able to stay apart from each other the whole time. That's what I'm saying. That did not conflict with the guidance.
Nobody is
And also,
devaluing the
what's the over or under that he doesn't actually have any memory of these people doing anything like that, right? But the only way he can theoretically think they can get out of this is by claiming that they did. Like he probably genuinely can't remember any fucking things in life. Probably because he was too bladdered to be able to remember.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. With the amount of booze they were putting down, I think there's a lot of short-term memory loss going on at number 10.
Quite,
Which, considering how evil they are, is probably good for their mental health. Actually,
yeah, 'cause I'm willing to bet, a reasonable amount of money that there was no concern being paid towards any amount of protections at all during these parties whatsoever. But no one can contradict him.
But this dickhead wouldn't even wear a mask when going into hospitals.
Yeah, while you were shaking people's fucking hands. Guidance was hands, face, space.
Like, come on now. Like, the idea that he was doing this in private meetings in 10 Downshield, not a chance. Not a chance.
No, absolutely fucking not. Not a single chance in hell.
Of anybody on number 10 during the COVID, including you, by the way, and the public service you gave during your period as Prime Minister during the pandemic. All we're asking is I'm afraid it's our obligation.
I'm trying to explain to you why I said that the guidance was followed.
I'm halfway through a question. All I'm saying is that we've got to find out, establish in our minds, whether what you told the House of Commons was strictly accurate. And the guidance goes...
Well, he's already admitted it wasn't accurate.
Where social distancing guidelines cannot be followed in full, even through redesigning a particular activity, business should consider whether that activity needs to continue for the business to operate. And if so, take all the mitigating actions possible to reduce the risk of transmission between the staff. Now, nobody is disputing that it's the right thing for you to thank your staff. The question is whether what you said about this particular way of thanking your staff in the House of Commons was strictly accurate. Indeed, may have been misleading. That's what we're asking.
Well, I don't believe for a second that it was.
The guidance does not say you can have a thank you party and as many people in the room as you like if you think it's very important to thank people. The guidance doesn't say that.
Let's just go back over that. I believed that this event was not only reasonably necessary, but it was essential for work purposes for the reasons that I have given.
No, but that's not essential. It's not. What? Without you thanking your staff, number 10 would come to a grinding halt?
Yeah, literally.
What kind of fucking workplace are you running?
It's laughable. It's absolutely fucking laughable. Completely laughable. You can make that claim.
I've described the constraints in which we were operating in number 10. If you wanted to have a rapid gathering to thank people, this was the place to do it. There aren't, in fact, that many people.
But you didn't need to do that.
I accept, though, the pixelation makes...
You didn't need to.
There's no need. Yeah, literally, you did not need to do that. No one else needs to do that. No one else did that because it was against the guidelines. No one else. No one else did that.
Makes it difficult to work out exactly who is where. I accept that perfect social distancing is not
got the unpixelated
sure, but the public can't see that.
Yeah.
The public can't see that.
Yes, but that's not.
I accept that not everybody.
Quite frankly, we should see the unpixelated photographs. I want to see all the other fuckers that are being paid by public money to flout the rules that they should absolutely fucking well know.
Unless 007 is one of the pixelated people, why can't we see these motherfuckers? They're just civil servants, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So very strange.
Absolutely. Also, there's 38 people watching on both myself and Kevin's stream. I think that's enough people to get a hype train going. If we can muster up a hype train, no expectations to do so, but let's make the hype train go choo choo.
Is perfectly socially distanced in that picture, but that did not mean to me when I stood up in the House of Commons and said that the guidance was followed completely, I was not thinking of that event and thinking that somehow that contravened the guidance. Absolutely not. Okay. We were making a huge effort to follow.
I was lying about totally different events.
That is
yeah, exactly. Someone JDM pointing out in chat, like, the double think is phenomenal here. The level to which he can simultaneously hold multiple conflicting and contradictory positions in his own head, articulate them without like spontaneously combusting is impressive, to say the very least. It's clearly someone who has trained himself in the art of being able to lie to the public over and over and over again, and not have a single ounce of humility about anything that he's done over the course of his time as a politician. Right? This is clearly the work of somebody who is trained in being a serial liar.
Yeah, I know he's a pathological twat. Yeah.
Yeah, pathological piece of absolute fucking dog shit.
True.
Well, the public can't see that. It means I can lie about this as much as I want. It basically is what he thinks, yeah?
Yeah.
It's essential. It's essential because we wanted to have a party. It's basically his defense here. I mean, actually, Big Al's in chat points out, like, he is lying to himself too. A lot of these people, pathological liars, they will believe their own lies, because if you didn't, then you would have to face the facts, right? They get trained themselves to believe their own lies.
There is definitely that possibility. I don't know that I'm comfortable sort of armchair psychologying the guy. But like, if he does suffer from that, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, because he is just so consistent. He will lie about everything, and it's actually the connection between him and Trump is sort of fascinating. The way they will lie. I don't know if you watched any of Trump's deposition thing, where are you aware of the concept of pleading the fifth?
Yes.
The idea of basically not incriminating yourself. So it's no comment, basically.
Shut the fuck up, Friday.
Yeah, and he literally, when he was asked, "Is your name Donald John Trump?" he pled the fifth.
Amazing.
Just genius, absolute genius levels of madness. Yeah.
Clearly, Boris should have done no comment throughout this entire interview, shouldn't he?
Yeah, just sat there going,
no comment.
Nah, no comment.
No comment. No comment.
Absolutely no comment to make about this, except this small snippet of Latin that nobody will understand, but will make me seem clever.
Our regular own Daniil Dankovsky.
Yes.
Why I said what I said.
This is exactly the purpose of this session, that you can make the case that you're making. Can we move on to examine the compliance with the COVID rules at this gathering? As we heard in the clips earlier, you told the House the rules were followed at all times, so you must have thought the gathering was reasonably necessary for work purposes.
I like they've got the sign people working in shifts.
We know the gathering attracted fixed penalties.
Did you just see the guy walked out and the woman came in? So they're doing like little 10-minute shifts. I like that.
Oh, that is cute. I think it's probably because they're having to process so much nonsense, it's frying their brains, so it's like protecting them.
Yeah, it's like you can't work in a deep freezer for more than half an hour because it can be dangerous. Listening to Boris Johnson and having to sign without going like, "This guy's a wanker," but secretly, like, because I'd be tempted to do that if I was one of the signers. Just go, "This guy's a wanker" in sign language, because the deaf people aren't gonna fucking dub you in, are they?
No,
they'll be all right.
Exactly.
Probably get away with it, I reckon.
Well, considering the Conservative Party's record on the disabled.
Yeah, true.
Notices. So, in fact, the police have judged that it broke the rules. Why did you think it was within the rules?
I thought it was essential for work purposes, or at least reasonably necessary for work purposes.
At least reasonably necessary. At least reasonably necessary. He's such a prick.
How is it necessary? Why? What possible justification is there?
Even under the mildest of questioning, he's now gone from absolutely necessary to reasonably necessary. By the end, he's just going to be going, it wasn't necessary at all. I'm actually a prick. Like, it's just crumbled.
Ah, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, God.
For the reason I've given, Sir Bernard, that November the 13th was a day in which two senior officials, senior advisors in government, had left their jobs in very, very difficult and challenging circumstances. And it was necessary to steady the ship. It was necessary to show that there was no rancour, that
you were all rancors.
The business of the government was being carried on. That's what we had to do. That's what I had to do.
I know that, but it's what you said about it to the House of Commons is what matters. We know it was a leaving event for a member of staff. The photographs we've just seen do not seem to show any actual work being done. Why did it not occur to you that it at least might have been in breach of the regulations, at least because it was not reasonably necessary for work purposes?
Did you say, did it occur to me that it might not be reasonably necessary?
Honestly, this is the Emperor's New Clothes.
It occurred to me 1 second that it wasn't reasonably necessary.
And just
for work
like
purposes.
In that particular way, and then say,
would it be possible that the fact that I can see your cock and balls means you're not wearing any clothes? Is it possible that maybe might be interpreted as you wearing no clothes? Because when you bend over, I can literally see what you've just eaten. Like, where's he? Like, it's embarrassing that we have to go through this fucking charade. We all know. We can all see from the pictures.
Literally. Literally, it's the O.J. Simpson trial all over again. I swear.
Yeah.
Down.
Yeah.
They were in the room bringing cakes, and I saw one of the cakes, and the cake looked at me.
And it said, "Come to me, Boris. You know you want me." I couldn't resist.
Say that particular thing about the way that event was actually carried on.
And I really, to this day, and as I said earlier on, I struggle to see how I could have run number 10, run
It's
hundreds.
times like this I want to bring up the Rachel Riley tweet on the election day, going, "Well done, Britain. Yeah, well done. This is the guy that you fucking elected. Well done. Could have had nationalised public services and a properly funded public sector. Nope.
Can I just interrupt this anti-Semitism? What's going on here?
Yeah, I did a heck in anti-Semitism right there.
Of officials who needed to be thanked and appreciated for their work in very trying circumstances without having.
No, actually, that's true. Yeah, I mean, O.J. Simpson only killed 2 people. At least, Boris Johnson's killed fucking like multiple thousands.
Yeah, exactly.
Farewell events of a kind that, at least insofar as my participation was concerned, did not fall foul of the rules. I just remind you of that key point about that event. I was not. I was there for a maximum of 20 minutes or 25 minutes, I think. I gave a short speech.
Could I cut in at
what
this
I did
point?
was not found to have been in
Mr.
breach of the
Johnson,
rules.
could I cut in at this point? Because how long you were at the gathering is not a question
No, I understand
that Mr.
that.
Jacob,
I understand
that
that,
Sir
Chair.
Bernard is asking you. And while I'm interjecting, you raised the question of imperfect social distancing. Social distancing, hands, face, space, which is the space part, is either 2 metres at this time, or it's 1 metre with mitigations.
2 metres
and Sir
where
Bernard,
possible.
2 metres.
2 metres where possible.
2 metres or 1 metre with mitigations, which is screens.
It doesn't say 1 metre where possible.
So
It doesn't say that.
So the objective of social distancing is to maintain social distancing wherever possible. That's what it
what
says.
is the notion of a less than perfect, an imperfect social distancing?
look, that's-
Because you were telling
Yes.
the country to do social
Yes,
distancing.
but so did we in number 10. And but I'm sure, by the way, that up and down the country, in spite of people's observance of social distancing, there were times when people drifted within 1 or 2 metres of each other. That is, I'm afraid, just inevitable. And we had a particular problem in number 10 because, as I said earlier on, we had to call meetings at great speed. We had large numbers of staff that had to come into the building because we needed to get a variety of opinions, even though we had loads and loads of people also on Zoom. And it was not, we had as you know, because you've been to look at it, we had lots of higgledy-piggledy corridors where it wasn't, and spaces where it wasn't always easy to maintain perfect social distancing. That did not mean to, like that space there, that did not mean to me that
about higgledy-piggledy corridors.
Higgledy-piggledy! So now I'm going to have to explain higgledy-piggledy to Americans.
There were lots of...
God, he's literally a walking meme.
He is. He really is.
Yeah, just like genuinely just a parody of himself.
True. Quote the Iliad, Boris. Go for it.
Around the country. And a leaving do for everyone else around the country was not acceptable under the guidelines, all the rules. So why was it acceptable and necessary for work purposes in number 10?
Thank you, Sir Bernard. Well, I want to repeat what I said at the beginning. I understand that people looking at that photograph will think that it looks like a social event. It was not a social event. If anybody thinks that I was partying during lockdown, they're completely wrong. That was not a party.
You were.
I was there
I haven't said it was a party, Mr. Johnson.
Well, you did actually earlier on. What I was doing.
I'm saying that it's a party. It's what do you call when you have where you celebrate when someone might be having an occasion, maybe they're leaving or a birthday, for example, like that. Yeah, they're having a special occasion where you have a bunch of drinks and there's merriment and no one actually has any work done at all, right? Okay.
Yeah.
What might one call that situation? What's a good concise way of describing what's happening in that scenario that I just described?
I've got 5 letters for you. Party.
I literally step 1 denial, step 2 trivialization, step 3 distraction and accusing others. Yeah, we're definitely in step 3.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandra Clankar, for the gifted sub. Thank you. And to everybody else, give me lots of money and give not just this MTG, even more money.
Yay! Membership. Yeah, I said YouTube memberships is what we're looking for today, as this is going to be hot viral content, and the more memberships that get gifted, the more it gets promoted by the algorithm. So if you want to gift memberships in YouTube chat, it's only 99p.
Was thanking staff, or thanking one individual in particular, for their contribution. And I believe that was my job.
So if you'd been asked at a press conference with your podium saying hands, face, space, whether it was okay for organisations to hold unsocially distanced farewell gatherings in the workplace, what would you have said?
I would have said that it's up to organisations, as the guidance says.
You fucking prick. You absolute prick.
Going to implement the guidance, amongst which is, of course, social distancing. Where they can't do social distancing perfectly, they can't maintain 2 metres or 1 metre, then they're entitled to have mitigations. And that's what the guidance says. And we
what would Chris Whitty have said?
Including, as I've said to you before, this was exceptional.
What would any reasonable
we had a great deal
scientist say at this time?
Actually, to be fair, Boris's brain age is probably 7 or 8. Let's be real. And there was no jelly and ice cream. And his mind, it can only be a party if there is jelly and ice cream specifically. And
well, not just that, but
there was no party bags.
Did you see any?
Bags, not a real party.
Did you see any balloons?
No balloons.
I didn't see any balloons.
Hats. Yeah, no.
So
exactly. How can one theoretically call it a party when there's no goodie bags, right? There's no cake. Oh, there was cake. Actually, wasn't cake in that photo. Actually, was there? No, there was no cake in that photo. There was no party hats. There was no balloons. It's clearly not a party if those prerequisites haven't been factored in.
Boris is a balloon. Harsh, lefty conspirator.
But true.
Yeah.
So the answer is you would have said it was okay.
No, I said the answer is you should do what the guidance says. And the guidance says that where you put in mitigations, where you do what is possible, then and where you follow social distancing in a way that reflects the realities of your workspace, that will be in compliance with the guidance. That was my view, and I think that's what everybody else understood. Certainly that, and just can I repeat this point? This is what everybody understood, I believe, in number 10. It's for a long period of 20 months of the struggle against COVID, during which we were having, as the Prime Minister himself has said, describing the experience of walking into loads of rooms and finding lots of people there. It was simply part of working in number 10 that we were going to come into contact with a great number of people. But people did follow social distancing, and they were acutely conscious of it.
I now turn to the 27th of November 2020. This was another unplanned leaving gathering for a different special advisor that again took place in the vestibule outside the press office in number 10. And we have 3 witness statements attesting to a lack of social distancing at this event. We've got, and this is on page 17 of your witness bundle, we've got Jack Doyle, who was your press secretary at the time and subsequently your director of communications, saying that there were certainly more than 20 people in attendance. And do you accept that?
I don't know. I wasn't at that event.
Just want to point out, someone in chat's made a really funny comment that apparently Mark Jenkinson MP, who was a genuine piece of shit. I think isn't he ex-BNP or ex-EDL? He's the Conservative MP for Workington. He's also a massive transphobe. He tweets about trans people all the fucking time. He's awful. He's saying on Twitter that the questions are coming across as from a very middle-class privileged perspective. And I'm like, whoa, wait, what? Excuse me? The whole point of this is that the upper-class people were the ones who felt like they were above the rules that were being set. And it was regular working-class people who doggedly followed the rules despite, not being able to say proper goodbyes to their loved ones. I'm like, it's just... I don't know how you could I
Yeah,
think that it seems to be, yeah.
You don't overthink it. Basically, these people are cultists. Boris Johnson could come out and say, "Yeah, I did it," and what? And sit there in a ill-fitting black leather glove, literally doing the OJ thing, and just they'd defend it. He could kick a puppy to death on stream, and they'd be fine with it.
Yeah, literally. I can't believe you're questioning what middle class perspective to question the kicking to death of puppies. Also, Kevin Morton with the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, everyone in YouTube chat. Make sure you turn on membership gifting. Make sure you do that. And also, if you're in Twitch chat but not in YouTube chat, you can go into the YouTube stream and claim a membership. I'll drop the link in Twitch chat.
It wasn't an event that was found to have been in breach of the rules.
There's no reason to dispute it.
Well, I happen to know because we've all seen the same evidence bundle. Though I think this is one of the things that you have that we haven't been allowed to point to. I think there is evidence from at least one of the participants that there weren't that many people there, and it lasted a very short time.
Well, by all means, make sure that's drawn to our attention.
Oh, sorry. This is the Clio event.
Sorry, you mustn't mention any names.
I think that name we can mention. That event, my memory of that event. Forgive me, I was at that event, but I was there very briefly.
I was going to correct you.
Thank you. So I was at that event, but I was there very briefly. No fines were issued for that event.
Order. I'm afraid we have to suspend the committee again. There's a division in the Commons.
For God's sake.
Well, luckily we're far behind, so we can skip ahead.
We can. That's what we used to actually. We used to watch football with my dad, and that the pausing TV first that came in a few years ago, and we used to specifically pause the game before it started, so we could just fast forward through the half time and just watch the entire game back to where it was awesome.
Yeah,
that still blows my mind that you can do that. You can fast forward and rewind TV.
Absolutely. What a wild world we live in. Also, what is that division in the Commons?
Fucking neoliberalism.
I can find out. Hang on.
Hey, people jumping in and collecting the gifted memberships. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Kevin Morton, for
fucking neoliberalism.
But yeah, make sure you click the link I popped in Twitch chat. If you go to where the gift membership notification is, and there should be a burger menu on the top right, and then you should be able to claim your membership gifts from there, from the original membership gift notification. Iron Mage knows how. Ask Iron Mage. I know. No, there must be people in there. If you've tried to claim the gift, let everybody else know how they can claim, because there's loads going.
House of Lords reform. Oof, grim. Anyway, apparently we'll wait and see what happened there. The 22 Tory rebels, I mean, just the list of the worst people in the world. William Cash, Mr. Peter Bone, Chope, Ian Duncan Smith, Mark Francois, Gullis, Jenkins, Boris Johnson, naturally. Who else? Rees-Mogg, Redwood, Priti Patel, Liz Truss. So you got 2 former prime ministers. Nice.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah. So just the nightmare of nightmare blunt rotations. All of them. That's my cat desperately trying to break the door down, which is nice.
Just on one point, you were quibbling about the meaning of the guidance, which does say wherever possible, but not in respect of less than 1 metre where mitigations are obligatory. That's not wherever possible. It doesn't say mitigations wherever possible. They are essential if you cannot do 2 metres, and we couldn't see any mitigations in the photographs.
Oh.
Sorry,
Sir Bernard, if I may. What the guidance says, as far as I can see, is it ensures workers maintain social distance guidelines of 2 metres or 1 metre with risk mitigations where 2 metres is not viable, wherever possible. That conditional wherever possible governs both 2 metres and 1 metre.
Okay, well, we will address that point in our report. We will take consideration of what you're but I don't think we agree with your interpretation of the guidance.
But anyway, can I say this is a very important point.
No,
because whatever your interpretation of the guidance may be, what matters, if I may respectfully say, is what I believed to have been our efforts to follow the guidance. Why I thought that they were
yes, okay, brilliant. So we're back round to the "I'm a fucking moron" defence. In the background, I thought within the rules that I'd drawn up, that having leaving drinks was within the guidelines, which they obviously fucking weren't.
So it's just, he's just going to flip back and forth between incompetence, idiocy, blame other people, mention Rishi Sunak also fucked up. It's going to go round and round and round. Yeah.
Yeah, literally. Does he realise it was the fucking Prime Minister? Well, exactly, Monster Jammers, yeah.
And wholehearted. And what I was thinking of at the time I spoke.
And ask you to allow Sir Bernard to ask his next question.
Of course.
Thank you very much. We were talking about the 3 witness statements about the 27th November 2020 event, which was a leading event for another special advisor in the vestibule number 10, where there were certainly more than 20 people, and I think you accepted that.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Can I come back on that?
Okay, certainly.
I think there's conflicting evidence on that point. And
Right,
if you look at what Sue Gray has to say, she says 15 to 20.
But we're not relying on Sue Gray's evidence, isn't that ironic?
So are you saying that evidence is invalid?
No, I think that any evidence collected by Sue Gray has to be independently verified with a statement of truth, which is why we can't publish the evidence, the material which you've given us, which has not been accepted.
Perhaps it'd be helpful if I gave my evidence about it.
No, I think it'd be very helpful if there anything in Sue Gray's witness statements that were collected in the interview notes would be dealt with separately, as the chairman described earlier.
I think it'd be helpful if Sir Bernard was enabled to ask his question and you would give a succinct answer.
Yeah, good luck with that.
So you'll see also on page 17 of your bundle that another witness stated that they couldn't get through the room to leave because people were standing 4 to 5 people deep. Is there any reason why we should disbelieve that?
Imperfect social distancing.
I've seen all the testimony about this event, and there's testimony from
4 to 5 deep. Was this a fucking concert they were at? What is 4 to 5 deep? Was this a fucking last call at the bar? What is this?
Literally scrambling at the barrier, trying to get to see, I don't know, take that or whatever it is.
It's like what just basic health and safety would suggest that's wrong. Like, what's a fucking fire alarm? What are you gonna do? Fucking hell. These people make rules we have to live by.
Literally, these people who literally make the fucking laws. It's genuinely unreal, the shit they're saying here. What the fuck? Yep. Oh, dear Lord.
And it seems quite incredible to me that we now can't adduce what she had to say after extensively interviewing people. She said there were 15 to 20 people she thought at that event. It's also the case that the person who was leaving on that occasion, Cleo Watson, I think we can name her, according to my understanding, she said.
Yeah, but your understanding's not very good.
A clutch of officials, and that it lasted a very short time indeed. And she said, I think that there was a speech by me that lasted 45 seconds, and a speech by her that lasted 15 seconds, from memory. I was certainly there very briefly indeed. And to get to your point, Sir Bernard, the quotation that you have about that event does not actually accord with my own memory.
Which quotation is this?
Of the 4 to 5 people deep and more than 20 people in attendance. I actually remember my memory of the event is much more in line with what Cleo Watson has to say and what Sue Gray had to say about the event.
Okay. Finally, you'll see on page 17 of your bundle that another witness said that you joked during the gathering that it was, and I quote, probably the most unsocially distanced gathering in the UK right now, unquote. At paragraph 63 of your evidence, your written submission, you do say that you don't remember saying that, those particular words, but are you therefore denying that you said this?
I don't remember saying those words, and I think it unlikely that I would have said those words given what I've had to say to the committee just now about my memory of the event. My visual memory of the event is that it was much more as Cleo Watson describes. It was a clutch of people around that table, the same table that you've just been looking at. I don't remember people being 4 or 5 deep. I don't remember saying that. But I will say,
hang on, so his defence here isn't, I would never have joked about that. That would be incredibly bad taste at best, and actually a spit in the face of all of the people who are suffering right now and dying.
Yeah.
His defence is, no, it probably wasn't 4 or 5 deep. So, I mean, if it had been, I'd have obviously laughed in the face of the British people. Oh, but naturally, of course, I'd have done that joke. Hilarious. But luckily, it wasn't, so I probably didn't even say it. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Fucking brilliant.
Wonderful. Watertight.
Just I mean, a non-existent moral compass.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as if we didn't know this already, to be fair. Like, the fact we got past the conspiring to have a journalist beaten up and we're now in this position is quite frankly amazing to me. It's like the Trump mocking the disabled report a bit, and I'm just like, well, how was that not the end?
Yep. It's a very good point, yeah.
And it's taking longer than we need, and you're repeating yourself quite a lot. Can we just get on with the questions? Thank you very much. So you're actually not denying you said this, but you can't recall saying it. That's
I think it's unlikely that I said that.
But you
That
also
doesn't mean I
stated,
didn't say things about
thank
social
you.
distancing.
You answered the question. You also state in your written submission of paragraph 63, and I quote, that you might well have made observations in speeches about social distancing, unquote. So what sort of observations?
I might well have made observations about the importance of social distancing, since it was very much on our minds.
Right, okay. But how right would it be to conclude that you can't be sure that you did not comment on the lack of social distancing and at this or any of the other gatherings you attended? Because otherwise, why would you have raised it?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, I'm just... You're not denying you might have said that what I read out.
I think it unlikely, given the number of people that I remember seeing. I think it unlikely, given the number of people I saw.
It would be quite fair to conclude that that you did comment on the lack of social distancing at events. It's quite fair.
It's certainly likely that I would have drawn attention to the importance of social distancing.
Oh, for God's sake!
Very high
attention to the importance of social distancing.
Oh, it's infuriating.
Social distancing. You obviously.
It really is. It's so fucking slippery. Again, as I said before, it's the clear actions of somebody who's incredibly used to lying and getting away with it and trying to find any way of trying to get out of the lie that he's told. Right?
Yeah. But just doing more and more lies on top of each other. Yeah.
Yeah. Building the web, weaving it.
Yeah, because obviously Jenkins is pointing out, so you'd have pointed this out and you'd probably made like a joking comment on it. And it's like, well, I might have mentioned the seriousness of the matter. No, you dickhead. Obviously, he's not insinuating that at all. Like, you're just full of shit.
Yeah.
As we've just extensively discussed, there might be occasions when people gathered together at high speed where social distancing was imperfectly observed. Well, that did not mean that I thought the guidance was not being followed, but given all that I've said earlier about observing social distancing where possible.
Well, you do accept that the evidence we have under statement of truth that indicate that those who were at this gathering very clearly indicate that there was insufficient social distancing at this gathering. You do accept that?
I say that some of them do, some of them don't.
And we established that you were familiar with the social distancing guidance, you were at the gatherings, there was a lack of social distancing, so it must have been, yes, obvious to you at the time, and even more obvious on reflection afterwards, as this whole thing broke around you, that it was in breach of workplace guidance relating to social distancing.
No, that's not correct. What I thought was that we had done our best to implement the guidance, and in fact had thoroughly and completely implemented the guidance, but clearly when it came to things like social distancing, as the guidance explicitly provides for, it was not possible at all times to have perfect social distancing, and that you could have mitigations.
I mean, it would have been had you not had the party.
Yes.
Like, you would have been able to mitigate this if you had it outside or on Zoom. There were loads of different things that you could theoretically have done to try and make sure you had the ability to be as socially distant as possible. But unfortunately, you decided to have the party and also have it indoors. Like,
yeah,
sorry.
that's the unfortunate thing, is the thing he actually did was wrong and not the other suggestions that would have been okay.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
You know, checkmate, you twat.
Yep.
Recently as the 25th of May, you said it was certainly the case, 25th of May 2022, last year, it was certainly the case that social distancing guidance was being respected at all times. But I think you're now saying it was imperfect.
Sorry, what I'm trying to... there's a confusion between social distancing and the guidance. The guidance comprises social distancing amongst other things. And what we were trying to do was follow the guidance to the best of our ability. That meant that sometimes social distancing could not be perfectly observed. There were other mitigations we put in place.
The guidance also said that only necessary participants should physically attend the workplace meetings. Absolutely necessary participants.
It said
so when you attended these,
usually. It said usually.
When you attended these events, when you didn't even know who was attending, how are you so certain that everyone there was absolutely necessary to attend these?
Good question.
Bernard, these events were, of course, not organised by me personally. I relied upon my excellent officials to make sure that we had the right people in the room.
Certainly not excellent.
No, quite.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to examine two gatherings that took place earlier in 2020, both of which you attended, Mr. Johnson. We'll look at the gathering which took place on the 19th of June 2020. This was a gathering in the Cabinet Room to mark your birthday. We'll also look at the gathering that took place on the 20th of May 2020, which was a gathering for staff in the number 10 garden.
Yeah.
The legal rules in force to prevent the spread of COVID varied between May and June 2020, but at both times the relevant rules included restrictions on gatherings of 2 or more people. The workplace guidance in force at that time stated that there should be social distancing of 2 metres in the workplace wherever possible, and that only absolutely necessary participants should physically attend meetings. I'll now invite Yvonne Fauvard to ask our questions about these gatherings, and I would ask if you could, because we've already covered quite a lot of ground, if you could answer as succinctly as possible.
Of course, because I may be repeating what I need to say.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, before I ask my questions, can we again confirm your knowledge of the rules and guidance in place at the time by reminding ourselves of what you're telling the country? You told the House of Commons on the 11th of May that, and I quote, "If you must go to work and cannot work from home, you should do so provided that your workplace is COVID secure and that you observe the rules on social distancing." We are publishing further guidance on that. You also told the House on the 11th of May that people should be limiting contact with others and keeping your distance to 2 metres apart where possible. That was just a week before the gathering on the 20th of May. And then on the 10th of June, just over a week before the gathering on the 19th of June, you said at a COVID press conference, I quote, "I urge everyone to continue to show restraint and respect the rules which are designed to keep us all safe. So please, to repeat what you've heard so many times before, stay alert, maintain social distancing and keep washing your hands." You agree that those were the rules in force at the time?
Yes, thank you.
Let's turn first to the gathering of the 19th of June 2020, where breaches of both
To be honest,
rules and
the guidance the government were giving at the time, I'm not sure he did understand it because no one else fucking did.
No.
But I'm sure that everyone knew that leaving dues were off limits, definitely.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, exactly. Like you'd have to be a clinical moron to literally diagnose clinical moron to not understand that was against the rules. Like, I can't imagine a situation where anybody could not think that.
Ambushed by cake. I mean, just amazing.
We'll show pictures of this gathering on the screen, and the unpixelated photos are on page 359 and 414 in bundle 1 of the total evidence. The pictures show that you attended a gathering in the Cabinet Room on this date to mark your birthday with at least 17 other people in attendance. Now, the attendees included your wife and your interior designer, didn't they?
They certainly included my wife and son, and yes, there was a contractor who was working in the building who popped her head round the door very briefly.
So there was your wife and your interior designer were present, and you were issued with a fixed penalty notice for this event. And you've just confirmed that at least 2 people attended who were not work colleagues. Why did you think this was reasonably necessary for work purposes, as was required by the rules at the time?
But this was an event that took place, as you say, on my birthday. I'd come back from a long external visit. I thought it was reasonably necessary for work purposes because I was standing at my desk surrounded by officials who'd been asked to come and wish me a happy birthday.
You thought a birthday party was essential to the governance of Britain via number 10 Downing Street?
Yep.
That's where he wants us to legitimately believe that Britain would have been detrimentally affected in some way by him not having a birthday party where everyone got pissed.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I think that's a stretch.
No, I think it's fine. What? I don't know what you're talking about here, Kev. No,
I'm being cynical. I'm jaded. That's the problem.
You're
Yeah.
absolutely incredibly jaded. Like, I couldn't imagine such a thing.
From an illness, from COVID, and it seemed to me to be a perfectly proper thing to do. We were about to have another meeting, and they were very largely the same officials.
And presumably your wife and the contractor were not attending that meeting.
It is one of the peculiarities of number 10 that the Prime Minister and his family live in the same building, and my understanding of the rules.
Yeah,
is
but
that,
they weren't going to the meeting.
No one
would have a problem with your wife being in the building because, like you say, it's the Prime Minister's residence. She's perfectly entitled to be there.
Yeah,
but
literally.
She's not. What you're not perfectly entitled to do is get pissed at a birthday bash when everyone else is like having their businesses going to the wall, not able to go and see their fucking families.
Yeah.
Just missing out on children growing up. For fuck's sake.
The Queen, literally, the fucking Queen of Prince Philip's funeral, sitting on her lonesome.
Yeah. Ridiculous. I mean, yeah. Well, I almost felt sorry for her, and then I went, "Nah, fuck her."
Yeah.
But even so, if you're supposed to be patriotic, you'd think, actually, maybe I should take this with a seriousness. But no, the night before, they were jollying it up because apparently they were getting pissed every fucking night.
Yeah, literally.
They use that building and use every part of that building.
Turning now to the guidance in respect of that event. The COVID workplace guidance then in place said that workplace meetings should be socially distanced and only attended by those whose participation was absolutely necessary. Now, the two pictures we see on the screen show the gathering wasn't socially distanced and it was attended by people who were not absolutely necessary to be there. So would it not have been obvious to you that the event was in breach of the guidance?
No, and it's a measure of how unobvious it was to me that this was any kind of breach at all, that we actually, or the press office, actually publicised this meeting in the Times newspaper, briefed it out, as I said earlier on, with a slightly embellished account. I had absolutely no sense while this event was taking place, and indeed later on, at any time, that this event was in contravention of either the rules or the guidance, nor did anybody, before I spoke in the House of Commons, suggest to me that it was. And I think that the then Chancellor, who also received an FPN, would have been just as surprised as I was.
So you didn't reflect on the event afterwards as to whether it was in both rules and guidance before?
So again, his defence is,
no, I didn't.
I'm such an idiot and such an incompetent criminal that I literally had my press team put out photos of me doing the crime that I did.
Yeah, literally.
I'm honest to God, this is tragic.
It is very
You're
tragic.
a grown man. Fucking hell.
Like, if he wasn't such like a massive bellend, like a gigantic piece of shit, I'd almost find it endearing just how like pathetic it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he is, of course, a gigantic piece of shit. So
Then I remember let the bodies pile high, and I think to myself, why couldn't you have been one of the bodies?
Clearly, this was someone who just wanted the rules to work out as intended, right? Clearly, the Mr. Let the Bodies Pile High and Mr. Fuckbit, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, he was just looking out for the country. Clearly, we should not be trying to impugn the perceived motives of this man. Clearly.
No.
Clearly.
Best interest of the people.
Absolutely.
It was a long time ago. I'm afraid it had entirely slipped my mind, and I thought it was a completely innocent event. It was a very brief event. I'm standing at the desk, at the place I would have normally sat. It did not strike me as being anything other than an ordinary communal garden workplace event.
So can we now turn to the 20th of May 2020, and that was a gathering in the number 10 garden for staff. We've evidence that you were present at this gathering while you were there. There were up to 40 people also there. And at this time, a gathering had to be essential for work purposes to be within the regulations. Now, we've got evidence that the email invitation for this gathering, which was sent by your principal private secretary, Martin Reynolds, was sent to 200 odd people, and that it encouraged staff who attended to bring their own alcohol. That's on page 35 of your bundle. Did you see the invitation email at any time before it was made public?
No.
You didn't see the email itself, But were you aware that the email was sent to 200 on people and invited staff to bring their own alcohol? So what was your understanding of the purpose of the gathering?
To thank staff who've been working very hard on COVID, and it seemed to me, I think I was told about it only shortly before I was ushered out into it. The purpose of it was to thank them in a obviously a ventilated area, the garden.
So did you discuss the purpose of the gathering with any officials before it took place?
Yes, I think I would have been told. I don't remember it. I think I would have been told.
To be honest with you,
the COVID team
anywhere in central London should not be considered ventilated. Have you breathed the air of central London? It's probably more dangerous than COVID, to be honest. Fucking lead, 20% lead. Yeah. But anyway, that's a slightly different point.
Yeah, but yeah, no, so they absolutely. He was him saying, "Well, I don't remember, but I expect someone did tell me." Well, okay, brilliant. Well, what we've got is nothing. You're making a certain assumption of them you can't even fucking remember.
Well, not just that, but even if he didn't see the email, how bad is his management of number 10? Which, like, he's ultimately like the CEO in the situation. He takes responsibility for all of this shit. How bad is his management of, and how chaotic and just ridiculously slipshod is his running of number 10 Downing Street, that he doesn't know anything that's going on at any moment?
Yeah,
he doesn't know who's sending emails to who. He doesn't know what gatherings are happening in his own fucking house at any moment. He doesn't know who's going to be there, whether it's going to be drinks, whether they're 4 or 5 deep, whether it's social distancing. He's never wearing a mask. Like, he doesn't know anything that's fucking happening in the place that he's supposed to run.
Exactly, it's ridiculous.
This was a day when the cabinet secretary had just stepped down. I think the civil servants needed to feel that, as I said in respect of another event, that the business of government was being carried on, and they needed to feel thanked and motivated for their work, and that's what I did.
So you were aware of the gathering before it took place?
Briefly, yes, but I think it was one of those things where, as I think Sue Gray may point out in her report, I don't know what value we now attach to it, but
hang on a minute, with the Sue Gray, he keeps going back to the Sue Gray thing. Is Sue Gray a Labour plant, or does she completely exonerate him and therefore she's a Tory plant? Like, can the Tories make their fucking mind up on this?
Yeah, exactly.
Rightly, your officials give you the next thing to do, and you go and do it. And this was the next thing to do.
Also, I still see grey names in YouTube chat, and there's still 14 memberships left to claim. Claim your memberships, people.
Yeah, it's free. Come on now.
Literally free. If you scroll up until you get to where it says Kevin Morton gifted 20 memberships, they should be able to click on the menu. You should be able to click you to allow gifts from that little notification. Any grey names in YouTube chat? It said it's completely free to claim the membership. It won't like rebill you either. It's for 1 month.
With Her Majesty.
We've evidence that some officials and advisors felt the event shouldn't go ahead. On page 34 of your bundle, your then Director of Communications, Lee Kane, describes the tone of the email invitation as clearly social and in breach of COVID guidance, and says he raised concern about it with Martin Reynolds. Another official gave us evidence saying, and I quote, "I heard there were so many people who were unhappy about the party that they were not going to go." And they themselves said to another official that they thought it was madness. That evidence is on page 38 of your bundle. Were any concerns about the gathering's compliance with COVID rules or guidance raised directly with you at the time?
No, and the individual that you mentioned who raised concerns, Lee, was, if you read what he says, he was concerned about the optics, not about the rules. And he himself attended the event, and certainly no concerns were raised with me.
If the event had been within the rules, why was he concerned about the optics?
I think, I can't say. I think he was concerned about the impression that people might gain if they looked over the garden wall, if they were coming from the media room, and thought that we were doing something that other people weren't allowed to do. And in my opening remarks, I made clear that I can see why people might have felt that way. But as I told the House, when I came to report on that event, I still believe it was within the guidance and within the rules.
So did Lee Kane discuss or raise concerns about the gathering with you at the time? And his evidence suggests he might have done. He said, I quote, "I don't recall if I personally had a conversation with the PM about the garden party, but it would have been highly unusual for me not to have raised a potentially serious communications risk with the PM directly."
And if he had thought, and if Dominic Cummings had thought that this thing really was against the rules and should not go ahead, they would have told Martin Reynolds, and it is inconceivable that it would have gone ahead.
Or have you maybe actually considered, Boris, that all of you are in the same position in which you genuinely believe that you're above the rules, and you are essentially like de facto colluding into not admitting that fact, right? Like, clearly, that's the issue here.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
100%. Like, I'm sorry, like, they might have not said it because they genuinely didn't care. They just did not care that there was flouting the rules because they didn't realise it would get to this point. And now it's come out and it's all been exposed and now we all know about it. Suddenly they're like, oh, actually, I can't, I just couldn't possibly comment on whether or not I would have known at the time or not. It's, come on, right? Pull the other one, mate. It's got bells on.
Yeah,
Reynolds just didn't raise any concerns about the gathering with you at the time. As it, again, his evidence suggests to us he may well have done. He said it's possible he raised concerns with you.
No, not that I can remember, no.
Were you otherwise aware of any concerns from what you've heard or read either before or after the gathering took place?
No. As I told the House of Commons, and I gave quite a long series of remarks about this event. When I walked out into the garden, it seemed to me it was implicit in what we were doing that this was a work event.
As you'll see from pages 34, 40 and 41 of your bundle, we have evidence that trestle tables were set up on which alcohol was laid out and that the attendees included your wife, as well as advisors who were not from Number 10 but from other government departments. Did you see that when you were at the gathering?
I had no hand in organising this when you talk about trestle tables and so on. It was, and there's no prohibition. Sorry.
Permit me, if you would, is that she was not asking whether you organised the trestle tables with the alcohol on it. She was asking whether you saw the trestle tables with the alcohol.
I did see. I don't remember what exactly was on the trestle tables. I remember going around and thanking staff for what they were doing during COVID. Now, it is perfectly possible that my wife was in the garden as well, but she was entitled to be there. I don't. She certainly didn't receive a fixed penalty notice for that event, nor did I.
You'll also see from page 34 of your bundle that Lee Kane said he briefly attended the gathering and that in his view it's clear from observing it that it was a purely social function. Did you share that view?
No, and that's certainly not what he said at the time, because if he thought that it was purely social and therefore against the rules, it is inconceivable that it would have gone ahead.
The Metropolitan Police have confirmed that fixed penalty notices were issued in relation to that gathering. So we
Okay, can we just have a little...
regulations. We know that you knew...
I'm trying to claim one of these things on YouTube, and I don't know how it works.
Yeah, apparently there's a bunch of people... There's a bunch of people who are trying to claim memberships as well, and it's just not working for some reason. So maybe it's just the system is just balked. So in which case we can just... I mean, I get the money either way, but the memberships are there to be able to be claimed, which is frustrating that people can't claim them because Kev's spent good money on them. Obviously not Kev, but Kev in chat. So I'm not sure what's happening. Also, thank you for the 2.79 Canadian dollars, Nick. Much appreciated. Oh, you just bought a membership, did you, Kevin?
Yeah, fuck it. I'll leave them for everyone else. I will give you a whole 99 pence and help you algorithmically.
Woo! I'm almost 100 viewers now. So
that's nice.
Most fucking neoliberalism.
The most members I've ever had. Most viewers have ever had completely algorithmically.
Nice. See, traction. It's good.
Absolutely. Iron Mage, help people claim them. Iron Mage is in chat telling people how to claim the memberships. Thank you, Iron Mage. You are a star, as always. You're watching on all 3 streams, Surly Dev. Love it. You are absolute trooper. Thank you. Yeah.
Nice.
Appreciate it, everybody.
We knew what the regulations were, and we know you were in attendance. So it would have been obvious to you when you were there that the gathering was not essential for work.
Have you turned this down, or is she a dormouse?
No, and if I'm with great respect, Mr. Fairbarg, I want to dispute the idea that it was not an essential gathering, or not a gathering that was reasonably necessary for work purposes. I don't know why the FPNs were issued, but it may be that they were issued to people who had not a good enough reason to come in from home to that gathering, or people who had come from elsewhere to that gathering. But my firm impression, I think it's certainly still the case that Martin Reynolds believes that gathering was within the rules and indeed within the guidance.
Would you have advised anyone else in the country, if they'd asked you at one of the press conferences at that time, to have a large social gathering in the garden?
It was not a large social gathering. It was a gathering intended, and I really must insist on this.
Fucking neoliberalism.
People who say that we were partying in lockdown simply do not know what they are talking about.
Yes, actually, JDM points out, why did he not challenge the fixed pace, the FPN?
Fucking
he didn't know
neoliberalism.
why it was issued, right?
Yeah.
If he was if he thought he was within the rules at the time, and why did he not challenge it? Especially given that he knows specifically that
fucking
he needs to defend himself against essentially in the court of public opinion, especially for someone who is so concerned with what his public image is, right? When we know his run for prime minister was never actually about wanting to govern the country.
Fucking neoliberalism.
It was entirely about him wanting to cultivate his own personal image. So, given all of those things, why did he not try and protect the public image he so clearly cares about by disputing the police's fixed penalty notice? Why?
Yeah, well, because he was guilty as fuck, obviously, and he was happy to get away with just 2 or whatever it was. Yeah, and also he's now given this faux indignation, this absolute outrage to say that we were partying. I'm sorry, motherfucker, wheeling suitcases full of booze from the local fucking Tesco's.
Throwing up on the walls.
Yeah, does not
On the
scream.
walls.
Does not scream to me discreet small gathering. Okay, that says to me you're having a right fucking legs up, and that's far not legs up, knees up. Legs up is a very different thing. Although let's be honest, one can often lead to the other, as we well know. But yeah, he's having a good knees up, and that's fine in normal circumstances. Although in moderation, it is 10 Downing Street after all. But during lockdown, he's totally unacceptable, and there's no way he or any of the other people there thought that was okay.
Yeah,
they just thought
100%.
We'll get away with it because we're rich and posh.
Yeah, and because we are the establishment. We are literally the people who decide what the rules are, so we can decide whether or not we want to follow them or not. Simple.
Indeed.
Literally, that's all it is. Can you accept a membership from the iPhone YouTube app? I have no idea. I do not use any Apple products, so I can't tell you, Nick. Sorry.
Who say that that event was a purely social gathering are quite wrong. My purpose there was to thank staff, to motivate them in what had been a very difficult time and what was also a very difficult day in which the cabinet secretary had just resigned.
They may not have had their legs up in number 10, but Matt Hancock definitely had his legs over in number 11.
True, and we know that Carrie and Boris have engaged in some legs akimbo in certain places as well.
Oh, apparently the Independent reported that staff were indeed fucking at the lockdown parties.
Nice.
Amazing.
Did you think, Mr. Johnson, that exceptions applied in number 10 to workplace rules?
Apparently you can do it from the iPhone app.
Didn't apply to...
I'm being told by Kieran, who is a very reliable source.
Yes.
So if you are using Chinese slave labour made products, you can indeed.
It's fine. I'm using South Korean made slave labour products, so you know none of us have.
But I've managed to crack the code. I only use ethically sourced child labour. It's fine.
And what phone have you got?
Black one. But it's made by free range child slaves. So it's fine.
That's fair. Mine is South Korean, so it's slightly less totalitarian, but slightly more dystopian than the Chinese ones.
Yeah.
That we're also operating under incredibly difficult and challenging circumstances.
Of course not, and that's why we continued. That's why we had all the stipulations that I've discussed at great length with Sir Bernard about following the guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll now hand back to the chair.
Thank you. To complete this section of our questions, we'll look at 2 gatherings that took place at the end of 2020.
There's so many gatherings.
The first we'll look at took place on the 14th of January 2021. That was a leaving gathering for 2 officials held in the pillared room of number 10. The next one we'll look at was a Christmas gathering in the vestibule on the 18th of December 2020. At the time of both gatherings, the legal rules enforced to prevent the spread of COVID, including restrictions on gatherings of 2 or more people, and workplace guidance stated that there should be social distancing of 2 metres in the workplace wherever possible, and that only absolutely necessary participants should physically attend meetings. I'll invite Alan Dorrans to ask you about these gatherings. Mr. Dorrans.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, before I ask my questions, can we again confirm your knowledge of the rules and guidance in place?
I think this guy might be the SNP one.
By reminding ourselves of what you're telling the country. You told the House of Commons on the 2nd of September that it was very important that we get people back into the workplace in a COVID secure way. This shows you're aware of the workplace guidance and its contents. Then on the 9th of November, you said at a COVID press conference that neither mass testing nor progress on vaccines are at the present time a substitute for the national restrictions, for social distancing and all the rest, so it is all the more important that we follow the rules. In addition, at a press conference on the 30th of December,
right, political X in chat. Yes, Boris is indeed crazy. Good to have you in the chat today. Not seen you around before. Good to have you.
A tier 4
turn on membership
which were
gifting.
enforced in London. A fortnight later, when the 14th of January gathering took place, you said the restriction meant not meeting up with friends or family indoors unless they are in the same household or support bubble, and avoiding large gatherings of any kind. My first question to you, is that your understanding of the rules?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My first question will concentrate on the gathering of the 14th of January 2021. This was a leaving event for 2 officials held in the Pillared Room at number 10. We have evidence that approximately 15 people attended. We will now show you a picture of this gathering on the screen. The unpixelated photo is in page 757 of bundle 2 of the total evidence. Here we see the picture on the screen, Ms. Johnston. The photograph shows yourself and at least other people, 11 other people in attendance in the unpixelated picture. The Metropolitan Police have confirmed fixed penalty notices were issued to some individuals who attended this gathering, as it breached the COVID regulations in place at the time and was not reasonably necessary for work. This breach of the COVID rules would have been obvious to you when you were there, wouldn't it?
No, I must respectfully disagree with you very strongly, Mr. Dorrans. On the contrary, what I see there is, and I know that there's some bottles on the table, but you have there you're looking actually. I think that's a Zoom. That's somebody a screenshot taken from Zoom, I would guess, because you've got people at this event. A large number of the people were actually on Zoom. You've got people who work with each other every day, who use that room for meetings, and who are meeting briefly to say thank you and farewell to, I think, 2 talented young officials. I think Malcolm Reed and Alex Burns was the occasion, and it was the. Sorry, forgive me. I shouldn't mention the names of the officials.
Just doxed them.
But anyway, those two officials were leaving, and it was my job to thank them and to show that their work was appreciated. I was there very briefly. I didn't receive an FPN. There's nothing I can see, and I've got to tell you this, there's nothing I can see in that photograph that strikes me as being either against the rules or the guidance. And
but the police disagreed.
Depending on how.
Yeah,
the police issued notices to people. Interesting, they issued notices to some people, but not Boris Johnson about this specific one.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, again, and it's possible at the time they were too scared about the implications, and then they just thought, well, when it actually came down to the other one, they thought, fuck it.
Yeah.
It's interesting how, it's clearly not being applied in a consistent manner, really, is it?
No, it's almost like the police and the Boris Johnson have got each other, scratching each other's backs rather nicely in Cressida Dick. Yeah.
Exactly.
How your perspective is. What I actually see is people trying to stay reasonably far apart from each other. That's what I see. Now I don't know what happened later on, but I can tell you that for
the playback Sigwinch, the playback speed is 1.1 times at the moment.
Yeah,
I was there.
Also, he says they're trying to do that. Literally, he's hovering over the people that are sat down. How the fuck? What do you mean they're trying to socially distance? Obviously, you're not trying to socially distance.
Yeah,
it's infuriating.
Very infuriating.
And the guidance and a proper use of my time, even if it was only brief.
Would you agree with the description of the gathering we received in evidence from an official who attended and who described the gathering as not strictly an event about work? This statement is on page 47 of your evidence.
Why is he so quiet?
Well, I don't agree with that, because I think that it was essential to thank staff
Scottish.
throughout the pandemic. There weren't very many of these occasions.
Famously quiet people, the Scots.
Yeah, the only quiet Scotsman, and they managed to put him on the
True.
committee.
Occurred, I thought it was right and proper for me to motivate staff by saying how we were doing and to thank them for what they'd done. It
Jacob
wasn't just the staff.
Rees-Mogg describing the Privileges Committee as marsupials. Always trying to call it a kangaroo court. That's basically what he's trying to do, but in the most fucking roundabout way possible.
Well, he does this, doesn't he? When he wrote to the Prime Minister and he dated it as St. Crispin's Day, rather than like whatever the fucking November the 12th or whatever it was. Like, what a wanker.
He's just a genuine bellend, like.
Yeah. Proper melter.
Absolutely.
Staff who were leaving, who needed to be appreciated. It was the staff who were there who needed to be motivated.
Thank you. The picture shows this gathering, and it appears to show multiple bottles of alcohol in the bottom right-hand corner of the photograph. Would you say that that is strictly necessary for a work event?
It's customary to say farewell to people in this country with a toast. I didn't see any sign of drunkenness or excess, and had no knowledge of...
That's not the question.
Yeah, as Political X points out in chat, Boris needed to party to say goodbye, but only 6 could go to a funeral. Exactly, nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah. It's usually traditional to allow all the family to go to a funeral in Britain as well, isn't it, Boris?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Think of the demographic as well that they're specifically shutting out of here. Like Jacob Rees-Mogg has 6 children. Who's gonna have if there was a funeral around, he would have to pick his 4 favourites and leave 2 behind.
Yeah, but he already has that list already made up, right? Like, there's no way he doesn't know who his favourite kids are.
I mean, to be fair, clearly, Sextus was the name of his 6th child. If you're going to name your child Sextus, clearly that is the one you do not love.
Also, if you're naming your child Sextus, I think child services need to be involved.
yeah, absolutely.
That is like pre-birth child abuse, is what that is.
Yeah, literally. Preemptive child abuse.
Been fined for that event. I don't know what happened later on.
The next gathering we want to ask you about is a gathering on the 18th of December 2020, which we know was not compliant with code regulations, as some attendees received fixed penalty tickets. This gathering was a pre-planned press office drinks event with cheese and wine.
WhatsApp.
And was widely reported in the press.
I'm literally a communist.
Attended by between 25 and 40 people. You'll find the relevant statements on page 54 of your evidence bundle. Your official diary confirms that you're in 10 Downing Street that evening. Did you at any time join this gathering?
No. 18th of December.
I'm sorry?
The 18th of December 2020?
Yes.
No, absolutely.
No. Okay. Your official diary on page 56 of the evidence bundle shows a gap between the hours of 1917 and 2024. And I appreciate this is difficult, but can you confirm where you were at that time?
Having a wank.
I imagine I was working. I think from memory there was this was an evening when we were dealing not just with the emergence of the.
To be honest, it was Boris Johnson. He was probably impregnating at least 2 of his staff.
Yeah,
I imagine.
Very much so, or just a mistress of some description.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Almost certainly, without a doubt. This is Drew Hendry MP, by the way.
Oh, nice. Again, I think he might be a Scots national. I think with a name like Drew Hendry, I don't need to check his party affiliation.
Yeah, ticking quite, yeah.
It was, but also with a great deal of anxiety about whether we were going to have a no-deal Brexit. I thought that anxiety was unfounded, of course, and we didn't. But it was a very long and very difficult evening. I think we had an extended COVID-O session, but I certainly did not attend that event and had no direct knowledge of it.
Okay, thank you. We conducted a visit to 10 Downing Street, as you know. We established, you can clearly see from the suppressed vestibule where this gathering was taking place.
Suppressed vegetable? What?
From the bottom of the stairs leading up to then what was your flat in Downing Street. Your diary says you went to your flat at 2158. Apparently the gathering went on until after midnight. Is your evidence that you did not see or hear the noise of a gathering of about 25 to 40 people taking place in a vestibule room, when you were going to your flat? If we just perhaps explain, there is a corridor, a narrow corridor, leading to the vestibule. Before you get to it,
He's definitely saying vegetable.
Yeah, he's definitely saying vegetable.
Your direct line of sight would be into the vestibule, not more than a few metres away. There's a gathering taking place with between 25 and 40 people. You had
that's what Boris Johnson disagreeing with the statements being made. It's like, I can't fucking hear him. What's he saying? No idea what he's fucking saying. Speak up.
Sight of that room. Are you telling me that your evidence is that you're not aware of the noise or the event taking place?
Absolutely. And what I would have, if I had looked, what I would have seen, I'm sure, was people doing a huge amount of work on a very, very busy evening. Now, I didn't look. I certainly have no memory of seeing any kind of party or illicit gathering going on in the press room on that evening. The first I heard about this thing, the first I knew about it, was when it was brought to my attention by Jack Doyle. I think almost a year later.
See, again, it's just how shit are you? You don't know what's happening in number 10 and you're the fucking Prime Minister, mate. That's not acceptable.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, we preempted this from the start, right? Right from the segment I did yesterday, that his literal only defense is that he is an idiot. He's just very stupid.
Yeah. And pretty just he doesn't care about what's going on around him. I mean, number 10 Downing Street is, by normal house standards, relatively large, but it's not a mansion. If a party is happening in that house, the house you live in, Boris, or did at the time, lol, you should know. That shouldn't be a surprise to you.
Yeah, exactly. You should be able to know if it's in your fucking house.
Yeah, you'd think so.
As beyond desk drinks and far more relaxed than it should have been, when people were shoulder to shoulder with each other, and that one number 10 staff member who did not attend said they later heard that the gathering had turned into a party. Did anyone tell you about that?
Well, no, they didn't. And this is the crucial point. Nobody raised any anxieties about that event with me before I stood up in the House of Commons. Nobody said to me that we've had something we've done something that in the almost a year that followed between December the 18th, 2020 and 30th of November 2021, when Jack Doyle came to see me. The thing was a complete blank to me, right?
The Metropolitan Police have confirmed fixed penalty notices were issued to some attendees at that gathering. Clearly, therefore, it breached the rules. There are no witnesses to say that you were at the gathering, but did anyone make you aware at the time or after it happened that it had not been compliant with COVID rules?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, before we move on to discuss what you said in the House about gatherings in number 10, you will know that fixed penalty tickets were issued in relation to gatherings in number 10 on 2 other dates, other than those we've asked you about. These gatherings took place on the 17th of December 2020 and the 16th of April 2021. This is confirmed by the Metropolitan Police statement at the end of Operation Hillman, which you'll find a copy of on page 89 and 91 of your evidence bundle. Did you ever have any reason to think that COVID rules may have been broken at this gathering on either of these dates prior to 2021? December 2021?
So which dates, forgive me, Alan?
17th of December and the 16th of April.
I don't remember hearing. So what I can tell the committee is none of these. I was conscious of none of these events as being in any way rule breaking or against the guidance until stories started to emerge about them, and that was after I had spoken in the Commons about them. So they weren't at all on my radar as things that I should be concerned about.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll hand you back to the chair.
So literally, the press knew about the illegality that was taking place in Downing Street before I did.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah. The papers were ahead of me in terms of doing my fucking job.
If you're getting beat to the punch by a fucking British journalist, then that's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. It's like the worst journalists on the fucking planet, and you're still losing out to them.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah, it's not a great. It's not a great seal of approval, is it?
No.
We've considered your knowledge of the rules and guidance then in force, and we've considered your attendance at and knowledge of gatherings that were not socially distanced and for which fixed penalty notices were issued. We will now compare that with what you said to the House of Commons after media reports of these gatherings began emerging. We'll concentrate particularly on what you said to the House on the 1st of December and the 8th of December. We'll first examine your assertions that COVID rules and guidance were followed in number 10, and I'd like to invite Andy Carter to ask our questions about this.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Johnson, on the afternoon of the 30th of November, I understand the Daily Mirror contacted the press office at Downing Street saying they were planning to publish an article alleging that events had taken place in Downing Street in November and December 2020 where COVID rules had been broken. Now, the article appeared online later that day, and it was the paper's front page splash on the 1st of December. And I think you can see a copy of that on page 58 in your evidence bundle. I'm guessing you must have known that you would be asked about this at Prime Minister's Questions in the House of Commons the following day, the 1st of December. And sure enough, you were. You were asked whether a Christmas party was held in number 10 on the 18th of December. And you told the House all guidance was followed completely in number 10. Picking up on the things that you said in your opening statement and the evidence that you've given, you knew what the guidance was, i.e. maintaining social distancing wherever possible, and ensuring mitigation was in place if that wasn't possible. And you knew there'd been gatherings where social distancing hadn't necessarily been maintained and where masks, for example, weren't being worn and screens weren't in place, because we've seen some of the photographs there. So why did you tell the House all guidance was followed completely in number 10?
Thank you. So I'm not certain that there was any, just quickly, I'm not certain there was any
drink
requirement
into
for
Hassan,
masks
one sec.
indoors.
Go on,
Oh, I see, I'm with you. Okay. So the reason I said that all guidance was followed completely in number 10, and back to Mr. Dorrans and a lot of the questions that have been raised, between the event that took place and when I stood up to speak, in all the cases that you mentioned, nobody came to me and said, we've got a problem with this one. You need to worry about this. And I want you to, and there's no trace of that.
No justice is away.
Evidence or in the electronic.
Do crimes and be gay.
Given how serious that was. The reason I said what I said was because I thought, I believed then that the whole of the number 10 team were doing a huge amount to follow the guidance. And I talked to Jack Doyle about what had happened at that event. This is on the evening of the 30th of November 2021. And it's about, my diary says it was about 6 o'clock. He comes in and he says that, as you say, the Daily Mirror is going to run this story. He mentions a few other events, two of which I knew directly about and knew that there was no, as I believed at the time, I knew that there was no issue with those. The other was something, I think it was something to do with an event at CCH, a Conservative Central Office, I knew absolutely nothing about. I asked him about this December 18th event, and I asked him to describe it. And bear in mind everything I said about that evening, which was a horrendously busy and difficult evening, and we'd had a long COVID-0 to discuss what to do with the Kent variant. He told me that it was within the rules. He said that people were sitting at their desks, drinking, admittedly, but that was not banned. That was under any of the either the rules or the guidance. It was not prohibited. It was regular, I'm afraid, for people to drink on Fridays. And I concluded that it sounded to me as though that event was within both the rules and the guidance. And
okay,
that
brilliant.
45
So you're a moron. Brilliant. Thank you for admitting it.
In what I stood up to say the following day. As it happens, when I said the guidance has been followed completely during number 10, which is actually what I said, I was misremembering the line that had already been put out to the media about this event, which was COVID rules were followed at all times. But you've got to understand that I didn't think that there was any real distinction from the public's point of view between the rules and the guidance, in the sense that, or our observance of, let me put it this way, I didn't think that the public would make any. They would expect us to follow the guidance as much as the rules. And so that's why. And so even though I'd said something slightly different,
again, like as Political X points out in chat, like his literal head of communications was caught on camera trying to figure out how to lie about the parties. Like we know, it's hilarious that he's even trying to defend it at this point.
Well, he hasn't learned anything. Like, it was one of the reasons that brought him down. I know it was a pincher thing in the end, but he was hauled below the waterline because of this. And ultimately, he's just going to continue lying and lying and lying. It's embarrassing.
It really is embarrassing and pathetic, kind of. Very pathetic.
And it screams about how the shrunken state of modern British politics, that this clown is still a viable future prime minister, even after everything. Like, it's not impossible he could become prime minister again.
Yeah, absolutely not inconceivable at all if he survives all of this stuff, which he probably will do.
Yep.
And people will still vote for him and support him, right? I was watching a politics show interview with a residents of Liz Truss's constituency, and they were like, I mean, obviously I'm no Starmer stan or whatever, and this woman correctly said, I don't like Keir Starmer because I think he's a liar and I think he's dishonest, and then said, well, who would you rather have as prime minister? Boris Johnson. I'm like, what?
No, get fucked.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, why are we? It's
yeah. I don't like this murderer. I prefer Harold Shipman, please.
Literally, exactly, right? Nonsense, absolutely nonsense.
I still believe it was true.
Can I just, if you said something slightly different, can I ask you, why didn't you correct the record then? Because that would have been an obvious thing to do.
No, okay.
And I understand the point you make. There is confusion between guidance and rules, but you could have corrected the record at that point.
Right. I didn't think there was any appreciable difference because it was our job to follow the guidance as much as to follow the rules. And my view, as I've said repeatedly to the committee this afternoon, is that I believe
that picture that Iron Major just dropped in the YouTube chat is a perfect way of explaining how to turn on gift settings. That's perfect, thank you.
We're following the guidance, and in spite of the pictures that we've all looked at, which seem to show a lack of perfect social distancing, I believe that what we were doing was in conformity with the rules. Certainly was for the period I was there, and I believe that the behaviour was reasonable given the constraints of the building, and therefore in accordance with the guidance. So that's what I said.
Okay. I know you didn't attend the gathering on the 18th of December. You've just been very clear about that. But you have attended some of the other gatherings that we've talked about. And you've just said that you asked Mr Kane about the gathering on the 18th. So why didn't you tell the House at that point, when you were asked, that there were some of the gatherings in number 10?
I told, it was Jack Dollar.
I'm sorry, Jack Dollar.
But because... And this goes to the heart of what we're trying to establish. I didn't think that those events were an issue. Nobody had previously raised them with me as being things that I ought to be concerned about. And they didn't. And as I've said repeatedly to you at the time, call me obtuse or oblivious, but they did not seem to me to be in conflict with the rules or the guidance as we were trying to implement it in number 10.
OK, the next Prime Minister's question was on the 8th of December, a week later. I think it probably would have been fair to say that you would have guessed that the topic would have been brought up again by the Leader of the Opposition, because the previous evening, ITV had published a video of a mock press conference where number 10 staff were seemingly joking about the gatherings on the 18th of December.
There we go.
At PMQs on the 8th of December, you were asked if there was a party in number 10 on the 13th of November, and you told the House the guidance was followed and the rules were followed in Downing Street at all times. By the 8th of December, it had been a full week since you were first asked in the House about gatherings in number 10. The issue had continued to feature on the front page of many of the newspapers and, as we later saw on the television. What did you do in that week to prepare for any further questions about gatherings, to decide whether you needed to correct your
Old McDread in chat. On the 20th of May 2020, my father died alone from COVID the day after his 82nd birthday. He'd had no visitors for the last 4 months of his life. Today, my father's memory has to face this triad of lies. I'm so sorry to hear that, Old McDread. That's terrible. But it just shows just how scandalous this all is.
Yeah, exactly. Behind the political aspect of this, there are real human stories of suffering and pain and loss. And the fact that these people were just jigging it up They couldn't have given less of a fuck, including with the Queen. Look, I mean, we joke about the Queen and all the rest of it, but she was a human being. Her husband of a million fucking years had died, and she was sat there on her own. And while Boris Johnson and his friends was nursing a hangover from the night before. Like, it's actually fucking, it's a spit in the face to all of those people.
Yeah, it really is. Absolutely.
My love goes out to, what was his name again? Sorry, I apologise.
Old McDread was the
Hello there,
username
Old
in chat.
McDread. My love and solidarity with your friend.
Jesus, I'm so sorry to hear that. And to think that this wasn't even the thing that brought him down. Like, it got worse.
Exactly.
Than this. It got even worse when you found out this guy was promoting new sex pests. Like,
yeah, well, that's conservatism.
Previous statement that the guidance had been followed and whether you should reaffirm it.
Well, I did. As the committee knows, I did the most obvious thing, which was when the Allegra video emerged on the evening of, I think, the 7th of December. I decided that I was getting conflicting information about what had happened at this gathering on the 18th of December. I was troubled by that. I hadn't been at the thing. I was relying on what I thought were the honest and well-intentioned descriptions of this from my trusted advisors. But clearly there was a difference of opinion. So I commissioned the Cabinet Secretary to conduct an inquiry. That's the most important thing that I did.
By the end of that Prime Minister's questions on the 8th of December, you've been asked, I think, multiple times about the issue of gatherings in Downing Street, but at no point did you tell the House that you knew that there had been gatherings that you had attended, in particular the 5 we've raised with you. Why did you fail to tell the House on the 8th of December that there were gatherings that you'd attended?
But Mr. Carter, you've got to...
Political X, I'm having to go, but I'd love to get you guys on Sunday Roast. Yes, one of the people from Sunday Roast was in my Facebook DMs. I would absolutely love to come on. Kev, I'm assuming you'd be up for that as well.
No, I think talking to cool people is bad, and I don't like to do it.
There's with Max Robespierre as well. Don't know if you watch his content on YouTube.
I do indeed. He's Irishman. Yes.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Very, very good content.
Indeed.
No worries. Thanks for dropping by, and shoot me DMs. I'm at NoJusticeMTG on Twitter. You can shoot me a DM there if you want to get in contact too. There, if you want to, Political X, no problem. And Kevin Logan is at Kevin Logan 1875, or
on
at
Twitter,
KF Logan on Twitter, or at KF Logan 1875 on Twitch.
Yes.
And at Ploppy111 on YouTube.
Very true. I'm glad I set it up as that. I probably could change it, but fuck it, who cares?
You've got to understand that in my mind at the time, these did not seem to me to be improper or offensive events. So they weren't in my consciousness. Because
and dropping a membership on the way out as well.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Catch you on the next one.
Nice.
I thought they were work events. As I said to the House when we came to discuss the May 20th event, and I came to the House to explain, I made it very clear that I thought that was a work event, and indeed I still do.
Having told the House on the 8th of December that the guidance was followed and the rules were followed at all times in Downing Street, you then reiterated this the following month. You told the House at Prime Minister's questions on January the 12th, I believe that the events in question were within the guidance and were within the rules. You knew what the rules and guidance were, and you personally attended at least 4 gatherings, those of the 20th of May, the 19th of June, the 13th of November, and the 14th of January 2021, for which fixed penalty notices were issued to attendees, which hadn't been compliant with the rules, and at which breaches of the rules and guidance must have been obvious to you because you were there and you saw.
So the only FPN that I received was for the event that I.
That's not the point that's being fucking made.
The event in
God, I'm getting angry with the prick now. Right, he literally just said to which some of the attendees were given these notices. Mm-hmm. So he's not saying you were giving any more notices than that. He was saying rules were broken at these events that you were at. So therefore, you knew what the rules were. You saw the event. You must have been able to make that very simple connection in your head
Exactly.
that the rules were being broken.
Unfortunately, have you considered the watertight defense of he is a fucking moron?
That, you know what? Airtight.
Absolutely.
Because I'm literally a communist.
And I think that even this committee, I venture to suggest, might concede that had they been in my shoes at that event, it might not have occurred even to them that this was an event that was against either the rules or the guidance. It certainly didn't occur to me. It didn't occur to the then Chancellor of the Exchequer. It didn't occur to the Media Department.
He's insistent to drag Rishi into it.
Which I received an FPN.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the other events, for the period I was there, I can only conclude were deemed by the Met to be not rule-breaking events, because I wasn't issued with an FPN. Therefore, you have two sets of events. The one for which I received an FPN, which boggled my mind because I couldn't understand why I got it, and the others where I wasn't aware of rule-breaking at the time and believed we were following the guidance. So there was nothing I could say to the House on that score.
If you turn to page 61 of the evidence bundle, you can see a statement there from the then Principal Private Secretary Martin Reynolds, in which he says that he directly questioned with you whether it was realistic to argue that guidance had been followed at all times in number 10. Do you accept that you were advised not to say guidance was followed at all times in number 10, and yet you told the House that it was on the 8th of December and the 12th of January?
No, so on there's a couple of important points. It is absolutely true that Martin Reynolds was cautious about what I should say in the House on the 8th of December, because we'd already begun the process of the inquiry. We were looking at the December the 18th event. I had received assurances about the rules on December the 18th, but I hadn't received assurances about the guidance. What Martin was trying to get at, if you look at his what he says, it's clear. He's talking about social distancing and whether it was whether we had maintained social distancing within number 10, and whether that would be whether we had maintained perfect social distancing within number 10. And if you look at paragraph, hang on a second. Martin makes it clear that he thinks that the nature of the working environment in number 10 might make it difficult to claim that full social distancing was observed. So, forgive me, Chair.
Just suspend while the bell's ringing. We don't need to vote, but sorry,
Okay,
continue.
kind of, it's a very, very important point, because this goes to the heart of, I think, the confusion. And what we're in his comments to me, Martin is talking about whether or not we observed perfect social distancing. He is not saying that we did not observe the guidance. And I can prove that if you just reflect for a second on what it would mean if he had said that throughout the pandemic we were not observing the guidance. He didn't mean that. He and I were responsible for making sure that we were observing the guidance to the best of our ability. If you'd asked Simon Case or any of the senior officials, were we following put it the other way around, were you flouting the guidance in number 10? They'd have said no. We were following the guidance, but with mitigations and with social distancing where possible, as specified in the guidance.
On reflection, and given that Mr. Reynolds says that you agreed to delete the reference to guidance, do you wish you'd have corrected the record at that point?
No, because first of all, we'd already begun the inquiry, and I didn't know what sense the guidance had been broken. I had no evidence that anybody had broken the guidance. It wasn't clear to me what I would say to the House of Commons. Second, nobody was advising me to.
Sorry, would be a good start.
And
yeah, that would help. Yeah, exactly. Like, literally, it took him so long to even apologise, and he still hasn't apologised for all of the racism he did when we were having the general election.
Well, no, because that's like a unique selling point and a thing he plans to do if he's ever running for general election again.
Neoliberalism.
Yeah, true.
So
it's modus operandi, isn't it?
Yeah.
Martin and I, as I tried to explain, we're talking about two different things. I was talking about the totality of following the guidance. He was talking about maintaining perfect social distancing. The advice that he was giving me was in relation to a statement that I was making about the December the 18th event and about the reassurances I had received. And it was true to say that I'd received reassurances about that event as far as the rules went, but it was also true to say that nobody had explicitly reassured me about the guidance. And he thought it prudent to take out the reference to the guidance. it is true, as you just said, Mr. Carter. I then went on to later in PMQs to talk to Catherine West. I don't know when I was going to come to this point, but she asked a question, and as you've said, I said that she asked a question whether there had been a party on November the 13th. I said no, but I was sure that the rules and guidance had been observed. I said no, but whatever happened, I was sure that the rules and guidance had been observed at all times. And I said that with confidence because I knew about the events she was talking about on November the 13th and had my own personal reasons to believe that that was true.
Your written statement to us, paragraph 81.2, you say you don't believe that perfect compliance with social distancing was required by the guidance. If you believe this, why did you not make it clear when you told the House that the guidance was followed at all times?
Well, that's a very good question, Mr. Carter, and perhaps it would have been, perhaps it would have, as I think Sir Bernard said earlier on, perhaps if I'd
He's got nothing.
Clearly what I meant and what I felt and believed.
He's got absolutely fuck all here. You can tell when he bumbles that long. I don't think I've heard him bumble that long at the start of his answer for quite a while. That's him. That's him on the ropes right there. He's going for fucking 10 seconds.
Yeah, he'd spent a reasonable amount of time there giving you being at least somewhat erudite in his answers, and now he's just like, oh, is that a question that literally blows apart my entire defence? Oh.
Yeah, very good question. Let me stumble around and pretend to do that, and then to think. I need to buy time to think. Think of a stupid answer. Scrambled eggs.
Whiff waff.
Yeah. Come on, Boris, pull out some Latin. That's what we need.
About following the guidance, that would have helped.
Probably final question. Paragraph 28 of your submission. You quote an excerpt from the workplace guidance which says, where the social distancing guidelines cannot be followed in full in relation to a particular activity, business should consider whether that activity needs to continue for the business to operate. And if so, take all the mitigating actions possible to reduce the risk of transmission. Are you saying you thought these gatherings were so critical to the function of government that it was permissible to hold them even if they couldn't be socially distanced?
The short answer is yes. I thought that
Absolute
it was essential
wanker.
to thank staff for their work.
No, that's not. Time out.
Even though the pictures...
No. He said critical to the functioning of government, not critical to the happiness of your particular staff. The functioning of government. Having a piss-up birthday party is not critical to the functioning of the British state.
I know, it's unreal that he's going with this line. I thought people would have preferred a better defence other than it was entirely necessary for us to get wankered.
It's just ridiculous.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Absolutely impossible.
Seem to show festive events. I think that our efforts, even in those pictures, are being made to do social distancing. And what I saw, what I had in my head when I was talking to the House of Commons was a strong memory of people over a long period doing everything they could to stop the spread of disease within the building.
And just so we're clear...
Oh, God, this guy had control of nuclear weapons.
What mitigations were put in...
Don't remind me.
What the fuck? How far have we fallen?
I know.
Really?
To be fair, he literally went and scuttled peace negotiations. So, we've put so much important shit into his hands.
True.
In place that were required by the guidance.
So I've listed some of them, but we avoided physical contact. We didn't, for instance, as the guidance says, we didn't touch each other's pens. We didn't pass stuff to each other if we could possibly avoid it.
Yeah, we didn't touch each other's pens, but some of them were fucking. So
exactly. They fucked through the letterbox.
Yeah, but thankfully they didn't get kinky and get stationary involved. That would have been a horrible abuse of the situation. Fuck.
I think I remember
we
someone
didn't
posted.
Touch the pens.
I do think there was a thread on Facebook of like you post on Twitter, like post your best tweet. One of them was someone literally putting a message up from Grindr they'd received of, does your house have a letterbox? You've got to be socially distant.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I always put it down that sex could count as if you did it outdoors, so dogging, would count as your necessary once a day exercise.
Exactly. You'd want with 2 people.
Exactly. Yeah.
There you go.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, if you're going to do a gangbang, it's going to have to be like on a kind of rotation basis. But you know,
True.
I'm sure they can make. Look, if you're into it, you'll make it work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. 100%.
Look, if you're going to do outdoor sex, do it safely.
Clearly.
I would not wish to say that was perfectly implemented.
Presumably, people were passing drinks to each other because we've seen the picture.
Of course, and I'm not. This is guidance.
So what difference does it make if you're touching a pen or a glass? The point is, you're not supposed to be swapping bodily fluids, including sweat. Now, I look, in a situation, there would be a perfectly reasonable reason why one would borrow somebody else's pen to, say, note down something of national importance. You work at number 10. That's perfectly plausible. There is no reason for you to have a glass of bubbly handed to you by anyone at Downing Street.
No, exactly.
That doesn't need to happen at all.
It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
It's honestly making me fucking angry.
£250,000 of public money to imply that the entire British state is run by alcoholics.
Which is probably true, but like,
if you had to,
just
to spend my
get
entire
blooded
day
before
Boris
work.
Johnson. Yeah.
Get blooded around work. Have a couple of minis in your desk to top you up, and then get blooded when you get back. Fine. You don't need to have a party.
No, exactly.
If you're going to do outdoor sex, do it responsibly. If you're going to be an alcoholic, do it responsibly.
Yeah, exactly. Do it within the guidelines.
Exactly.
It was enforced rigidly, but that's explicitly what the guidance provides for. We had Zoom meetings. We had a great reduction in the numbers of people in the building overall. We had signs telling you which way to walk. We had perspex screens, and I've mentioned all this before, but it really is worth going over again because
Is asking you about that specific event.
When you see the photographs,
December the 18th event.
When you see the photographs in the vestibule, none of those mitigations seem to be evident.
Yes, because so which event are you talking about, Mr. Carter?
So the first photographs that we saw.
Yes, okay, the November the 30th, the Lee Kane event. Yes, and that is because.
How many people is he going to dox?
That was the space where people congregated fast.
Why pixel out their faces?
I wanted to get a message out. It was the.
Well, I still think they shouldn't have been pixelated out. Fuck it, I want to know who these people are.
Well, exactly, yeah. But the point is, they've gone to the extent of trying to protect these people because they're just civil servants or whatever, which isn't really an excuse, but whatever. And now he's just like, I'm just going to name them all anyway. Fuck it. So if people need to like get to them and harass them in some way, they still can because Boris is going to give you their fucking national security number as well. I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking absolute.
Demand how many people he can throw under the bus to save his own skin. Again, that's
Rishi Sunak, who lives at 10 Downing Street.
Yeah, literally. Well, that's been his whole shtick for his entirety of his time in government.
Yep.
The natural place to do it. Yes, you don't see.
It's not the natural place to do it. It's outside. Where the regulations and the guidelines said you could be with up to 6 people. Right? You did not have to do it in the fucking building. In the middle of summer, for fuck's sake.
And even when you're outside, you can't do it with 40 to 60 people. For fuck's sake.
Is that Lord Panic in the background thinking, this is worse than losing my first case where the bloke got hanged? Here's Boris being hoisted by his own petard. Yeah, quite frankly, this is more embarrassing than that.
Also, just to carry a theme on, panic by name, panic by
nature. Yeah, I'd be fucking panicking right now.
Yeah.
My professional career on the line.
Perspex screens there, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't sanitizer and efforts to restrict the spread of COVID.
Final question for me.
And just as just in all of this, bear in mind that we believed. Martin Reynolds believed, everybody responsible for the health of the building and the health of employees in the building believed that the guidance was being very considerably augmented in a way that went beyond the guidance by the testing regime that I've described.
I don't think any members of this committee don't recognise the challenges that you were facing, the team were facing in Downing Street, and the steps that were being put in place to try and keep people safe. I do, though, want to just finish, if I may, with the the comment that you made to the House on the 12th of January, that you believed implicitly that the gatherings of the 20th of May, which you attended, had been a work event. That was the event in the garden. I mean, it was termed in the press the Bring Your Own Booze. It was a garden party. Many are suggesting that was clearly not essential for work purposes and therefore in breach of the COVID rules at the time. Why did you say that to the House?
Because Porter, are you looking at my? Oh yeah, you're looking at my last FM there. Yeah, I hope that's a good, interesting combination rather than a bad, interesting combination. But thank you. Were you going to say, Kev?
I literally wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to sit here weeping for my nation.
Yeah, true. I mean, as if it needed to get to this point for us to understand that the country is fucked.
Oh no, it's absolutely fucked beyond belief. But just like it's so nakedly fucked.
Yeah,
like I get the impression, and it's probably because of increased press oversight or whatever. But like, I think probably previous generations were as corrupt, but at least pretended to try and hide it a bit.
According to Peter Roborn, he said he thinks it is way more corrupt nowadays. In that he thinks no matter which party you came from in the pre-Thatcher era, basically, people genuinely, even if they were doing things that were bad, they genuinely thought they were doing things for the public good, right? They were public servants. And then in a post-neoliberalism era, that's when it started becoming all about the links that you had to people with power, right? So, and as Felician Quarter points out in chat, like cash for questions, cash for honours, all that kind of stuff, right? This is all relics of the neoliberal era where power fundamentally shifted towards corporations, and they fundamentally have de facto control over the entire political system.
I mean, there's a certain point to that last point, but the idea of cash for honours and cash for questions, these things have existed for a long time. David Lloyd George, a prime minister who, from 100+ years ago now, was caught up in that, and he was pretty naked about it as well. He had literally a list where, depending on the amount of money you gave the Conservative Party, you could buy certain privileges, including up to a peerage, a member of the House of Lords. So that's not a new thing. That's not post neoliberalism.
That's fair.
The other point definitely holds water, but like corruption's always been a part of the system.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I think it's the worst it's ever been right now, though, and that is just so much so because so much power naturally in the economy and in the country has been consolidated in so few hands now.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah,
it's definitely
no one in the past that you couldn't quite rely on an army of feckless, spineless propaganda merchants writing for massive papers. Like there was genuinely, to some extent, an adversarial press, whereas really there just isn't there.
No, there just is not at all.
There's the occasional piece of investigation. There's some milquetoast shit from the likes of JOB, and that's about it.
Yeah, literally. I mean, we're glad that we've had the advent of new media, which has clearly surpassed a lot, especially in newer generations. It's really surpassed the amount of weight that they ever let be held by.
Exactly. Go and check out people like Navarra Media, Canary, etc.
Yeah, double down.
Because then you're going to get some actual news potential.
Yeah. Obviously, byline times are spyline times, but a lot of the exposés they do on the Tories is pretty good. It's just a shame that Peter Duke sees fucking Trotskyist under his bed.
Yeah.
I like the woman from Byline Times, whatever she's called, Marina Perkis. She's good.
Yeah, she's alright. Actually,
yeah.
I implicitly believe that it was a work event, and as I said to the committee just now, I was ushered out into the garden, having been briefed shortly beforehand about what the event entailed. I met and thanked various groups of people who had been working on COVID. You see the numbers are calculated at between 10 and 30 or 40. I couldn't say exactly how many were there, but it was, I thought, an appropriate use of the garden, and I felt it was an obvious work event. But what I said to Sue Gray afterwards, if we can mention Sue Gray, can we, Chair? What I said to Sue Gray was that
Jesus Christ,
when I looked back at that event, and this is what I said what I said to the House. I tried to put myself in the place of somebody, a member of the public, looking over the garden wall and seeing that, and I had to accept that even though it was, I believe, within the guidance and within the rules, I have to accept that members of the public looking at it would have thought that looks to me like something that he's not allowing us to do, and I felt that very keenly. In retrospect, I didn't, but I didn't feel it at the time. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
It wasn't until I got caught.
Can I ask you one further question?
Well, yeah,
I think
basically. I think you can see how many times over and over and over again he's just the line has changed as more information's come out, and he's always been chasing where the press have been, right? Just continually changing his story based upon what evidence he thinks everybody else has, for example.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I don't think Marina Purkis is in a Tansky position. I remember watching a debate between. Actually, I'm using the Tansky was there, but there was a debate about the role of the press, for example, with who's the guy from the Daily Mail, Dan something.
Dan Hitler.
Basically, if it's Dan Blackshirt, and she was right, and Marina Purkis was rightly pointing out the connections between the Tony Blair government and like the Sun newspaper, for example. She didn't quite make the connection that the reason why the Sun newspaper was in that position was because the Blair administration were just the Conservative Party with a red tie on, right? And then they'd full-throatedly support neoliberalism. But she could clearly make a connection between rich press people being given concessions by governments is why we live in the situation that we are in, which is Dan Hodges. That's the one, Dan Hodges. So I think Marina Purkis' heart is in the right place, but I think she needs, again, just like every single liberal in existence, they need more material analysis in their lives.
But also, if she wants my number, just slide into the DMs. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, she is pretty cute. I'm not.
Yeah.
But and people at places like Byline Times, like they had Emma Dent Code on one of their panels as well. So they're not averse to having actual leftists on their panels, but it's just Peter Dukes just drives me around the fucking bend. He's really, really tedious. Like, I think Peter Dukes genuinely thinks that Jeremy Corbyn was a Marxist-Leninist who wanted to turn Labour into the Vanguard Party, and if you're at that point, then you're just fucking delusional.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, Byline are just a centre-left publication. I would absolutely, at best, definitely would centre-left rather than like properly left-wing at all. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Deletion Quarter. And they're very anti-left. Like, the Peter Dukes is the problem, right? Like Hardeep Matharu and Marina Purkis don't really talk about that kind of stuff on Byline, but Peter Dukes is properly like anti-left pilled. He's so he absolutely genuinely thinks that anybody who disagrees with him must be paid off by the fucking Russian government.
Which is pretty dumb.
Yep.
All MPs that have been on days where we're very busy going from meeting to meeting rely on our advisors to guide us through where we're going. I understand what you said about that as the Prime Minister working on a busy schedule. Did you at any point question any of the events that you were going to when the advisors were taking you to them?
Look, hindsight's a wonderful thing. In retrospect, I might have thought about some things,
So that's a no then, you didn't?
Post-Sue Gray,
Yeah, literally, it's just no.
Because if you're saying in hindsight, that means at the time, which is what you were being asked, you didn't.
Yeah.
You didn't think about these things because you had no concern about following the rules.
Sunak just published his tax returns.
Just public tax? What, sorry?
Sunak has just published his tax return. He paid £432,000 in 2021-22.
On a £700 million wealth. Awesome.
I forget what it was, but he paid his so total UK income tax was £120,000. Capital gains tax £325,000 of capital gains tax. Fucking hell! It's criminal. The capital gains basic rate is less than half. No, it's exactly half of what it is for income tax. So by being not being completely unproductive and just by owning shit, you get taxed at half the rate of someone who actually has a real fucking job. Fucking hell!
Yay, neoliberalism!
Love it.
Fucking neoliberalism.
At least it tells you who they're governing for.
True. Old McDread with the membership. Thank you, much appreciated.
It's the beginning of the coming to light of everything that did come right. I have thought about it, but no. At the time, I thought we were working. And that is what I promise you. That is what officials in Number 10.
And the booze didn't give it away that you weren't.
Yeah, the cases of
Can we now
booze.
turn to the issue of the assurances that you mentioned to the House on numerous occasions, and I'd like to ask Alberto Costa to ask you the committee's questions on the issue of the assurances.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr Johnson. Thank you very much for coming before this important inquiry. I'm very grateful. Could I invite the team to place up slide number 8, please? Mr Johnson, as we've just seen on the screen, on the 8th of December 2021, in your opening remarks at Prime Minister's questions, you told the House that, and I quote, "I've been repeatedly assured since these allegations emerged that there was no party and that no COVID rules were broken." In response to subsequent questions, you said that, quote, "I've been repeatedly assured that the rules were not broken." And again, quote, "I've been repeatedly assured that no rules were broken." Now, these quotes which are on screen are also at pages 64 to 65 of your evidence bundle.
Thank you.
Mr Johnson, may I ask, did any government law officer or any member of the government legal department, such as the Attorney General, Solicitor General, or any one of the hundreds of solicitors and barristers that work for the government, did any one of those give you the assurance?
Thank you very much, Mr Costa. Well, no, the short answer is no, they didn't, but nor did I seek...
So it was just a political lackey who told you, yeah, it was fine, yeah.
Yeah, so fucking doing. Right, I went up to some guy and said, "Hello, Mr. Random Person, do you believe that it would be wrong for me to go to a party tonight?" No,
Well, maybe we should try that next time. If you're ever in court, just go, say, I asked my mate, and he said it was fine.
He said it was fine. Yeah, I
didn't feel at the time. I didn't feel it necessary to seek legal guidance from anyone. So I just asked my mate, and he went, "Yeah, it'd be fine, Kev." So I'll be seeing you later, Your Honour. Ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Claimed that I don't think I claimed at any stage that I'd received assurances from law officers or legal representatives. The people that I said, the people who had given me the assurances, there were more than one, and it was indeed on more than one occasion. And so, would it be helpful if I told you why I said I was repeatedly assured?
Mr Costa ask his questions and then just follow the course of his questioning, if you would.
Very interested to hear, of course, your full responses. Can I ask, did the head of the civil service, Simon Case, or any other career senior permanent civil servant give you these assurances?
Well, it follows from I think from Martin Reynolds' evidence that he thought that the rules had not been broken. If you look at what he has to say,
and where did he get his law degree from?
I don't remember being specifically
I wonder.
assured by any senior civil servant about the rules or the guidance within Number 10. But the interesting thing is that, to the contrary, nobody gave me any contrary.
We'll come to that in a moment, if we may. Thank you. In paragraph 90 of your very helpful written submission, you say that the assurances were given to you by Jack Doyle and James Slack.
That's right.
Their statements confirming this are on pages 70,
what is with Scottish people and
72
being
and
super
75.
fucking quiet?
Well, that is a sentence I never thought I'd hear.
I know. Come on, speak up. Have you ever had a PM with a regional accent? I mean, we've had. I mean, does brain damage count as a region? Because we've had Liz Truss.
Does brain damage count as a reason?
I mean,
That's delightful.
it's clearly equal. The Conservative Party are being equal opportunities. It was a win for diversity. We had our first PM with brain damage.
True. Wilson had a bit of his northern twang still, although not much. And of course, there were lots and lots of prime ministers from before the invention of recorded sound.
Oh, yes, we have had a PM with a regional accent. Gordon Brown, i.e., the region was.
Scotland. Oh yeah, Scotland. Yeah, true. Yeah. Well, also technically, his predecessor was also Scottish, but the less we talk about that, the better. Because he's a war criminal.
Now, they're both individuals you had personally appointed to the position of Director of Communications at Number 10. They were political advisors who dealt with the media. Why did you rely on an assurance from political advisors rather than, as I've mentioned, a permanent civil servant, or more importantly, a government lawyer?
So here's the simple answer is that when I needed to discover what had happened, whether the rules were broken, I went first, of course, or I asked first the senior advisor who was there, and that was Jack Doyle. The following week, you can see that Jack Doyle...
JDM has cracked the code. The code. The code really here is that the SNP are the most left-wing party, so therefore they must have leftist audio. We've cracked the code.
Yes, true.
There you go.
Dennis Skinner. Sorry, just to my personal chat. Dennis Skinner was never Prime Minister, much to my eternal chagrin. But he would have. That would have been amazing.
Absolutely.
He confirms that he says in a WhatsApp to me, you can say I've been assured that there was no party and no rules were broken. So he says that again to me. I also then rang James Slack, and both Jack and James Slack are people I have the utmost regard for, and I believe they would be completely straight with me about what had happened. And they both said that the rules had not been broken. And the reason I didn't ask a lawyer or another senior civil servant is because they were the people who'd been there. And they were the direct. They could give a view about the legality of that event that I didn't think a non-eyewitness would.
Speaking of Dan Hodges, he tweeted out saying that the last 20 minutes basically ended Johnson's political career. And as much as I'd like to think so, Dan, I unfortunately do not have the same faith in the British public that you do. Apparently.
Well, I don't. Well, I don't think his political career is over because, like we said, with the political machinations of Parliament, I don't think he'll be deselected, or don't think he'll be forced out from standing. But I think in terms of his political career going forward, I think he's probably done in terms of becoming Tory leader. I think he's realistically his hold below the waterline, and I think you can tell that to a degree from was it the Telegraph or the Times? I can't remember. Put out an article basically saying he was finished, and they, for some reason, without notifying anybody, dropped the paywall on that one article, so that everyone could read it.
Yeah, exactly.
If the right wing press are turning against him, I think he's done. Yeah.
Yeah, clearly they are. I mean, they probably understand that that obviously the press's role is to ensure a re-elected Conservative government and a continual adherence to Conservative principles. And they will, as soon as they feel like you are you're going to threaten that, regardless of how loved you are, they will try and turn against you. Look at the right-wing press, what they're doing to Trump right now. Fox News and all that. Just basically go, oh, we think you can't win the election, you're dead to us now. Completely dead.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, they are. Certainly the British Tories especially are honestly more ruthless than Brutus. Just the most horrifically, not really unprincipled, but disloyal people, really, when it comes to it. The way they dealt with Ian Duncan Smith, the way they got rid of Liz Truss in a heartbeat. Fuck me. She didn't outlive the lettuce. They're pretty ruthless.
Yeah, apparently so. I mean, and clearly only outmatched by Sir Keith Stronger Casey.
True.
Be able to do.
Okay. Well, when you decided to rely on the assurances that you've referred to in the House, why did you not then discuss the assurance with the Cabinet Secretary Simon Case, or your Principal Private Secretary Martin Reynolds, or a government lawyer, at the point at which you've been given the assurance by the individuals that you've questioned? Why didn't you double check it with a government lawyer?
First of all, Martin Reynolds, in addition to being my Principal Private Secretary, is a lawyer, and his view of all the events, as you'll see from his evidence, is that he believes that we followed the rules at all times, and that was certainly what he said to me. You'll see evidence, Mr. Costa, from my submission that at least a couple of MP colleagues remember from the morning meeting that I asked generally, did we follow the rules, were there parties, and the view of the Assembly.
NHS staff were instructed not to eat in hospital canteens during this period.
Fucking hell.
Jesus.
Well, that's not essential. Eating food is not essential to their role,
No.
whereas quaffing champagne at our expense is essential to the functioning of government.
Yeah. And fucking. Let's not forget the fucking.
And fucking, yes. Well, Boris Johnson's
Civil
basically an
servants and,
impregnation machine. So,
I-
yeah, he
you-
does.
You'd never think looking at him, would you?
You wouldn't. You'd think to yourself, I'm not sure he could get a strong enough erection to enter a woman. Well, apparently, he is very successful at it.
Yeah, didn't Jennifer Arcuri describe it like having sex with a bin bag full of custard?
Lovely. I mean, I don't know about you, but that is a 5-star review if ever I heard one.
Right.
Advisors was that we hadn't broken the rules, and that's what they said.
The MPs that you're referring to are the ones at paragraph 90 of your written submission, where you state that the evidence given to us by Sarah Dines MP and Andrew Griffith MP saying officials gave you assurances at your daily office meetings. Those are the additional assurances that you're referring to.
Yes, and it's not clear what date that Sarah and Andrew remember, but they certainly remember me receiving those assurances. And don't forget, if I could just make an important point, from the 7th to the 7th of December onwards, the inquiry is underway. So you ask why I didn't ask Simon Case. I did ask Simon Case. I asked Simon Case to conduct an inquiry.
Well, I'm very grateful that you recall Sarah Dines MP and Andrew Griffith MP giving you the assurances, but you were present at those meetings where those two MPs said that assurances had been given. So if I just may ask the question, and you can correct me if I've misunderstood the point, who are the officials who gave these assurances in these meetings that you've referred to at paragraph 90 in your written submissions?
Well, I can't name these
Name
officials.
me one.
I don't know if I can. I think that
why not?
I think that most of them have indicated they don't want themselves to be
you can't remember their names, or
to
because
be named.
you don't want to breach their anonymity. Mr. Johnson, could you just pause and answer my question? Are you not naming these officials who you say were giving you these assurances because you can't remember who they were, or you can't remember their names, or because you don't want to name them because of confidentiality?
There's at least one advisor that
Tessa Jowl from the top ropes.
who was asked not to be named, and she would have been in the morning meeting, and I don't want to.
Well, could you follow that up in writing through your lawyers to the inquiry, confirming the name of the individual that you recall gave you the assurance that the meetings referred to by these two?
But if I may say so, Mr. Costa, I don't quite follow the direction of your questions, because it's clear from what I've said that I was assured assured repeatedly by different people and on different occasions that the rules have been followed.
Well, and we're trying to ascertain who these individuals were, so it'd be very helpful if you could follow up with the individuals that you've just referred to. Now, could I ask the team to place slide 9 on the screens, please? Now, slide 9 refers to a comment made by Mr. Doyle, and that will also be found at page 74 of the bundle. Mr. Doyle is asked a question. Was there a discussion in this meeting, the meeting of the 8th of December 2021, whether COVID guidance was adhered to at all times? And Mr. Doyle states, quote, "I did not advise the Prime Minister to say this, no." So Mr. Doyle says he did not discuss with you whether any gatherings had been compliant with COVID guidance. Is it correct that you received...
No worries, pancaking on. Glad to have you on the stream now. It's fine if you could come off the LBC live stream. Although if you click the bell icon, it'll notify you when I do go live on YouTube. That's a thing that you can do. You can also like the stream as well. The algorithmic boost.
You're too nice with these people. You need to say your tardiness in this matter is unacceptable. You turn up on time, otherwise you get 6 of the best.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I've been getting all the memberships over it. People watching Kevin Logan, you do the subscriptions. Make with a subscribe. Make the train go choo choo.
Exactly. If the train goes choo choo, I will. No, actually, I'm not sure I can do the. I'm happy to potentially ruin my stream and get banned, but I don't think I can do the same joke when I'm on someone else's channel as well. So I'll just stop there and say, you can give me money. Yes.
That's the thing you can do.
No assurances that the gathering of 18th December 2020 or any other gatherings were compliant with COVID guidance,
yes,
as opposed to the rules?
It's correct to say that I did not, as far as I can remember, I didn't receive direct assurances about the December the 18th event, about the guidance. But until Martin Reynolds made his point to me on the morning of the 8th, nobody had said to me anything adverse about our following of the guidance. And it was my impression, from what we were doing, from my lived experience in Number 10, that we were.
Lived experience. Assurances
I'm
that have been given.
I'm giving you the answer.
So let me carry on, if I may, Mr. Johnson.
Pronouns in
Can I ask
Boris.
you to turn to pages
Oh dear.
70 and 73 of your evidence bundle, and you'll see excerpts from Mr. Doyle's signed witness submission. Now, Mr. Doyle says, and I quote, "The lines that were drafted for the Mirror," that's the Daily Mirror, it became the basis of Mr. Johnson's...
No, when they said the lines that were
take
drafted
in
for the
Prime
Mirror, they
Minister's
mean lines of
questions.
coke. That's what they fucking mean.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
On the 1st of December 2021, end quote. He also says, in relation to a conversation he had with you on the 30th of November, quote, "I said that we have had an inquiry from the Daily Mirror." He said, "What is our line?" End quote. Page 76 of your evidence bundle shows the line sent to the Mirror was, quote, "COVID rules were followed at all times." End quote. So that line, Mr. Johnson, the assurance that you relied on in the House of Commons on the 8th of December, was initially developed as no more than a media line to hold at bay press inquiries, wasn't it?
Yes, but I don't see any great vice in that. And I think we have to be absolutely realistic about how government is carried on. And if a minister cannot rely on the advice of senior and trusted officials when you have to get a huge amount of business done, then it would be impossible for government to carry on.
Could I ask you to, you've acknowledged that it was developed as a media line to hold the
So I'm glad Harman's interrupting him.
inquiries. So I think
Don't just let him fucking waffle. You've got a limited amount of time. Don't just let him fucking repeat the same gub shittery over and over. Interrupt and say, no, bollocks. Right, next question. Go.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely. Of all of these time watching Twitch debates, for example, anytime we're on the hippy dippy the panel, definitely teaches you that you just, when you people get into this position, you just have to fucking interrupt these people. Otherwise, they'll just gallop forever. I need the loo, but I'll leave it plain.
Go on then.
we need to hear from Mr. Costa his next question.
Thank you, Chair. It is the case, isn't it, that Jack Doyle, the person whose purported assurance you sought to rely on, was himself doubtful about the compliance of some of these gatherings with the rules and guidance. Now, Mr. Johnson...
Sorry, I don't know when did you derive that?
I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. If you turn to page 79 of your evidence bundle...
Saying he said this at the time?
If you turn to page 79 of your evidence bundle, you will see a selection of WhatsApp messages sent by Mr. Doyle. These messages are discussing the gathering of the 19th of June 2020 that marked your birthday. Mr. Doyle says that he was, and I quote, struggling to come up with a way, that the gathering was in the rules and that he was, quote, not sure it would, quote, work to suggest it was reasonably necessary for work purposes. Were you aware, Mr. Johnson, that your trusted senior advisor, as you've put it, Mr. Doyle, doubted whether this gathering was within the rules?
So, no is the answer to that question. I wasn't aware that he'd sent that WhatsApp. He didn't send it to me. This was, I think, on January the 25th, which is long after we've started the process which was to become the Sue Gray. I think the Sue Gray inquiry was already well underway. A couple of other quick points, if I may, on that WhatsApp. Jack was not at that event on the 19th of June 2020. He knew nothing about what had actually taken place. He was then relying on media descriptions of that event, which had subsequently emerged. And yes, he sent a message to someone else saying he needed to work out what the justification was. But just to go back to the June the 19th event, 2020, which we've been over several times, at the time, I thought it was so innocent that it was actually briefed out to the
I
Times.
appreciate that, but I want to know, I'm talking about assurances you were given, so let me focus again. So how can it be that Mr Doyle, and this is the point I think is important for the inquiry to understand, how can it be that Mr Doyle, one of your principal advisors, your trusted advisor, the person whose assurance you relied on in the House of Commons, was himself clearly doubtful about the compliance of this gathering with the rules, but you continue to say that you were not? How can that be?
He wasn't at that event. He was struggling to contend with media accounts of it long after that event and after the Sue Gray inquiry had already begun. And above all, he did not, even at that time, let alone before I stood up in the House of Commons, raise with me any concerns that he might have had about that event.
Thank you.
Even if he knew about it.
I'm almost finished, Mr Johnson. Why did you tell the House of Commons that you had received repeated assurances that no rules had been broken when you knew that that was not the case, because you knew what the rules were? You were at gatherings that breached the rules, and the breaches of the rules would have been obvious to you at the time. Isn't that the case?
No, sorry.
Let me complete the question, if you may.
Go on, Harriet.
On the purported assurances you
Comrade Harman.
as, and forgive
Absolute
me, as a
delicious
deflection
activity.
mechanism
Don't take no
without
shit.
having to answer questions about your knowledge of these gatherings. Would that not be a fair assessment?
No, it would be a completely ridiculous assessment. I said in the Commons on the 8th of December that I'd been repeatedly assured that there was no party and that no rules were broken. I was referring to the December the 18th event, December the 18th event of the previous year of 2020. I had the assurances that I had received about that event were from people that I had the utmost respect for and who were directly relevant to my understanding of what that event consisted of. It was entirely sensible to talk both to Jack and then to Jack Doyle and then to James Slack to find out, to get their honest take about what had happened. And my impression on the 30th of November 2020 from what Jack was telling me was that it sounded like it was in accordance with the rules. It sounded like it was necessary
Chat,
for
I'm
work
feeling
purposes,
very bougie
but
right
also
now.
it sounded from what he was saying that
I've
it was
just
in accordance
opened up
with the guidance. When that turned
a little carton
following
of
the Allegro
mango
video,
and
to
guava
be
juice.
in question, I commissioned
Mango
Simon
and
Case,
guava.
the Cabinet Secretary, to conduct an inquiry. So by the time I
think this is as closest to middle class as I will ever get.
I've been repeatedly assured that there was no party and that the rules were followed, but I have asked Simon Case to investigate. So for the purposes of the House, my statement it should be seen for the purposes of the business of the House, that statement should be seen in the context of the investigation, the inquiry that I have just launched, in which in the same PMQs I say I'm going to make sure that the findings are placed in the library of the House of Commons.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for answering my questions this afternoon. Thank you, Mr Johnson.
Could I just put a point to you? Because I, along with my colleagues, was in the House at the time when these assurances were given. And we took them to be serious assurances. You told the House you'd received assurances. Would you not expect us to be a bit dismayed to hear that it was not from the senior civil servants, it was from political appointees, that they themselves had doubts about it? It only covered one gathering, it didn't cover the other three, and it only covered the rules, it didn't cover the guidance. I think if you'd have said that to us in the House, and also you were there at the time, so it's a bit hard to understand.
Sorry.
Could you let me finish my point? You were there at the time, so it's a bit hard to understand.
Oh,
what
some
the nature
dummy
of
mummy
the
energy.
is
Love to
when
see
you've
it.
been there and seen it with your own eyes. I mean, if I was going at 100 miles an hour and I saw the speedometer saying 100 miles an hour, it would be a bit odd, wouldn't it, if I said somebody assured me that I wasn't, because it's what you've seen with your own eyes.
Yeah, with the greatest
so do you
respect.
actually
With the greatest
think
respect.
that we're a bit, we would be entitled to be a bit dismayed about the flimsy nature of this assurance when we took it at face value that these assurances amounted to something, and it looks from what you've told us in answer to Mr. Coss's questions that they did not amount to much at all.
No, so first of all, I think, great respect, Chair, if you're talking about the December the 18th, 2020 event, I don't know, there's some confusion. I was not there.
That's one of the three.
I was
Three
not
others
there.
You were there.
And if you look at the statement that I made in the House of Commons, and because this was the relevant issue, because the Allegra video related to the December the 18th event, the Leader of the Opposition's questions the previous week related to the December the 18th event, I was answering about the December the 18th event, because that was the matter in question. I had received, as I said, repeated assurances by different people at more than one occasion and more than one person, that the event was in accordance with the rules. And I had that both from, as I said, Jack Doyle and James Slack. Now, the question that I think the committee is trying to unpick is that a good enough assurance? Is it good enough to rely on the Director of Communications and the former Director of Communications about one event, no matter how eminent
What I would say is that
they may be? And
there was a part on the question whilst I was away where he was saying things like, well, actually, if you look at it in the business of the context of the statement I made in the House of Commons or whatever it is, or for the record in the House of Commons, when you're that deep in the gigacope of these are all the technical ways in which the context of my statement made sense, even though it doesn't, then you've lost, right? Surely you've lost at this point.
Yeah, if you're having to explain that, like, imagine trying to explain it to some guy in the pub, and would the credulity that person would have towards it, they just go, fuck off, mate. What are you talking about? And that's enough, because unfortunately, it's the bloke in the pub that wins elections. So, you know.
True.
I think the answer is yes.
He himself had doubts.
I think... No, sorry, forgive me. He offered... That's not correct, Chair. The Director of Communications, Jack Doyle, did not say at the time that he briefed me about the December the 18th event that he had doubts about whether the guidance was followed.
He did have doubts. Can I just
ask... Sorry. Where's your evidence for that?
It's in the WhatsApp. So Bernard is going to continue this question.
Sorry, can I just say, he did not express those doubts to me. He did not express those doubts to me.
He had doubts. The person whose assurances you were relying on only gave assurances in relation to one gathering, not the others. Only gave assurances of the rules, not about COVID. It was relying...
Chair, I was being asked about the one gathering. The Leader of the Opposition, you played his clip just now. That was, everybody saw it. He was asking about, he said, was there a party in which loads of people came to a Christmas party in Downing Street last year? That was the question. That was then, when I said that the guidance was followed completely at all times, that was then called into question by what Allegra...
So I was just lying by omission.
Yeah, exactly. And also just like saying, well, yeah, it's fine, but it doesn't absolve you from all the other times that you were clearly at parties where there wasn't a specific statement you made in the Commons. Like, it's a gap. It's political theatre, exactly.
So we immediately instituted the inquiry by Simon Case, but that remained the point at issue. The point at issue was what had happened on December the 18th. And really, if the committee is going to say that I can't rely on the advice of senior people like Jack Doyle and James Slack, who had the advantage of actually being there, then it's really going to make it very difficult for government to be carried on.
Mr. Johnson, just 2 points arising from, when you're ready, 2 points arising from the recent questions and answers. First of all, on the question of Sarah Dines'
that I can't rely
statement
on the advice of senior people like
mentions that
Jack
either
Doyle
on the 1st of December or the 8th of December, she recalls, are you asking, we did follow the rules at all times, didn't we? And this is in your paragraph 90 of your submission. And I recall more than one person in the room said, yes, of course. And she says, I'm not certain who the people were, but I quote, I'm 90% sure one of them was Simon Case, the Cabinet Secretary. The difficulty we have with that evidence is in the sworn statement from Simon Case, which I'm afraid is not in the call bundle, but it's on page 33. It's on 791 and 792 of the general bundle, and don't waste time fumbling for it because I will explain. He's asked about both these meetings, and he makes it clear that there was was there discussion in the meeting of the following points, and if so, what were the details of that discussion? He says, I do not believe any of these topics were discussed at the meeting. And he's asked a general question on 793, are you aware of any other meeting where Mr. Johnson was present where the points listed in parts E and F were discussed, and that's whether there was any discussion about compliance with guidance and rules. And he says no. So we have a difficulty giving any credibility to the evidence we've received from Sarah Dines, albeit I'm sure she gave that evidence in good faith. Then there's the question of your reliance on... I mean, have you got anything to say about that? I should give you the opportunity.
Well, I think if you're going to question her evidence, then you need to hear it from her. I can't comment on her. I can't comment on her evidence. I can't comment on what Simon Case has said. What I do remember are general affirmation from colleagues that it was the line I was about to use in PMQs that about the rules being followed was supported.
But do you remember Simon Case?
So when you have to have spin doctors like specifically tell you exactly how to spin your lie in PMQs so that you can get away with it, I don't think that's really going to absolve you of this, Boris.
No. But I suppose from his perspective, he's not trying to get away with it because he thinks, well, in a few years, this will have all died down. He's just trying to not get thrown the fuck out of Parliament right now.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to be technically exonerated, the best kind of exonerated.
Exactly. Well, he already said when the Sue Gray report came out that said, oh, no, he's totally fucked. He bollocksed it up. He went, oh, he's exonerated, mate.
Yeah, literally.
He's like your average YouTube debate lord. Doesn't matter what happens in a debate, I always won.
Exactly, 100%.
Frankly, I don't. But it's.
I'm not questioning.
But you should ask him.
I'm not questioning the veracity.
We're asking you because you were there.
I'm not questioning the veracity of her statement as she believes it because she is quite open. She says she's only 90% sure. She's not sure.
No, sorry, but I wasn't relying for what I said on.
If you think it's terribly important that we interrogate Sarah Dines, we will.
No, I don't think. I think it's probably totally irrelevant. I think that the key.
So why do you keep saying you should?
Said that I'd had repeated assurances. I was not. I never claimed that I had one of those people giving me those assurances was Simon Case.
Okay, but there's another more general point. You say, I see no great vice in that. That is relying on the assurance of Mr. Doyle, who was an appointed political advisor, not a professional civil servant, and not an impartial.
Like Sue Gray.
Well, we're not relying on Sue Gray's evidence in this inquiry.
Jesus Christ.
The obligation not to mislead Parliament is a very serious obligation on any member of Parliament, let alone a minister. And it requires the MP or the minister to take due care, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So I have to say, if I was accused of law breaking...
to a child. You
Yeah.
agree with, you've got to not lie, haven't you, Boris? Yes, sir.
Yes, and you're very good on the potty yesterday, so just keep it up, soldier.
And I had to give undertakings to the House of Commons, of all places, that I had not broken the law, I would want the advice of a lawyer. I would want the advice of somebody really independent and capable. And you didn't ask the Cabinet.
It really is.
Interrupt you for 10 seconds?
Yes?
I wasn't accused of law breaking. I was asked to say what had gone on at a party or an event
hang on.
in the media room on the 18th.
No. Again, don't fucking insult the intelligence of everyone watching this.
Yeah.
When he's saying that, yes, Keir Starmer did not stand up and say, you're a dirty criminal. Obviously. He said, did this event happen? Blah, blah, blah. He's trying to probe the situation. He's trying to say, did you potentially break the law?
Exactly.
Which you would think you would need legal counsel for.
Exactly. Literally in the context of people getting, for example, like students getting ridiculous fines for being in like the wrong place and whatever student accommodation they're in, for example. Like all of the different new fines and fixed penalties that were given out, far more than anything they actually received with their new pathetic tiny FPNs that they got for that one party that they actually got fined for example. This is the context that it was in when the questioning was happening. So of course it was going to be about, whether or not it was law breaking involved. Of course, that's what the whole thing was going to try and look into.
And it's not like the government don't have hundreds of fucking lawyers all the time. I mean, literally, you've got two of them with you right now, Boris. Like it's like you can't fucking swing a dick around in 10 Downing Street without hitting a lawyer. Ask one of them.
Exactly. It's like that moment in Trading Places where Eddie Murphy's character's like, is there a lawyer present? And then like all of the rafters around the room, they all just kind of go, no, not me.
Yeah. Right.
of December 2020.
If I was asked to give undertakings that rules and guidance had been followed, and there was any doubt about it, there was the most thinnest scintilla of doubt about it, well, you'd want to copper plate your assurances by showing that you'd taken proper advice.
Perhaps
And
I
I
can-
put it to you, Mr. Johnson, you did not take proper advice.
Can I respond first by saying that if you look at what I said on December the 1st, you have to. It is true, as Mr. Carter said, that I had expected something like that question to come up. But actually, I thought that the leader of the opposition would not bother with that story.
Okay,
for his
but that's irrelevant.
It is relevant.
The
because
question is, why did you not take proper advice?
I didn't think the leader of the opposition would ask me about the question that was the front page of every fucking newspaper.
Literally, I mean, you got to remember, his defense for all of this is he's stupid, right? He's an idiot.
Yeah, and that is
So-
the dumbest thing I've ever heard a prime minister or
Well, there
ex-prime
you go.
minister say. Yeah,
Sorted. There we go.
yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, he's either really that stupid or a very fine method actor.
Quite. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's one of the two.
Mm.
Possibly even both.
Yeah, maybe.
The answer is quite simply that I've tried to describe what I felt about these events as they were happening. Nobody raised with me or had any concern before I stood up on December the 1st about those events.
You did not ask.
I asked. I did. See, this is complete nonsense. I mean, complete nonsense. I asked the relevant people. And they were senior people. They've been working very hard. They gave Jack Doyle gave me a clear account of what had happened. How the cabinet secretary wasn't there?
I think this is what we like to
I
call
did ask the cabinet
triggered.
secretary.
Yeah, he just seems pretty triggered by it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I'm surprised it took to this point, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
I did ask the cabinet secretary to conduct an inquiry on the 7th of December.
Not about whether your undertakings to the House of Commons were correct.
But of course, that was what he was.
We can move on.
Can we turn to Charles Walker?
I'm literally a
For our
communist.
next questions.
Sorry, there's some noises coming from the back of the room. Is that stopped? Okay. Mr. Johnson, housekeeping matters. You're a parliamentarian, I'm a parliamentarian, so we do have a duty to Parliament. There's been a lot of noises of hue and cry about the legitimacy of this inquiry, which I do think we need to address. You sort of alluded to it in your opening statement. I'll just give you an example of an organisation that claims to have your interests at heart. It's called Conservative Post.
Oh, this is the guy who had the public meltdown during the Liz Truss stuff.
Mm.
The guy who literally went on BBC TV and just said that the Conservative Party was a disgrace.
Yeah.
In a recent article published on its website on the 12th of March, it stated, this was the headline, revealed the Privileges Committee's Great British Stitch-Up of Boris. And the sentence is, so when Labour proposed referring Boris Johnson to the Privileges Committee for misleading Parliament, many Conservative MPs didn't oppose it. Now, I just want to park that for a second and take you back about 11 months before that. On the 21st of April, when your case was referred to the Privileges Committee, the government minister, the Right Honourable Michael Ellis QC, the then Minister for the Cabinet Office and Paymaster General, said the following in winding up. The government recognised the seriousness of the issue under consideration. Let me say at the outset that the Prime Minister has always been clear that he is happy to face whatever inquiries Parliament sees fit to hold. He is happy for the House to decide how it wishes to proceed today.
This is how morally
And this is
delinquent
important
conservatism
because-
is, especially today's Tory party. This is how far they've sunk into the morass of fucking moral iniquity, is that they have to have a Tory MP out here just trying to put the case for basic scrutiny of the Prime Minister.
Yeah,
that's it.
literally.
Just basic scrutiny of the Prime Minister, or now ex-Prime Minister.
But again, it's exactly.
And
what I was saying
that's
before
too
when
much for them. That's too much for conservative activism. They can't even have that.
Yeah, it's all a stitch up. It's all a wind up. Again, it's just what I was saying before. These people fundamentally believe that people should be above scrutiny. They feel there's one rule for them and one rule for everybody else, whether it comes to parties or investigations or due process whatsoever. I mean, to be fair, as Deletion Court was pointing out in chat, obviously there is this kind of this liberal delusion that actually we've always had wonderful institutions that have never been corrupted by anything before, and this, quite frankly, is the first time we've ever had proper scrutiny of how the failure of institutions. But even so, right, the fact that people, the classical liberals now don't even believe in the institutions anymore.
Yeah.
And then there's the centrist liberals doggedly pretending that they know what the fuck is that these things still exist and do work, and then the bunch of leftists who know that they never worked in the first place. And it was always a show.
Well,
it was always for show.
Well, I'll just put it this way: they do work in exactly the way they were intended to work. It's just that was never for the benefit of the majority of people.
Well, no, quite frankly, yeah, it's true. It was always there to protect the in group and not the out group.
Yep. Was it the idea of the purpose of government is to protect property from the majority?
Exactly, 100%, 100%. Also, there is 100-odd people watching on YouTube, I think, that we've got at the moment. 118. If you want to like the stream, please drop a subscription to see if you want to watch future content from the channel. Welcome everybody if you're new. Lovely to have you.
Smash the shit out of the like button.
Yeah, well, I'm joined by Kevin Logan, which you can find on Twitter at KevinLogan1875. Yeah, actually, YouTube long time. I'm much longer on YouTube than I've been. So,
True, and I've had no success. Hello.
Well, you've had more success than I have. You're like, I'm only on like 2K subs.
Well, yeah, you deserve a lot more. Everyone subscribe to No Justice MTG. Otherwise, I will set the hounds of hell upon you.
Hey, Steve Britton, thank you for joining the stream today. Thank you.
Because at the end of that, the motion was put, and there was no vote, and that is a matter of fact. Indeed, there wasn't even a cry of object from anyone. Can you accept that was the case?
Yes, I encourage people to support it.
So it is actually misleading of Conservative Post to say many Conservative MPs didn't oppose it. The truth is, not a single Conservative MP opposed it.
Yes, that's completely correct.
That's great. No, this is really good. This is good. We're making progress.
Are we?
In your opening statement,
what's that got to do with what he said in Parliament?
To the chair, the appointment of the chair. You suggest to some extent that you had concerns, but you were willing to set those concerns aside. On the 14th of June, 2022, the Right Honourable Lady for Camberwell and Peckham, there was a motion to add her to the committee on the 14th of June, 2022. And it went through at the end of a debate on the privatisation of Channel 4, and there were colleagues of ours in the chamber. And when the motion was put, and the Right Honourable Lady's name was mentioned, there was not a single cry of object, not one, not even from a little mouse scuttling across the floor, not a single cry of object on the 14th of June. Can you accept that as well?
Of course.
So if these concerns were live about the committee and our legitimacy or the legitimacy of the chair, somebody might have shouted object.
Listen,
Okay.
so Charles, can I just come back quickly on this point? My anxieties about fairness are contained in my submission. I've said what I've had to say about the previous remarks of the chair, and I've said what I had to say about my belief in the ability of this committee, which is a very important and distinguished committee, to be impartial.
Which were made before her appointment.
Why have politicians made so many laws for us, but haven't seemed to even make lying in politics? Oh, sorry, that chat message went out. Make lying in politics illegal. We're being scammed. Well, literally, we're going through all of this. Remember when Dawn Butler got kicked out of the Commons for just calling Boris Johnson a liar? Like, this is how fucking surreal and archaic our political system is. Because it's based on fucking centuries old, Dickensian nonsense, right? In that literally someone can flagrantly lie multiple times and with complete impunity up until basically this point, right? Like, it took years from the discovery of this stuff to be able to actually properly hold him scrutiny for one lie, not like any of the other lies, just this one lie. And yet, the moment somebody even calls out in the Commons, complete ejected, gone, not allowed to be in there for the rest of the session. It's
exactly.
ridiculous.
You can lie and start a war that gets millions of people killed in Parliament. That's fine. Call someone a stool pigeon, and you will be kicked out.
Dodgy Dave.
Dodgy Dave, yeah.
Exactly. Well,
And that's
literally,
just that. But was it the only lines that were growing in the 80s was the lines of coke in front of Dodgy Dave and his mates. Again, Dennis Skinner was the great prime minister we never had.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Well, like speaking of starting illegal wars, right? And the same thing goes where and we were talking about this on stream the other day, where the Attorney General just says, yeah, Iraq war was legal, and now the entire British press, entire British establishment just fucking agree, despite the fact that disagrees with both Hans Blix and Kofi Annan. Like, it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Well, it's like when you get the initial reports from a police investigation or something from the initial thing, and the press just report it. It always comes out as a lie. The police have always lied about it, and the government clearly have a vested interest in, at the very least, massaging the truth. So if you just report what they say as fact, you are nothing better than a propagandist for them.
Yeah, literally.
And 14th. And I have come before you this afternoon in full confidence that you will be impartial and that you will look at the evidence and that you will conclude that I did not wittingly or recklessly mislead Parliament. There's not a shred of evidence to suggest that I did. And I hope that you will exonerate me, and I think you should exonerate me of any contempt, whatever.
So look, we received your evidence bundle, which was really well put together. It's been a long afternoon.
No,
we've shared the
excuse me, no, it wasn't. I know you're a Tory MP and you've got to lick his dick, but look, come on now. I looked at it. It's got misspellings, fucking terrible punctuation. The argumentation in it is fucking laughable. What are you talking about? It's well put together. I could have filled my arsehole with ink and shat it out onto the paper, and it would have been just as worthwhile.
It's just smeared in, but with maybe like potato prints.
Yeah, exactly. Just let him do hand potato print art. Fuck it, it would be just as worthwhile.
I'll put your evidence, Boris, right on the fridge there.
Exactly. You're a big boy.
Thank you for answering our questions. But it is a well put together bundle. I just feel that the way things have been conducted is that your supporters, I'm not saying you, I'm saying your supporters seem to want it both ways. They're hoping that the evidence you've given in 52 pages will exonerate you, give you a clean bill of health. And that's what your desired outcome is. But just in case that doesn't happen, there has been a concerted effort to delegitimise the committee, to call us a kangaroo court. Have you characterised us as a kangaroo court?
You can tell by my presence this afternoon, by the seriousness with which I've taken your questions, by my attempts to answer in detail the points you've put to me, how seriously I take you and your committee, the respect I have for this institution of Parliament, and for better or worse, whatever the issues of fairness that I may have raised in my submission, this is the body that decides on standards and privileges. This is the committee that does it. There's no other way of doing it. That's why I have come here, out of respect for the committee, out of respect for Parliament, and because I do not believe that you can conceivably find me guilty of wittingly misleading Parliament on the basis of the evidence that you have assembled.
So as a parliamentarian, do you regret that colleagues of ours, who are also parliamentarians, have called the Privileges Committee a kangaroo court?
I don't want anybody to cause any colleague any. There should be no intimidation or there should be no.
It's a simple question to answer here.
He didn't mention intimidation. Why have you mentioned intimidation?
Yeah,
What's that about?
Why is it? Why the deflection? Just say these people should not be calling this a kangaroo court. Like fellow parliamentarians should not be calling it kangaroo court. Simple as that, right?
Yeah.
Or a marsupial court, as Jacob Rees-Mogg is wont to do so to try and flex how Victorian he is.
True.
Attempt to bully any colleague in any matter whatever.
Or is that a yes or a no?
You regret that they.
Sorry, I'm not.
Because I regret it.
I'm not.
As a parliamentarian,
So
regret
my questions of fairness are well documented in my submission. I think that I deprecate the term that you've just used. I don't want to repeat it, but I think the people will judge for themselves on the basis of the evidence that you have produced on the fairness of this committee. I have every confidence that you will.
So he's just basically saying, if you find in my favour, then you're impartial and upholding the great tradition of Parliament, blah, blah, blah. And if you don't, you're a kangaroo court filled with communists.
This is what Trump said about, what was it? Was it war in Ukraine? Was it? I forget.
I don't know.
He literally said something like, if it was my fault, then you can't blame me. But if it wasn't my fault, then it was awful, or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's it's the basic kind of weirdo.
It's the same blueprint. They follow exactly identical blueprint.
Yeah, it's like kind of cowardly fascism. Like it's fascism, but they can't even bring themselves to get jackboots on the streets, you know?
Yeah, quite frankly, yeah. It's a very British fascism, isn't it? It's such a low rent version than the Americans do.
True. I mean, look, the original Nazis had Hugo Boss uniforms. This guy looks like a dickhead.
Well, literally, he can't even dress himself properly. I say that with a gigantic amount of irony that obviously I can't either. But then again, I'm not in a publicly elected official position, so.
Please, you've got drip, okay? Don't even get me started. This guy does it on purpose, okay?
He does, yeah. It's all an act, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I've collated. I don't know why I did this, but I collated in the bookmarks just because they were around the various clips of him, because he likes to be seen to be jogging, to see like he's an active, virile young man, so he jogs about the place. Virtually every single time you've ever seen that, he's just gotten out of a car and jogs like 10 paces into the building he's going into.
Yeah, it's pathetic, isn't it?
It's all PR. Literally, and there's dozens and dozens of these examples. Like you'll just see on the news him jogging into the front gate of his house. So it looks like he's been out there doing miles. Whoa, he's really, but no, he ran like 20 paces at most.
Reminds me of the Evan Davis story about on the after dinner circuit, where Boris Johnson would do this thing, right? The first time he was doing a thing at the same time was he would turn up super fucking late, and he would like, oh, where's a hairbrush? Oh no, just put my jacket on. That's not. Oh, then bluster through a speech that doesn't make any sense, whatever, because he's not prepared properly. Everyone just applauds, love it, hilarious, whatever. And the goofy goober has fucked up the speech that was been paid to do. And then on the same circuit, Evan Davis was another one. Identical thing happened. Not just like identical as in he was late and things were difficult, but the speech was the same, the method of delivery was the same, that it was just all an act of him turning up late and just pretending to be like that. Very strange, man.
I'm nearly done.
Can I just interject, if I may, Chair? Will you accept that this committee can be fair and wrong, rather than being unfair and a witch hunt?
I certainly think that, let me put it this way, Mr. Costa, I think if this committee were to find me in contempt of Parliament, having come and done something so utterly insane and contrary to my beliefs and my principles, is to come to Parliament and wittingly lie, I think that would be not only unfair, I think it would be wrong.
But you wouldn't categorise it as a witch hunt or a kangaroo court. That's the point I'm asking.
I think I will wait to see how you proceed with the evidence that you have. But I do not wish to. I will study your conclusions from the evidence. I deprecate the terms.
Yeah,
that you use.
literally him saying right now, like, if you find it in my favour, then it clearly wasn't a kangaroo court. But if you don't find against me, then we'll see. We'll have to examine it, won't I?
It's ridiculous. It's almost mobsterish.
True,
like,
true, it really is.
Not nice reputation you've got here. Shame if something happened to it.
I want to see good colleagues feeling that they're under pressure. Either way, I believe that if you study this evidence impartially, you will come to the conclusion that I've given.
See, so it is literally doing that. If you're impartial, you'll find me innocent.
Yeah, literally.
Fucking hell.
May, you describe number 10, and here are the speech marks, a building that is 5,300 metres square across 5 floors, excluding the flats. Hundreds of staff are entitled to work there. And I'm really sorry, I think this is probably the last time you're going to be taken back to these dates. On the 1st of December, you will be well aware that you said to the Leader of the Opposition all guidance was followed completely in number 10. On the 8th of December, again to the Leader of the Opposition, you said, I have been repeatedly assured that the rules were not broken. And then, I'll rattle through this quickly, on the 8th of December to Catherine West, regarding 13th of November alleged party, I'm sure whatever happened, the guidance was followed and the rules were followed at all times. you received assurances from a number of people. I suppose the question I've got is how on earth would they have known that the rules were being followed all the time? It is impossible because you didn't have cameras in every room.
No.
I mean,
but I had their pairs of eyes.
Yeah.
So you're right. So I didn't have omniscience about what was going on in the building, and I had to rely on what people told me. You're completely right, Sir Charles. But what they had to say was extremely valuable, and they were extremely reputable people, and are extremely reputable people. And they gave a description of that event. And
That's a good point in chat from John, actually, that he's appealing to class solidarity with his comments, right? You're saying, look, guys, come on. We know what the deal is. We all know the position that we hold is. We all know our own material interests, right? Come on, you don't want to threaten that, do you? Reminds me of the expenses scandal, right? And I think it was Harriet Harman, wasn't it? Or was it a different MP I'm thinking of whose husband bought porn?
Oh shit, yeah. Oh fuck, I can't remember. Yeah. I know the one you're talking about, but yeah.
I don't think it was Harriet Harman. I think it was actually a different one. Regardless, but then when it actually came to the scrutinising committee on this, none of the probing questions came from any of the Conservatives or Lib Dem benches for a Labour MP during the expenses scandal, because they knew, right? They all have the same interest. They all have the same interest in ensuring they have access to unlimited use of the public purse. So they can't criticise the other because they know that they'll be in the circular firing squad, right?
Jackie Smith, that
was the one. It's like firing first in a duel. You can't.
Yeah.
If you miss first, you're fucked, right?
Mm.
And they don't want
Well,
to. They understand their own material interest, and they don't want to compromise it by trying to impugn somebody else when they know they're just as guilty and to blame.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And as to the, like you said, the class solidarity thing, it's not just that they're all MPs, but certainly at least 2 of the Tory MPs on this committee are sirs. When at least 50%, I'm not sure about the other 2, but certainly just from Boris Johnson calling them sir. When 50% of them are Knights of the Realm, yeah, that suggests to me they they've got a sort of upper class interest at heart.
Exactly. So it's beyond material interest, but you're just genuine, looking out for your own type of thing, rather than wanting to maintain a system. It's far more based than that. Even it's literally just we're both upper class. You should protect each other for being part of the upper class, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which they always do. Like the amount of time like rich businessmen get away with shit because they play son with the golf of they play golf with the son of the judge that's supposed to put them in fucking jail or whatever, and it's all wink, wink, nudge, nudge nonsense.
Exactly. You're absolutely right.
To get back to the point that the chair was raising, initially it was one event that was under consideration, under discussion, and I took my cue from them.
So I want to say this because you worked incredibly hard. I accept you worked incredibly hard. I accept your officials worked incredibly hard. I accept that you were hospitalised. We got the vaccines out. You worked incredibly hard. I suppose what I'm left with, and I'm not sure if this helps or hinders your case, is when you look at 126 fixed
it's also
penalty
important to think, though, a lot of the time, a lot of these people didn't work very hard. I don't know if you've watched any interviews with Mariana Mazzucato recently.
I have not, no.
No, she's got a new book out. She talks about how basically over the last kind of 20 years or so, actually basically throughout the neoliberal era, basically, so much government business has been outsourced to consultancies.
Yeah.
So a lot of people who are in positions of power, for example, within the cabinet, they don't have any idea how their fucking job works, and they don't do very much work at all. They just spend loads of public money outsourcing their own jobs to consultants to do so they don't actually have to bother learning how their job works. So it's very possible that Boris didn't even work very hard at all. Even the things that are kind of de jure are pretty good, because it was probably the job of somebody else that you just delegated it to.
Almost certainly, yeah. I think that's probably true to an extent. Boris Johnson never struck me as a guy who wanted to actually govern. He just wanted to be prime minister.
Yeah.
So the idea that he would not necessarily work very hard, that's probably true. Do you think he was doing, long hours? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Notices handed out to number 10. It is clear that Simon Case, Martin Reynolds, Jack Doyle, Lee Kane, James Slack, all of them really had no idea what was going on, because if they had, it is highly unlikely 126 fixed penalty notices would have been handed out.
And can I just say, Sir Charles, that you put your finger on the crucial point, because if the committee thinks that I must have known, or to get back to the conversation we've had, the doctrine of obviousness, if it was obvious to me, then it would have been obvious to those other senior and distinguished people. It really wasn't. And I was very shocked to get my own
They're all
FPN,
fucking idiots too.
And
I
amazed.
mean, it's either they're all idiots or all of them are, again, as we said many times on this stream already, all of them genuinely believe they're above the law, they're above everybody else, they're part of the upper echelons, so the rules don't apply to them. And I fundamentally believe that the latter is true. Simple.
Yeah, it is.
Simple.
Yeah.
Frankly, by the number of other FPNs. Clearly what happened, if we don't want to go over it again, we don't want to reinvestigate, but I think what happened basically was that on a few evenings, events did simply go on far too long. And I can't apologise for that enough, but
you could try.
We are where we are.
So I don't want to try your patience, because you have been here a long time. If not deliberate, is it possible that it was reckless or slightly reckless not to have caveated your statements to the House with, to the best of my knowledge, or I really do hope it was the certainty of the statements. So
Yeah.
Is it possible to accept that actually there was a degree of recklessness?
No, I mean, nobody wants to be in a position where they're misleading that. Nobody wants to say something to the House of Commons that is going to turn out not to be true, especially something as readily falsifiable as the guidance was followed completely. It was my belief that was the case. I have apologised, and I continue to apologise for inadvertently misleading the House, and I hope the committee understands that. But it was not deliberate. It was based on my genuine understanding and belief about what we were doing.
Like, I just gonna question this, right? I know we've been going for almost 5 hours now. I'm just gonna question this. How can you actually unknowingly mislead the House? Because it's not misleading them if you're passing on information that you already consider to be true.
Well, I think you can accidentally, like, there's a difference between an untruth and a lie. You can accidentally give people false information under the false understanding that it was true information.
But the original statement he made to the House was that he believed that all guidelines were being followed, not that all guidelines were being followed, right? Him passing on his own beliefs cannot be a statement of fact or
literally a
not.
communist.
That can just be what he believes, right? And if he's so he would only actually be accidentally misleading Parliament if he told them that all the guidelines was definitely followed. When what he really said was that he believed the guidelines were followed.
Well, no, he did. He said one of the quotes they keep bringing up was you can say with certainty that all guidelines were followed.
Okay, well, fair enough then.
So he did, yeah. And again, there's no doubt that he misled Parliament knowingly.
Yeah. Again, yeah, you're absolutely right.
What we have been doing for a long time, and I think that your point just now was one of the most important ones in this whole business. It wasn't obvious to me that there were problems with some events, and it wasn't obvious to the other senior people that you've described.
Thank you. I just want to finally explore the question of the correcting the record issue, because there's been a lot of discussion about you having corrected the record, and I just want to explore one aspect of that and put this to you. What you said on the 25th of May 2022, you said, "I'm happy to set on the record now that when I came to this House and said in all sincerity that the rules and guidance had been followed at all times, it was what I believed to be true." And you've said that to us this afternoon. You then go on to say, "It was certainly the case that when I was present at gatherings to wish staff farewell." So what you said to the House, by way of a purported correction, was that it was certainly the case when you were present at gatherings to wish staff farewell that the guidance had been followed at all times. To reassert that, or do you want to correct the record and acknowledge here that actually the guidance was not followed at all times, just so we're clear, because you can correct the record to this committee.
That fucking face, honestly.
What I want to say is, first of all, that
I can't. How dare you question? How dare you question me on this?
Yeah.
the rules were followed, and that's for my period at those events, and that's clear from the FPN. And it was my belief at the time that I made those statements that the guidance was followed, and actually, Chair, it remains.
But he's claiming now that the guidance was followed anyway. His claim throughout this entire meeting has been actually it was within the guidance for us to have work drinks for someone who's leaving because it's necessary for us because we did such a good job in Parliament.
Yeah, ridiculous shit.
Yeah,
but he knows that's not going to wash with anybody.
I guess it's his genuine claim.
Does that count as reckless such and such in Parliament? Like, he's not even playing this for the public gallery, mainly because he knows this is too boring to put on TV. Like, this is barely going to like the actual. Go on, sorry.
I was saying, plenty of people are watching it. Like, I would think it was like 15,000 people watching the Guardian live stream.
Oh, that's pretty good, actually. Yeah. Okay, maybe this is a bit more interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got 140 people on YouTube. It's more than I've ever had watching my YouTube stream. So.
Fuck yes, YouTube people.
Absolutely, it's going well.
My belief for the time I was there, when I was looking at these events, I thought they were within the guidance, given what I knew about what we were trying to do, given what I knew about the limitations we faced on maintaining perfect social distancing.
Now about what your belief is now.
So I don't wish to dissent from what I said on May the 25th.
Well, May the 25th was 5 months after this had first been raised. And you'd had time to consider all the issues that were being raised. And even further time has elapsed till here we are now. And there's a lot of evidence that's been produced and you've had the opportunity to consider. Do you still want to assert that it was certainly the case when you were present at gatherings to wish staff farewell that the guidance had been followed at all times? Do you want to assert that to this committee?
I do. And what I want to make,
House?
I do. And because I see no reason to withdraw what I said on May the 25th. Because at that stage, on May the 25th, I was in possession of, and I think the committee in possibly the world was in possession of all the material that we've looked at today. My view remains that the guidance allowed for social distancing not to be carried out with rigid drill sergeant precision, particularly in difficult circumstances such
watching him squirm's quite fun though.
Provided you had mitigations.
Okay,
and so that was my belief, and it remains.
You're sticking with that point, and you don't wish to make a correction of the record. Thank you. That concludes our questions.
I feel like that was what she's trying to get him pinpointed on there. Get him to admit that he's not going to correct the record, and he still believes that the guidance was followed within those mitigation bit when you're having drinks, whatever. The fact he's sticking on this point rather than correcting the record now tells me that I think that the committee will probably find against him. It's clear that she's specifically hammering on this point because she knows that it's the point of inflection as to whether or not they recommend some kind of suspension. Obviously, I don't think it'll be 10 days, but I feel like that's what she's trying to pin down there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, and not just that, but it's giving him the opportunity. Like, he can't say he hasn't been given an opportunity to back out of this shit.
Exactly,
he's had plenty of chance now, and he's still sticking with the lie. So fuck him, you know?
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
Are there any final points that you haven't already mentioned? Not ones that you have mentioned, but ones which you would like to mention which haven't come up in our questions. We'd like to give you the opportunity to make those points.
Thank you very much. I've much enjoyed our discussion. Well, I think it's been I genuinely think it's been a useful discussion, and I hope it's clear to the committee what was in my heart and my mind on December the 1st and December the 8th of 2020.
He looks like a broken man, doesn't he?
And May the 25th and
well, he deserves to be. Fuck him.
We'll consider the evidence you've given us alongside the other evidence we've reviewed in the course of our inquiries. We may take further.
Donnie Marco in Twitch chat. What's the suspension talk all about in 10 days? So the committee, if the committee finds that he's broken parliamentary rules, for example, they can recommend a suspension as the punishment for breaking the rules. If the suspension is 10 days or more, it goes to a recall petition in his constituency of Uxbridge and South Ruislip, and if that petition gets, was it enough signatures? I think it's 20% of eligible voters. I think it is something like that.
Yeah.
Then a by-election happens. That's what happens at Donny Marco. But obviously, if they recommend a suspension, the suspension also gets voted on MPs before the suspension gets actioned. So that's what first. So for him to be able to lose his seat as an MP, they have to recommend a suspension of 10 days or more. It has to go through Parliament as the recommended suspension and pass through the Commons. It then has to go to a recall petition, and then the recall petition has to get enough signatures, and then he has to lose the by-election. There's a lot of steps for him to actually lose his seat here.
To be honest, if it goes to the by-election, though, that's almost a fait accompli at that point. But yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's a foregone conclusion if there's a by-election, but I don't think it's
Yeah.
likely.
No, not likely, but I'd still think it's. I mean, as much as I'm certainly not an institutionalist in when it comes to Britain, I think it's still whatever faint whiffs of democracy we have. It's important that he gets slapped down here because this is so blatant.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. You're absolutely right.
Or oral evidence before the end of our inquiry and before we reach our final conclusions, if we deem that necessary, and we've already discussed the possibility of that. But for now, that concludes our session today. Order, order.
Thank you.
Well, there we go.
Thank fuck for that. Jesus Christ.
That was something, wasn't it?
That was fucking insufferable, is what that was. I'm glad it's over.
I think we managed to get some good content out of it at the very least. I mean, I've got plenty of viewers on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and you've not subscribed to the channel, please do consider dropping a subscription. It is free, and you can be able to check out when I go live. Again, I go live 4 or 5 times. I get pretty live pretty frequently now, probably 4 or 5 times a week, covering UK politics from a leftist perspective. And I'm joined on stream today by Kevin Logan. Do you want to shout out your socials?
I am Kevin Logan, a terrible streamer from the UK. Hello there. You can find me at KFLogan1875 on Twitch. I'm just Kevin Logan on the YouTubes, although I haven't actually put anything up on YouTube in ages. I must get around to that. And KF Logan. Oh no, Kevin F Logan. I can't even remember what it is on Twitter. Just type in Kevin Logan.
Kevin Logan 1875 on Twitter. I am at
there you go.
I'm at No Justice MTG on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. If you want to follow me any of the socials, you're welcome to do so, but you know it's never obviously expected.
Flexing on me with your consistent branding.
True,
and you know what? Fair enough. That's fair. Yeah.
Absolutely. And in that, are you covering anything else later today, Kevin? You've got Racist White History Month, haven't you?
I have, but I'm not. I'm actually because I'm doing a thing with Christy, my other regular co-hostess person, later. So I'm going to do my Racist White History Month within. I'll be back then. Yeah. Actually, well, I'll just sort that out with my people anyway. I'll let you go because we've been going forever.
It's been 5 hours. It's been a long stream. It's been worth it. I managed to get plenty of new members and subs and follows and
awesome
and viewers on YouTube. I can never usually get this many viewers, and I appreciate everybody for dropping in and the nice comments. Even if it's people I agree, disagree with, any comments, it's all appreciated from what people have been dropping in chat. So
exactly.
Always happy to see political discussion being had by people online is always good. So.
Well, I don't know about always good. There's some pretty rank individuals, but I'm sure none of them would be part of your following because you're awesome.
True, very, very true. Yeah. And with that, I think we should say goodbye.
Yeah, we'll talk another time.
Yeah, actually, unless you want to cover PMQs.
No, I already watched it earlier, and it's annoying. They were especially rowdy today, but I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I'll let you go.
No worries. You take care. See you later, Kevin.
Okay. Bye.
And with that, I'm gonna raid out as I've been going for fucking ages. So where am I raiding to on? So YouTube.
I'm literally a communist.
Hey, thank you for the sub, Gemma Hooper. Thank you for that. Dropping in on YouTube there. On YouTube, I'm going to be raiding into Novara Media. On Twitch, where am I going to go? That's the question. Who am I raiding into on Twitch? That's the question. Who's live? Who the fuck is even live right now? Let me have a look. Let me find out. Yeah, let me go. Actually, yeah, let's raid out. Sorry, I mean, again, thank you for joining in. If you want to support the channel, On YouTube, it is 99p to become a member. That gets you access to emotes, helps boost my channel in the algorithm. If that's the thing you want to do, thank you for the sub, Mary Jane. And or you can gift memberships if you want to be super, super helpful, which you can choose to do as much as you want. Yeah, and if you there might be some gift memberships left over. So if you follow my mod Iron Mage's instructions in the chat, you'll be able to claim some of the spare gift memberships that are floating around if you want to. Those are already there for yourself there. And if you're watching on Twitch, you can also get a free subscription if you've got Amazon Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account. That's a thing that you can do. So I think I will raid out to the Majority Report on Twitch. Probably the best place for me to go on there. And on YouTube, we're going to be going to Novara Media. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for all the new viewers, new chatters. Much appreciated. And I will catch you on the next stream, which should be tomorrow. Take care, everybody.